Chapter 2145, Breakthrough Changes, Emergency Situation. Chapter 2145, Breakthrough Changes, Emergency Situation. What Yi Yuan wanted to break through to was naturally not the Empyrean realm. As for what kind of realm it was, he himself could not say for sure either. But Yi Yuan had a feeling that his next realm would definitely be extraordinary. It had been close to a year in a twinkle. Yi Yuan had killed many Empyrean-level abyss monsters by working together with Long Xiaochun, obtaining quite a few tarnished black devil crystals at the Empyrean level. The devilish energy contained inside those tarnished black devil crystals was extremely pure, more than 100 times purer compared to true God realm. With these tarnished black devil crystals, Yi Yuan could start to assault the next realm. Inside a stone chamber in the camp, Yi Yuan sat cross-legged. His mind was in confusion. My essence, energy, and spirit have all already reached the peak of Origin Pill realm and formed a resonance. The Origin Pill inside the Divine Sea is already compressed to the limit too. Wonder what kind of unusual change will occur if I continue pouring in large quant. 1 ties of chaos divine essence. Inside Yi Yuan's Divine Sea, the Origin Pill was already compressed until it was just the size of a pea. But the power contained inside was extremely horrifying. Around the Origin Pill, Tao marks revolved around, akin to a sea of lightning. It's time to begin. Yi Yuan flipped his palm, several pieces of tarnished black devil crystals flew up, suspending around him. The Chaos Heavenspan cannon revolved. Yi Yuan started to absorb the devilish energy inside the tarnished black devil crystals frenziedly, pouring it into the Origin Pill. Empyrean-level tarnished black devil crystals had immense reserves and were also extremely pure. Yi Yuan absorbing them was like a vast ocean flooding in, causing a huge impact on Yi Yuan's Divine Sea. His Origin Pill was already being compressed to the extreme. Currently, the Chaos Heavenspan cannon continued to push Chaos Divine Essence into the Origin Pill. All of a sudden, the Origin Pill started vibrating fiercely. An intense pain came from his abdomen area. Yi Yuan's forehead broke out in cold sweat. However, this was just the beginning. The Chaos Heavenspan cannon completely did not care about whether the Origin Pill could withstand it or not, squeezing Chaos Divine Essence in non-stop. The originally stable Origin Pill also became more and more unstable. This way, the pain that Yi Yuan suffered was also tremendous. What powerful aura undulations! Is this really breaking through to the Empyrean realm? Outside the stone chamber, Long Xiaochun and the rest were currently standing guard for Yi Yuan. Sensing such intense undulations, Long Xiaochun also felt alarmed. She herself had broken through to the Empyrean realm before and naturally knew what kind of concept was breaking through to the Empyrean realm. But Yi Yuan only just started and the commotion was already even bigger than hers. His Excellency's commotion here is also too big. If it provokes a powerful abyss monster when the time comes, we can't block it, Long Zun said speechlessly. Before breaking through, Yi Yuan already joined hands with Long Xiaochun, cleaning up the abyss monsters in a radius of several hundred miles. But looking at it now, it was completely insufficient. Just the current commotion, the devilish energy in a radius of 10,000 miles already gathered over crazily. Such a huge commotion, to say that those powerful abyss monsters would not react, that would be seeing ghosts. 1 piece of tarnished black devil crystal after another was being absorbed. Yi Yuan's aura became stronger and stronger. The Origin Pill in his abdomen became more and more unstable. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly and said, "Damn it. Why at this time? This way. The tarnished black devil crystals that I prepared probably aren't enough anymore." It turned out that the Origin Pill absorbing Chaos Divine Essence crazily actually affected the fleshy body. At this time, his fleshy body actually started breaking through too, and he was going to transcend the tribulation. Rank 7 Nirvanic Tribulation. The horrifying degree of Rank 7 Nirvanic Tribulation virtually made people despair. It was 10 times more terrifying than the first 6 added up. At this juncture, the Nirvanic Tribulation arriving at the same time was simply deadly. Bang! Yi Yuan revolved the Chaos Heavenspan cannon crazily, absorbing tarnished black devil crystals like a whale swallowing seawater. The consumption rate of tarnished black devil crystals suddenly sped up. For the sake of this breakthrough, Yi Yuan naturally prepared adequately. But under this kind of situation currently, the reserves of tarnished black devil crystals were somewhat struggling to make ends meet. Rumble. Horrifying energy erupted, directly blasting the stone chamber to dust. Long Xiaochun's pupils constricted and she cried out in surprise, "Not good. He's transcending the nirvanic tribulation at the same time. Is this guy mad?" As a dragon race Empyrean, she naturally knew the power of the rank 7 nirvanic tribulation. Even if it was her, she did not dare to easily attempt it too. But now, Yi Yuan actually also wanted to transcend the nirvanic tribulation at the crucial juncture of breaking through to the Empyrean realm. It was truly an action that courted death. How could she know that Yi Yuan had no command over himself either? In this world, he was the first person who fused essence, energy, and spirit, the 3 paths. Even he himself also did not know that such a problem would occur. But now, saying anything was too late as well. This is too crazy. His Excellency is really God-like, to actually dare transcend nirvanic tribulation when breaking through to be an Empyrean. Long Zun had a look of worse. Hi+P and did not feel that it was dangerous at all. Ever since learning that Yi Yuan fused essence, energy, and spirit, the 3 paths, his words. Hi+P of Yi Yuan was already akin to the waters of the Yellow River, flowing unceasingly. Since His Excellency dared to do so, he naturally had the confidence. There was no need to worry at all. In this world, who isn't extremely cautious like treading on thin ice when breaking through to the Empyrean realm? But His Excellency is actually transcending 2 tribulations simultaneously. This really broadens our horizons. Long Zhaotian also said with a look of worse. Hi+P hehe, no wonder His Excellency's dragon race martial technique is so strong. It turns out that his of the perfect 6th transformation golden body, to be able to transcend rank 6 nirvanic tribulation is already rarely seen in this world. Now, if he were to transcend the rank 7 nirvanic tribulation, I'm afraid that the moment he enters the Empyrean realm, he'll be able to contend with 2nd firmament Empyreans. Long Zun's 2 eyes shone as he said. More than that. Don't you forget, His Excellency still has the Chaos Essence 1 breath sword. Long Zhaotian said with a chuckle. The 2 people chimed in one after another, practically lauding Yi Yuan up to the heavens. But Yi Yuan knew his own suffering. The 2 tribulations already reached a very critical period. The tarnished black devil crystals almost could not sustain his needs anymore. Suddenly, Long Xiaochun's face changed and she said, "Not good. There are Empyrean-level abyss monsters that came." Everyone's faces changed. One powerful aura after another closed in from all directions. This huge commotion provoked powerful Empyrean-level abyss monsters in the end. What to do? The expressions of Long Zun and the rest changed wildly as they were in shock. In front of these Empyrean-level abyss monsters, they did not even have the qualifications to be cannon fodders. An abyss monster casually puffing out a breath would eradicate them. Long Xiaochun's expression became incomparably solemn, and she gritted her teeth and said, "If really can't, I can only cry." Long Zun revealed a smile that was uglier than crying as he said, "My grandaunt, already at this time, you're still in the mood to crack jokes? If crying can resolve problems, then I'll cry for 3 days and 3 nights right now." But Long Xiaochun said seriously, "I'm not joking with you. When I cry, even I myself am scared. It's just that I'm afraid that Yi Yuan probably can't withstand it. Ha ha ha. Ignorant human to actually cause such a huge commotion when breaking through, really courting death. That's right. This human is very strong. He must taste very good. At that time, each depends on their own ability. See who can get him." Each and every one of the abyss monsters revealed amused looks, all staring at Yi Yuan like hungry wolves. Chapter 2146, Visitor from the Abyss. Chapter 2146, Visitor from the Abyss. Looking at the bunch of greedy gazes giving off light in the darkness, Long Xiaochun's heart sunk to rock bottom. The abyss monsters being summoned were extremely powerful. She even detected that there was a 3rd firmament Empyrean realm's aura. Abyss monsters at this strength were not what she could deal with at all. Don't care anymore. Long Xiaochun gritted her teeth and was actually really squeezing out tears over there. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's voice sounded in her ears. Xiaochun, make use of the jade slip that I gave you and bring them all out. You don't need to care about my side. Let them come over. But, Long Xiaochun was anxious. No buts. Let them come over. Yi Yuan directly interrupted. Long Xiaochun gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and said, You all, follow me. Finished saying, she brought everyone and directly crushed the jade slip. The spatial node technique activated, Long Xiaochun and the rest were directly teleported out. Lord Xiaochun, this. We're all gone, but what about Lord Yi? Long Zun said worriedly. Long Xiaochun looked into the distance, her gaze glimmering as she said, I hope that he has a way. Over here, a group of Empyrean-level abyss monsters was casting covetous eyes, getting closer and closer to Yi Yuan. Spatial node technique. Truly excellent means. The commotion of this human's breakthrough is truly extraordinary. It's even much stronger than us bull abyss monsters. Seems like he must be very delicious. The current Yi Yuan, in the view of the abyss monsters, Yi Yuan was the most tasty delicacy. As for Long Xiaochun they all escaping, it did not matter. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus finally, someone could not hold back and made a move against Yi Yuan. The prey is mine. No body snatch. To dare snatch prey from me. Are you all tired of living? Once someone made a move, the other abyss monsters all could not hold back. HI plussing over one after another. Such a delicious prey, how could they possibly give it to others? Truly, someone delivers a pillow when taking a nap. A bunch of fools. I was just worrying that the tarnished black devil crystals were insufficient. Since that's the case, then I won't be courteous. In the group of abyss monsters' ears, came Yi Yuan's mocking laughter. They could not help being greatly alarmed in their hearts. Right then, a horrifying energy undulation erupted from Yi Yuan's body. Tao births 1, 1 births 2, 2 births 3, 3 births myriad life. I finally understand. Amidst the explosion sound, came Yi Yuan's hearty laughter. Feeling this energy that could decimate heaven and earth, the group of Empyrean-level abyss monsters felt their hairs stand on end. An incredible feeling of danger welled up in their hearts. Not good. Quickly run. Damn it. Does this guy not want his life anymore? Alarmed and angry voices lingered incessantly. These Empyrean-level abyss monsters turned tail and ran. But it was already too late. A noiseless explosion extended in all directions, destroying everything, including Yi Yuan himself. The current Yi Yuan directly blew up into ashes. However, his body was condensed again very quickly, then obliterated, rinse and repeat like this. Nirvanic tribulation. Amidst this horrifying explosion, Yi Yuan was transcending the nirvanic tribulation. Not just this, Yi Yuan's divine soul was similarly being blown into pieces. In the center of this horrifying energy, there were only two things that were not destroyed. One was the world-suppressing stele. The other was Yi Yuan's consciousness. Time could be destroyed, but only consciousness was imperishable. Tarnished black devil crystals, absorb for me. Those tarnished black devil crystals were directly gobbled up by Yi Yuan, fusing into the explosions, using to condense the fleshy body, using to remold the divine soul. These second firmament and third firmament Empyrean realm tarnished black devil crystals were incomparably pure. The energy was also extremely plentiful. To the current Yi Yuan, it was simply a great tonic. The explosions were still continuing. The entire Dragon Eye Cave was trembling. Those powerful abyss monsters were frightened until they ran like mad outside. The void shattered, gale winds wreaked havoc. The entire Dragon Eye Cave fell into utter chaos. In the extreme depths, several archaic auras suddenly emerged, emitting voices that were simultaneously alarmed and enraged. AHOA. RS, voice roared angrily, DAM in it. The third layer's seal is actually broken. Another ancient voice said, Sigh, we have guarded the abyss for countless years. I did expect that it actually had the seals broken by someone from outside. Another person said, could it be that our 8 great abyss suppressing pseudo-worlds were breached? Someone attempted to breach the abyss from the outside world. At this time, a voice that seemed to have crawled out of a grave opened its mouth and said, stop guessing randomly. Bai Chen, you go and take a look. Yes. Amidst the darkness, someone answered, turning into a streak of white shadow, disappearing. When Bai Chen's figure landed at the Dragon Eye Cave, his pupils could not help constricting. It's actually like this. Interesting, really interesting. Looks like the heavenspan world that has been peaceful for so long is finally having great waves stir again. Bai Chen's voice was full of complicatedness. Fortunately, the seal's damage isn't big. Otherwise, if those second layers monsters rush out, it would be too much to bear. As he said, Bai Chen needed incomparably profound seals in his hands and sent them into the void. The entire Dragon Eye Cave finally calmed down once again. The explosions were still going on, but the fiercest explosion was naturally that instant at the beginning. Now, the destructive power was already far from before. Many thanks for Senior taking action. Otherwise, this junior would have gotten into trouble. In Bai Chen's mind, a voice suddenly appeared, making his state of mind that found it hard to fluctuate for hundreds of millions of years have a trace of ripple. His brows furrowed, and he said, a puny little Empyrean, you can actually discover this emperor's existence. Bai Chen's appearance was just like a speck of dust, being unable to cause any waves to this layer's space at all. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually notice him. This shock was naturally by no means insignificant. Although the commotion that Yi Yuan caused was horrifying, what kind of eyesight did Bai Chen have? He saw through that Yi Yuan was merely breaking through rank 7 with one glance. He was not even considered as an expert in Bai Chen's eyes. This kind of strength, even if they scratched their heads bloody, they could forget about discovering his existence too. But Yi Yuan actually discovered it. Junior's current state is a little special. Everything in this Dragon Eye Cave is clear at a glance. Hence, I can discover Senior, Yi Yuan transmitted his voice. Bai Chen's gaze glimmered slightly, also no idea what he was thinking about. Looks like a remarkable little fellow emerged in the heavenspan world. Didn't expect that you have some connections to the dragon race, Bai Chen said in surprise. His strength was exceedingly formidable. Just through this wisp of divine sense voice transmission, he detected the existence of Yi Yuan's dragon soul. Junior's mother is from the dragon race. Yi Yuan knew that it could not help from Bai Chen and said honestly. His current state was extremely mysterious. He could feel that this Bai Chen was unfathomable, virtually akin to a god. The strongest person that Yi Yuan had seen before was merely Ji Mo. But he had a feeling that Ji Mo was probably not even dregs in front of this white-clothed old man. Bai Chen nodded and said, so that's how it is. I hope that you remember your ident. One Tai. With your talent, you're bound to take on a huge responsibility in the future. Yi Yuan replied, Senior garrisoning here, your merits are the greatest. Junior understands what I should do in my heart. Bai Chen nodded slightly and said, you break through well then. This emperor is leaving. Finished talking, his figure directly dissipated into the world. Chapter 2147, Decisive. Chapter 2147, Decisive. Old Bai, you wouldn't be lying through your teeth, right? A mere true god realm's breakthrough can blow the third seal open? When Bai Chen returned to the abyss, he recounted the things that he saw, immediately drawing the other powerhouse's suspicion. A mere true god realm expert breaking through to the Empyrean realm, no matter how monstrous, it was also impossible to blow up the third seal. One had to know that this third seal, even if it was a ninth firmament heavenly emperor, they could forget about breaching it in the slightest too. In the darkness, Bai Chen could not be bothered to provide an explanation and said with a light smile, really an interesting kid. Not only did he blow open the seal, he actually even discovered my existence. Oh, right, boss, that kid even has some connection to you. I see that this kid is pretty good, so I left behind some lucky chances to him on your behalf. Of course, if he falls into a wrong path in the future, you can borrow it to restrict him too. Oh, listening to you, It's indeed an interesting little fellow. It's too bad that we can't abandon our posts. Otherwise, I'd really go and take a look at this kid. But listening to what you said, this boy is extraordinary. The heavenspan world will likely be in an upheaval situation again. Amidst the gloomy and dark abyss, another voice came over. Bai Chen sighed slightly and said, "It's as the doomsday battle is right before our eyes. I didn't expect that heavenly Tao Samsara is finally going to start again." After sighing, everyone fell silent. The abyss recovered tranquility once more. Inside Raindragon's stronghold, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were all present. The entrance of the Dragon Eye Cave was shaking intensely and actually started cracking apart. Everyone's divine essence poured out wildly, joining hands to stabilize the seal. But a powerful strength burst out of the seal, making the faces of the group of Heavenly Emperors turn white. 7 to 8 Heavenly Emperor joined hands before barely managing to maintain the seal from breaking. Long Kai's complexion was ashen as he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. We Dragon Eye Cave seal has never had a problem before. Why did it cause such a big commotion this time?" Dragon Lord's face was also pale as she said, "I'm afraid that a powerful abyss monster was born inside and it's assaulting the seal. Xiaochun will be fine inside, right?" Long Kai smiled coldly and said, "Like this, it's good too, at least that boy is definitely dead. Your spirit in heaven can rest in peace." Long Ji suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth and said, "Dragon Lord, this commotion wouldn't be caused by Xiaochun encountering some danger, right?" The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Clearly, this sort of possibility was very high. Humph. Indeed a misfortune star, not stopping even after entering the Dragon Eye Cave. Long Kai said with a cold snort. Dragon Lord's pretty face turned slightly cold as she said in a cold voice, "Long Kai, don't you forget Xiaochun's ident. One Tai. The Dragon Eye Cave was originally managed by you, but because of your negligence, you let Xiaochun fall into a dangerous situation. If this matter was reported upstairs, can you bear the consequences?" Long Kai's face changed slightly, not daring to speak anymore. "Amen." The undulations seemed to be smaller. Suddenly, Long Ji spoke up. Sure enough, the intense undulations coming from inside gradually became small, finally completely stabilizing. All of the Heavenly Emperors finally let out a sigh in relief. At this time, a din suddenly came from outside the stone tower. Long Kai was currently PIS said, and he said with a cold snort, "Who is making noise here? Don't they know that this is a restricted area inside the stronghold?" As he said, his figure moved, disappearing on the spot. "You all, let me go in. Let me go in." Luo attempted to charge into the stone tower but was blocked firmly by the guards. The Dragon Clan guard said in a solemn voice, "If the few of you keep causing trouble, don't blame us for not being courteous anymore." The ones guarding the stone tower were all Empyrean powerhouses. Once they took action, Luo and the rest were naturally not a match. Luo had a sorrowful face as she gritted her teeth and said, "I'm begging you guys, let me go in. Young master didn't come out for 10 years. I'm going in to find him." Actually, for these 10 years, Luo spent each day very tormentedly. If not for Yi Yuan's order, the agreement of 10 years, she would have long charged into the Dragon Eye Cave. But along with the passing of time, the 10-year date got closer and closer. The hopes of Yi Yuan coming out became bleaker and bleaker. She finally could not wait anymore. It was just that the guard was cold as ice and did not bend the rules at all. "What has us wanting to enter the Dragon Eye Cave got to do with you all? His Excellency isn't coming out, then we'll go in to find him," Ning Tianping said angrily. A figure appeared and said coolly, "He already died inside, you all don't need to go in anymore." It was precisely Long Kai. Luo looked at Long Kai hatefully, wis hi plussing to swallow him alive. She knew that it was this person who sent young master into the hopeless land, Dragon Eye Cave. "You're spurting nonsense. It's impossible for young master to die," Luo screamed. "Right, His Excellency is especially gifted, a peerless talent. He absolutely won't be stumped by a puny little Dragon Eye Cave," Ning Tianping also said with an indignant and resentful face. Seeing the despaired looks of Luo and the rest, Long Kai was full of delight in his heart. What he wanted was precisely such a result. Heh, puny little Dragon Eye Cave. You guys have stayed here for 10 years and probably haven't truly understood what kind of place the Dragon Eye Cave is. That place seals countless abyss monsters. Each abyss monster is several times stronger than same-rank humans. In there, what fills the air isn't spiritual energy but devilish energy. One cannot cultivate inside the Dragon Eye Cave. Replenishment is extremely difficult. The divine essence expended will frequently not have enough time to be replenished and there will be abyss monsters Russ. HI plussing over again. How long do you all feel that he can live under this kind of environment? Honestly telling you guys, there was once a heavenly emperor who was relegated into the Dragon Eye Cave, and he never came out again. Long Kai said a lot in one breath, saying the brutality of the Dragon Eye Cave in its entirety. The more they listened, the heavier the mood of Lu'er and the rest. In the end, it was close to despairing. They knew that Yi Yuan was formidable. But no matter how impressive the person, under this kind of environment, there would also come a time where their strength would be depleted. Then, could Yi Yuan last 10 years? You're talking nonsense. If not for you, young master also wouldn't have entered the Dragon Eye Cave too. I'll fight it out with you. Lu'er was indignant and leaped up. It was as if SPSCE was frozen. The others all had sorrowful and indignant faces. Inclusive of Lone Swan, all of them rushed over toward Long Kai, but what kind of existence was Long Kai? This level of attack was completely too weak to stand the compet. One Tyon in front of him. Snort. Long Kai did not move and just gave a cold snort. It was akin to a clap of thunder, striking everyone's hearts. Pew walk. Pew walk. Pew walk. The few people spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood at the same time, figures flying out backward. In front of a heavenly emperor, Empyreans were ants, let alone that they were just true God realm. Overestimating your own ability. If not for that kid forcing this emperor to swear a heavenly Tao oath, you all would already be dead people now. Long Kai said with a cold snort. Long Kai had sullen anger on his face, but he was incomparably delighted in his heart. Killing Lu'er they all was merely the effort of lifting a hand. They were merely ants to him. But only seeing these people's extremely grievous appearances, would he be in a great mood. Lu'er clenched her teeth hard, her gaze icy-cold. Since that's the case, then I'll force you to act and kill me. Today, I'm going to perish together with you and avenge young master. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu'er rushed over toward Long Kai once more like a moth flying into the fire. Right, we'll fight it out with you. Since you don't dare to kill us, then we'll force you to kill us. Ning Tianping gave a cold cry and also rushed over. Chapter 2148, First Blossom of Chaos. Chapter 2148, First Blossom of Chaos. Inside the Dragon Eye Cave, the faces of Long Xiaochun and the rest revealed the joy of having survived a disaster. The explosion was too violent. Long Xiaochun crushed quite a few jade slips in a row and teleported to the furthest spatial node before barely managing to avoid the power of the explosion. Even so, each and every one of them was also made dusty and dirty in appearance, seemingly very ragged. Lord Xiaochun, the commotion that Lord Yi caused is a little too big, right? Long Zun said with lingering fear in his heart. Too terrifying. Even if a heavenly emperor is in the center of the explosion, they would probably also die without any corpse left, right? Lord Yi wouldn't. He wouldn't have. Long Xiaotian's complexion turned white as he said. Shut up. Long Xiaochun directly interrupted Long Xiaotian's follow-up words and said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan must still be alive. The others were silent like cicadas in winter, but reason told them that Yi Yuan's hopes of survival were virtually none. One had to know, Yi Yuan was in the center of the explosion. Such a horrifying explosion, how could it be possible to survive? The explosion has subsided. Let's go over and take a look. Long Xiaochun had a rarely seen serious expression as she said. This is my own world. Amidst the region of chaos, Yi Yuan's consciousness overlooked the world, his heart surging. All the way until today, he finally created a world that belonged to him. This stretch of chaos was boundless and grey, without the slightest signs of life. Furthermore, It was even expanded outwards at an extremely fast speed, becoming larger and larger. My world is only born a full 3 major realms later than others. Looking at this, it seems to be somewhat different from the rest. Yi Yuan looked at this stretch of chaos as he muttered. Even though Yi Yuan did not go through Divine Lord Realm before, having spent so long in the Heavenspan world, the powerhouses that he had seen before were countless and he was not foreign to hewing open a world. When martial artists reached Divine Lord Realm, they needed to have a point singularity of the Heavenspan world as a foundation, expanding and developing, creating their own world. Putting it bluntly, this Heavenspan world had countless powerhouses that created countless small worlds, but they were all based on the Heavenspan world and were an extension of the Heavenspan world. Including East Suppression pseudo-world, this kind of powerful pseudo-worlds, it was also a part of the Heavenspan world in the end. But Yi Yuan's method of breaking through was totally different. His world was entirely created by himself. No point singularity, no time, and also no space. This stretch of chaos was a brand new world. When chaos blossomed initially, heaven and earth were not divided. Everything was a wilderness awaiting development, a blank piece of paper. How this world would develop in the future completely depended on him. This kind of control was not restricted by the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan could feel that this world seemed to be 2 parallel worlds from the Heavenspan world, neither interfering with the other. And it was not the same as the other small worlds, being an extension of the Heavenspan world. Furthermore, the chaos spiritual energy of Yi Yuan's world was incomparably thick. It was even thousands, tens of thousands of times thicker than the Heavenspan world's spiritual energy. Even if there was thinning in the future, it could also reach the Heavenspan world's level. Other small worlds, such as the Immortal Grove world, the spiritual energy inside was drastically diluted, the amount extremely low. Hence, it was even harder than trying to ascend to the heavens for martial artists to want to break through the shackles and arrive at the Heavenspan world. Even a colossal pseudo-world like the East Suppression pseudo-world was a shade inferior when compared to the Heavenspan world too. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep as he slowly said, I seem to have understood something. Looks like the path that I'm taking is a true path that leads to the highest heaven. They are unable to fuse essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths because their path is fundamentally wrong. Their path relies on the Heavenspan world. So how can they break the shackles of the Heavenspan world? Even if it's the Tao ancestors, they are merely a powerful life form in this Heavenspan world too, never able to transcend. But for me to be able to walk to this step, it's still all thanks to the lesser Heavenspan mountain, cultivating the chaos Heavenspan canon until today, experiencing countless hearts. Hi+PS, Yi Yuan finally created his own world. Even though this world was still very small, being not even as large as a Divine Lord Realm's small world, Yi Yuan's world was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than Heavenly Emperor realms in terms of quality. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's world had limitless possibilities. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred. A figure appeared in Yi Yuan's world. It was precisely Dustless. When Dustless saw this world that was merely 1,000 feet in radius, he was shocked until his eyes went wide and he was tongue-tied. This is your world. T2 inconceivable, Dustless said with a sigh of admiration. Yi Yuan smiled and said, before breaking through the realm, I was also unable to imagine that my world would actually be like this. Dustless muttered, wrong. Turns out that the world was wrong. Divine Lord hewing open a world, Empyrean controlling a world, Heavenly Emperor dominating the world. Turns out that it was all wrong. Yi Yuan, your path is the true great path that leads to the highest heaven. Dustless watched Yi Yuan walked over step by step, carrying confusion, carrying uncertainty, carrying limitless hearts. Hi+PS. But now, the fact finally proved that the path Yi Yuan took was correct. This world was a world that Dustless had never seen before. Just one glance and he saw through the extraordinary aspects of this world. Being able to walk until this step today is still all thanks to Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. If not for him, if not for the lesser Heavenspan mountain, I can only fade into the crowd as well. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. But Dustless shook his head and said, that's not it. It's foreordained by heaven. Do you still remember the words that Immortal Grove said before dying? Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Immortal Grove had once said before dying that the meaning of his existence was Yi Yuan's birth. The lesser Heavenspan Mountains masters isn't just you alone, but regardless of whether it was Immortal Grove or Fang Tian, they both did not take this step. Immortal Grove had outstanding talent and comprehended Tao in front of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain for several million years and is also less than a fraction of you. It was not that he can't make it, but it was that, you're too strong. You're the person that heavenly Tao chose, Dustless said with somewhat of an upsurge of emotion. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, a heart that yearns for Tao. I've never changed before. But my greatest wish right now is still being able to revive Lingxue. Dustless said, silly child, you've already done sufficiently well. 2,000 years of comprehending Tao, hewing open a new world, who could do it? However, this new realm of yours isn't heavenly Empyrean. So how should it be called? Yi Yuan's path was a brand new path, the realm was naturally different. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, now that the chaos has just bloomed, call it Chaos Realm then. Feeling the berserk spiritual energy amidst the chaos, Dustless could not help laughing as he said, Chaos Realm, rather fitting. But after today, the spiritual energy that your cultivation requires will be horrifying. Yi Yuan also smiled bitterly and said, this is also something that can't be helped. If not for leaving Lu'er the 10-year agreement, I really can't bear to leave this place. From entering the Dragon Eye Cave until now, it had been 10 years. Yi Yuan was scared that Lu'er they all were worried, so that was why he chose to break through at this juncture. He knew that Lu'er probably had a rough time these 10 years. Rather, his realm advanced by leaps and bounds these 10 years, directly breaking through to Chaos Realm from 7th Firmament Origin Pil-Rel. Towards this great gift that Long Kai gave him, Yi Yuan really could not quite bear to leave. At this time, Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred, and he said with a smile, Amen? The nirvanic tribulation is also transcended already, my fleshy body also broke through to rank 7. Chapter 2149, Grandaunt. Chapter 2149, Grandaunt. Feeling the explosive power coming from his body, Yi Yuan was extremely satisfied with this physical body. The tribulation of rank 7 nirvanic tribulation was the nightmare of body cultivators. Without an indomitable strong will, there was completely no way to transcend. But to Yi Yuan, this was precisely his forte. This process was incomparably painful. But pulling through, sweetness would come after the bitterness. With a perfect 7th transformation golden body, one's vital energy was exuberant like the noonday sun SHI plus Ning high above. Yi Yuan felt that even if he did not utilize divine essence now, he could blow up an Empyrean-level abyss monster with one punch. Heh, breaking through this time is really a metamorphosis. Essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths are akin to a nirvanic rebirth, causing my strength to skyrocket. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Essence, energy, and spirit fusing, it's truly incomparably terrifying. It's just too bad that apart from you, no one in this Heavenspan world can do it at all. Dustless also marveled with admiration. Yi Yuan nodded with a slight smile. Suddenly, he made a slight sound of surprise. A dragon-shaped mark appeared between Yi Yuan's brows. Looks like, that senior was indeed unfathomable, to actually leave behind this mark on my body unknowingly. However, this mark seems to be like a seed, containing tremendous power inside, waiting for me to develop. Feeling this imprint, Yi Yuan immediately connected it to Bai Chen. To be able to plant a mark on his body unknowingly, apart from that Bai Chen, who else could there be? Currently, he still could not feel danger from this imprint, so he simply allowed it to take its natural course. Yi Yuan. Lord Yi. Suddenly, a series of surprised yells came from afar. It was precisely Long Xiaochun they all who rushed over. I knew that you'd be fine. Long Xiaochun had a look of pleasant surprise. Suddenly, her face changed and she said in surprise, You broke through? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Who, fusing essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths, I also didn't expect that the nirvanic tribulation would suddenly arrive. Originally, the tarnished black devil crystals were not enough to use. Who knew that those Empyrean realm abyss monsters actually delivered themselves to the doorstep, resolving my imminent problem? When everyone heard, they could not help being speechless. To be able to treat Empyrean-level abyss monsters as praise, Lord Yi was also one of a kind. A hint of cunningness suddenly flashed across in Long Xiaochun's eyes and she suddenly threw a punch out. A horrifying power made the SPACE give off cracking sounds. Yi Yuan chuckled and also threw a punch out. Bang! Long Xiaochun's figure flew out backward and retreated several hundred feet in a row before barely managing to stabilize her figure. While Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. Seeing this scene, Big Brother Zun and the rest all had shocked faces. They all knew that Long Xiaochun was an abnormally strong girl. Her pair of fists could practically have a showdown with First Firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. But this freakishly strong girl actually lost to Yi Yuan in one punch. Furthermore, looking at the appearance, Yi Yuan did not use full strength at all. Yi Yuan just broke through to Empyrean realm and did not even have time to consolidate his realm yet, and his strength was actually so strong already. How impressive! Indeed well deserving of being the perfect 7th transformation golden body. If you gave it your all, it's likely that your strength already doesn't lose to 2nd Firmament Empyreans. Long Xiaochun marveled. Yi Yuan said casually, if it's dealing with a 2nd Firmament Empyrean, it shouldn't be anything difficult. This was the powerful aspect of the perfect 7th transformation. Breaking through to rank 7, it would be an explosive increase in strength. Coupled with a powerful cultivation method and martial technique, jumping realms to battle in Empyrean realm would also be a cinch. Freak. Long Xiaochun could not help rolling her eyes. She was absolutely synonymous with genius in the Dragon Clan. But in front of Yi Yuan, she really could not find any sense of superiority at all. This guy was too freakish. Plus Yi Yuan sized Long Xiaochun up, a peculiar look on his face. Long Xiaochun was looked at by Yi Yuan until all her hair stood on end and she said, what are you doing, looking at me like that? Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, I broke through to rank 7, my atavism dragon soul has already completely awakened. Long Xiaochun said doubtfully, so what? Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, it turns out that the immortal Grove World's dragon ancestor was actually your mother's big brother. The moment this came out, Long Xiaochun's expression also became odd. Suddenly, Long Xiaochun finally could not contain it anymore and burst out laughing. He. Come. Call me grandaunt. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter, ha 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 ha. Long Xiaochun laughed herself into fits, convulsing heavily, virtually almost not able to breathe. By the side, Long Zun and the rest were also holding in their laughter at the beginning. In the end, they finally could not hold it in and collectively burst into laughter. They never would have thought that there was actually still this layer of relations. Hi+P between Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochun. Yi Yuan was speechless. He had treated Long Xiaochun as a little sister all along. But after he awakened the atavism dragon soul, some of the immortal Grove World's dragon ancestors' memories also appeared in his head. It turned out that the dragon ancestor and Rain Dragon Stronghold's dragon lord were actually brother and sister. This also explained why he felt very close when he saw Long Xiaochun. Several million years also, the dragon ancestor felt self-assured for being a genius and wanted to follow his progenitor's footsteps, and he barged into the Dragon Eye Cave alone. Who could have thought that he fell into a hopeless situation inside the Dragon Eye Cave that was plagued with dangers in the end? Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove accidentally stumbled into the Dragon Eye Cave from a spatial rift and saved the dragon ancestor, Long Qin, as well as the 4 great divine beasts' progenitors. These few mighty divine beasts followed Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove in order to repay the life-saving grace. And the 4 great progenitors also propagated in the Immortal Grove world. Who could have thought that later, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was killed, the 4 great progenitors' whereabouts also became unknown. But in the dragon ancestor's memories, he had a younger sister called Long Xie, who was precisely the current Rain Dragon Stronghold's dragon lord. This way, Yi Yuan was actually many times junior relative to Long Xiaochun. This label grandaunt was ought to be called out. But to make Yi Yuan call her this, it was too difficult. With this, the seniority was off. Yi Yuan, quickly call, otherwise, Grandaunt will be unhappy. Call and there will be a reward. He, Long Xiaochun ridiculed. Yi Yuan could not help rolling his eyes. With this, he would never be able to lift his head in front of Long Xiaochun. Of course, making him call Long Xiaochun Grandaunt, that was impossible. All right, stop messing around. It's getting late, we should go out. Yi Yuan said coolly. Sure enough, one sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention. Your Excellency, is this real? You can really bring us out? Long Zun said in pleasant surprise. The others also had looks of antic. 1p Asian. This kind of place was simply akin to Hell to them. Yi Yuan secretly let out a sigh of relief and said coolly, of course. My spatial law is already comprehended to the sixth firmament. What does looking for a mere spatial rift count for? Moreover, there are also coordinates of a spatial rift in my inheritance memory. Before breaking through to the Chaos Realm, it would really still be somewhat troublesome for Yi Yuan to look for a spatial rift. But during the explosive, Yi Yuan's consciousness entered a very profound and mysterious realm and knew this third layer seal like the back of his hand. The spatial rift coordinates that he currently grasped were no less than 5. Long Xiaochun was also distracted by Yi Yuan and hurriedly said, then still waiting for what? Hurry up and go. This DAM in place, I don't wish to stay for a second longer. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, follow me then. Chapter 2150, What a Great Fortuitous Encounter. Chapter 2150, What a Great Fortuitous Encounter. Above the void, several figures were akin to moths flying into the fire, pouncing over toward the powerful existence. Long Kai had an impatient look on his face, clearly very annoyed. The restriction of heavenly Dao oaths on martial Dao powerhouses was extremely great. Lu and the rest were currently unleash. Plussing suicide attacks against him. It would naturally be fatal to him. At this time, if other people made a move to kill Lu and the others, it would be the same as him violating the oath, and he would likewise be erased by heavenly Dao. Being restricted by the heavenly Dao oath, he did not dare to actually deal a killing blow either, being annoyed badly by Lu and the rest. At this time, Lone Swan, Ning Tianping, Yang Feier, and Lone Swan were covered in blood all over, already having sustained extremely heavy injuries. A casual wave of Long Kai's hands was simply a destructive blow to them. However, this was precisely what they desired. Use the heavenly Dao oath to kill him. Hence, even if their injuries were extremely severe, they also dragged their weary bodies and unleashed suicide attacks. Humph. A bunch of ants, do you really think that this emperor can't do anything to you? Long Kai grabbed with one hand, an unrivaled domain force directly imprisoned everyone. Even Lone Swan, this Empyrean, was unable to move a muscle too. The might of a heavenly emperor was displayed in its entirety. Ning Tianping's eyes turned bloodshot from anger and he roared furiously, King Long Kai. If you have the capabilities, kill this father of yours. Otherwise, I will tear you to shreds one day. Long Kai had a disdainful look as he said, wildly arrogant and ignorant. The more you cultivate, the more you'll understand the disparity between true gods and heavenly emperor. It's impossible for you to be this emperor's match your whole life. Long Kai, you despicable villain. There will come one day when I'll settle this score with you. Lu yelled at the top of her voice. The current Lu's eyes were full of hatred. She secretly swore to definitely cultivate properly after today, to avenge young master. Long Kai's brows furrowed slightly, his heart somewhat rippling. He thought nothing of the others, but Lu was a little special. With his vision, he could naturally perceive Lu's talent. Although the realm of Heavenly Emperor was extremely difficult, Lu had hopes of breaking through. If allowed to take its own course, this Lane SS might be a great enemy in the future. Damn it. That brat dug a pit for me. Really troublesome. I didn't expect that this emperor was clever for a lifetime, but I'm actually scammed by a dead person in the end. Only at this time did Long Kai come to realize the truth. When Yi Yuan forced him to swear a heavenly Dao oath, he actually secretly dug a pit. He could not kill Lu they all, but Lu could kill him. Right now, Lu they all were naturally ants in Long Kai's eyes. But, 10,000 years later, 100,000 years later, 1,000,000 years later? With Luer's talent, breaking through to be a heavenly emperor might also not be impossible. If there was really that day, it would be troublesome. Long Kai felt gloomy in his heart, was hi plussing to dig Yi Yuan out of his grave and pummel brutally. Humph. Do you think that this emperor can't do anything to you like this? Right now, this emperor will seal your divine sea and imprison you forever in Raindragon's stronghold. I want to see how you guys still plan to take revenge. Long Kai said with a cold smile. Everyone's faces changed drastically, clearly not expecting that this guy was so vicious. Seeing the expressions of Luer and the others, Long Kai had a smug look as he said, "Heh, weren't you all very Kai just now? Lift your heads and take a look at this blue sky. This will be the last time that you'll be seeing it." Finished talking, Long Kai's finger lightly tapped. A powerful force tore through the air and was about to seal Luer's divine sea. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. Layers of ripples emerged in the air, Luer's figure disappeared bizarrely. Long Kai's pupils constricted and he said in a thunderous rage, "Who is it? Get out for this emperor." The void rippled, a figure emerged. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Do you still want face or not, old dog? Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Kai, full of killing intent. Your Excellency, Master. When Ning Tianping and the rest saw Yi Yuan, they could not help being pleasantly surprised. While on the other side, Long Kai's alls were almost popping out. He had an expression like he had seen a ghost as he said in shock, "Yi Yuan, you came out of the Dragon Eye Cave? This isn't possible." Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, "What's impossible about it? Am I not standing perfectly well in front of you?" In Yi Yuan's embrace was the extremely weak Luer. But currently, she had a happy look. Originally, hearing Long Kai's description of the Dragon Eye Cave, Luer already completely lost all hope. She already made the resolve to take revenge for Yi Yuan. But in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan actually appeared in front of her alive and well. There was really nothing more blissful than this. "Young master, it's really great that you're fine." Luer hugged Yi Yuan tightly as she said in surprise. Yi Yuan's face revealed a hint of a smile and said, "Silly girl, so desperate for what? Didn't young master promise you that I'll definitely return within 10 years? Luer nodded her head hard, a blissful look on her face. Long Kai had not recovered from his shock yet when suddenly, his pupils shrunk again. You broke through to the Empyrean realm? This is impossible. A short 10 years, you broke through to be an Empyrean in a place like the Dragon Eye Cave? The aura exuding from Yi Yuan's body clearly already surpassed said true God realm, reaching the level of Empyrean realm. In fact, the aura on Yi Yuan's body was even more than a magnitude stronger than ordinary First Firmament Empyreans. A short 10 years, going from 7th Firmament True God to First Firmament Empyrean, Long Kai doubted whether he saw wrongly or not. Furthermore, the current Yi Yuan actually gave him a feeling of absolute secrecy, as if it was a dense fog in front of him. Logically speaking, when a heavenly emperor looked at an Empyrean, that was seeing through at one glance. Why would this kind of illogical feeling appear? The commotion here already attracted quite a few people to surround and watch. Feeling the aura on Yi Yuan's body, the Dragon Clan's powerhouses burst into an uproar all at once. Wasn't it said that one can't cultivate in the Dragon Eye Cave, and that it's a hopeless land? How did he cultivate? This is too fake. Forget about the Dragon Eye Cave. Even on the Heavenspan Mountain, it's also impossible to break through to the Empyrean realm from 7th Firmament True God in 10 years too. Just what kind of freak is this fellow? Not only did he break through to be an Empyrean, he even came out of the Dragon Eye Cave. The things that happened to Yi Yuan were seriously too illogical, making them incredibly shocked. At this time, the other Raindragon stronghold heavenly emperors also arrived one after another. Seeing the Empyrean realm Yi Yuan, each and every one of them was shocked until their jaws hit the ground. Wasn't the Dragon Eye Cave a hopeless land? Wasn't it without chances of returning? Wasn't one unable to cultivate? But what was with this scene before their eyes? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Speaking of which, really have to thank you for giving me a lucky chance. If not for you forcing me into the Dragon Eye Cave, it would really not be that easy for me to break through to be an Empyrean." Long Kai opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something, but could not speak at all. At this very moment, he wished to give himself 2 tight slaps. Although he did not know what Yi Yuan experienced inside the Dragon Eye Cave, the strength of his Empyrean realm was real. Giving good fortune, this sort of thing, was simply a divine stroke by the gods. He clearly wanted to doom Yi Yuan. In the end, after 10 years, Yi Yuan returned domineeringly, becoming an Empyrean. Such a blessed lad. Chapter 2151, 10,000 times, oh, 10,000 times. Chapter 2151, 10,000 times, oh, 10,000 times. Long Kai's complexion alternated between green and white, finally turning into embarrassment from anger that filled his chest. So what if you're an Empyrean? In front of this emperor, Empyreans are ants. If this emperor wants to suppress them, what can you do to me? Long Kai gave an angry roar. With his heavenly emperor pressure suddenly releasing, he was about to make a move against Yi Yuan. "Stop!" Dragon Lord cried out, directly making a move to stop Long Kai. Long Kai's face fell and he said angrily, "What's the meaning of this, Dragon Lord? This boy can't be killed, but could it be that the others can't be suppressed either? As Rain Dragon Stronghold's protector elder, could it be that this emperor doesn't even have this bit of authority?" Dragon Lord's 2 eyes narrowed, and she said in a cold voice, "Long Kai, be more clear-minded. You open your eyes and take a look at his glabella." Long Kai was taken aback when he heard that and looked over toward Yi Yuan once more. With this careful look, his pupils could not help constricting. "Heavenly Dragon Mark!" Long Kai cried out in surprise. He was being mocked by Yi Yuan earlier and under his rage, he did not detect the mark at Yi Yuan's glabella. Upon looking at this time, he could not help breaking out in cold sweat. Yi Yuan was originally planning on plussing his ident. One tie and requesting Dragon Lord to take action. He did not expect that Long Kai was actually very apprehensive of the mark on his glabella. That's right, it's precisely the Heavenly Dragon Mark. Seeing the Heavenly Dragon Mark is akin to seeing the ancestor. If you keep on pestering endlessly, even I can't protect you too, Dragon Lord said in a solemn voice. Long Kai's face was like a chameleon's, changing again and again. This fellow made a trip into the Dragon Eye Cave. Not only did he break through to Empyrean realm, he actually even obtained the Heavenly Dragon Mark. Long Kai could not help feeling depressed. What on earth had he done? Wasn't it said that the Dragon Eye Cave was a hopeless land? Why was it that this guy seemed to have been enlightened after going in, swapping a fowling piece for a big gun in 10 years? Long Kai's current mood was already unable to use words to describe. Finally, Long Kai gritted his teeth and gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan, and said, "Long Kai pays respect to son of the Heavenly Dragon." Yi Yuan was very surprised. He also did not expect that this mark was actually so useful. The other heavenly emperors as well as Empyreans bowed down one after another. "We pay respects to the son of the Heavenly Dragon." Yi Yuan looked towards the Dragon Lord and asked, "What does this Heavenly Dragon Mark represent?" Dragon Lord said in surprise, "You don't know?" Yi Yuan shook his head. Dragon Lord was speechless and explained, "The Heavenly Dragon Mark is the dragon race's supreme existence, a recognition given to a junior, representing that he has hopes of becoming a transcendent heavenly emperor. This is also a symbol of ident. One tie in the dragon clan, being called the son of the Heavenly Dragon. The position of son of the Heavenly Dragon is equivalent to a heaven stronghold's Dragon Lord. Even if a heavenly emperor sees, they would have to pay respects too." Yi Yuan was also struck dumb when he heard. This tiny mark actually represented such a lofty status. But very soon, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and he said, "Then, do I have the authority to impose sanctions on him?" While talking, Yi Yuan pointed at Long Kai with his finger. Long Kai's expression turned stiff, his face becoming extremely ugly. A hint of delight also flashed across Dragon Lord's eyes, and she said with a nod, "That's of course. Long Kai, Why haven't you made apologies and asked for punishment from the son of the heavenly dragon? Long Kai was exasperated in his heart. At this very moment, he finally experienced what was called shooting oneself in the foot. He cracked himself up to be clever, forcing Yi Yuan into the Dragon Eye Cave. In the end, Yi Yuan came out, becoming the son of the heavenly dragon. Son of the heavenly dragon, the status was equivalent to a heaven stronghold's dragon lord. How noble was the status? Offending the son of the heavenly dragon was equivalent to offending the heaven stronghold's dragon lord. Even if he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, he could not bear this charge either. Long Kai unintentionally offended the son of the heavenly dragon. Long Kai hopes that the son of the heavenly dragon can forgive. Having no choice, Long Kai could only lower his head. He discovered with his peripherals that a hint of a strange smile was currently plussing across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and his heart could not help thumping. What did this boy want to do? Humph. Whatever you want to do, I, Long Kai, am an exalted heavenly emperor. What can you do to me? Making apologies to you is already making the greatest concession. Forgiveness, that's impossible. Since you offended me, you naturally have to be punished. Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Kai pulled a long face and said, Yi Yuan, don't reach for a yard after taking an inch. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, reaching for a yard after taking an inch. Heh, you should rejoice that I'm only Empyrean realm. If I'm Heavenly Emperor realm right now, just based on you making a move against Luer just now, I'd have long smacked you to death with one slap. You should be very clear why Long Hao was smacked to death by me. Not mentioning Long Hao was still fine. Upon mentioning Long Hao, Long Kai gnashed his teeth in hatred even more. This guy killed Long Hao. Now, he even had to lower his head to him. It was truly unprecedented humiliation. Dragon Lord Long Xie said coolly, Long Kai, you're very clear about the crime of offending the son of the heavenly dragon. In Rain Dragon's stronghold, things are still okay. If it's reported up, the matter probably won't be so easy to clean up. Furthermore, don't you forget, his second sage. Son of the heavenly dragon plus second sage, who, Long Xie did not carry on saying, Long Kai should understand her meaning. Second sage was indeed nothing in the dragon clan. But second sage plus son of the heavenly dragon, that was totally different. The priest temple was a Titan of the demon race to begin with. Their strength was not much weaker than the dragon clan. These two Titans added together, it was equivalent to two great mountains. Even if Long Kai was a heavenly emperor, his outcome would be very miserable too. Long Kai sucked in a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, Yi Yuan, don't go too overboard. Forcing a heavenly emperor into a life-and-death struggle, you know the consequences. Now that it came to this, Long Kai had no choice but to lower his head too, accepting Yi Yuan's punishment. Even though he was 1,000 times unwilling. But if this matter were to blow all the way up to the top, the consequences would still be too much for him to bear. Yi Yuan chuckled and said coolly, relax, I've always repay evil with good. I won't make things difficult for you. Seeing Yi Yuan's grinning appearance, a bad premonition flashed across in everyone's hearts. While Long Xiu had a curious look. She also really wanted to see what Yi Yuan was going to do. You go to the top of the stone tower and yell 10,000 times, Long Kai is a pig, this phrase. MN, need to shout louder. Let the entire stronghold hear, Yi Yuan said with a beam. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed strange looks. Making a heavenly emperor do this sort of thing, to think that this guy could think of it. Dragon Lord nearly failed to hold it in and spurted out, hurriedly covering her mouth and laughing. Long Kai's face changed and he roared angrily, Brat, you're bullying people too far. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, bullying people too far? Who? This matter was caused by Long Hao. Who's right and who's wrong, don't you have any idea in your heart? When you coerced me to enter the Dragon Eye Cave with lure their lives, why didn't you say bullying people too far? When you made a move to deal with lure, why didn't you say bullying people too far? Now, just making you yell a bit, you're saying that I'm bullying people too far? Not doing. Also can I, a mere Empyrean, have no qualifications to make a heavenly emperor do anything. But there will always be someone who will make you do a little something. Finished talking, Yi Yuan snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. Hold on. Long Kai's face changed, stopping Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stopped his figure and said coolly, 10,000 times, not a single time less. Long Kai nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. He had not spoken yet, and this boy already blocked off his words. Chapter 2152, Long Kai is a pig. Chapter 2152, Long Kai is a pig. 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 Over and over again, a loud and clear voice reverberated throughout Raindragon Stronghold. Everyone could hear it clearly. Long Kai was very domineering in the Raindragon Stronghold, virtually rendering Long Xie to a mere figurehead. No one dared to challenge his prestige at all. Long Hao was also so arrogant under his wing. But today, Protector Elder Long Kai actually did such a thing. It was truly embarrassing. The dragons in the stronghold all revealed strange looks, but they also did not dare to show it too much, holding it in badly. How keen was the perception of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses? They were all afraid of Elder Long Kai settling the scores afterward. This scene is really unimaginably beautiful. I never imagined in this lifetime that someone could actually make Elder Long Kai do this kind of thing. But today, it actually happened. This Yi Yuan is really incredible. Entering the Dragon Eye Cave, not only did he come out alive, he broke through to the Empyrean realm and even obtained the Heavenly Dragon mark, becoming a son of the Heavenly Dragon. In the Raindragon Stronghold, Elder Long Kai virtually covers the sky with one hand. Yi Yuan doing so sweeps his face clear. Elder Long Kai definitely won't let him off. Forget it. With the Adent. One tie of Son of the Heavenly Dragon, Yi Yuan is equivalent to having obtained a death exemption golden token. What can Elder Long Kai do to him? The group of dragons discussed softly. Clearly, the impact that this scene brought to them was too intense. A supreme Heavenly Emperor powerhouse actually said that he was a pig in front of everyone and even had to say it 10,000 times. A dragon, being a pig. This scene was truly incomparably bizarre. At the top of the stone tower, Long Kai's gaze never left Yi Yuan. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have long died 10,000 times. It was just a shame that Long Kai was also clear in his heart that he really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Long Xie was very delighted in her heart. These few years, she had been suppressed by Long Kai all along. Yi Yuan's way of doing things today really got a brutal payback on her behalf. Long Xie arrived in front of Yi Yuan and asked with a look of antic. 1p Asian, Yi Yuan, that. You came out of the Dragon Eye Cave. Did you? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Long Xiaochun came out together with me. They are at the back and will arrive very quickly. Just as he was talking, several dozen figures appeared on the horizon. The one in the lead was lovely and adorable, a pair of horns growing on top of her head. It was precisely Long Xiaochun. Mother! Long Xiaochun yelled. Long Xie had a look of agitation on her face. But very soon, her expression turned cold, and she said in a solemn voice, You still know to come back. After going back, face the wall for 100 years. Not breaking through to second firmament Empyrean, you're not allowed to come out. Long Xiaochun stuck her tongue out and said wittily, Mother, don't get angry first. Isn't that Long Kai? Long Kai is a pig. Ha 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 ha. Did this old fellow's age get to his head? To actually scold himself? Long Xiaochun was just thinking of saying something when she was drawn by Long Kai's voice. Long Kai's voice was seriously too loud, even if Long Xiaochun did not want to hear, she also could not. She did not react at first. But upon thinking carefully, wasn't it Long Kai himself? Why was this guy scolding himself? Long Kai clearly heard Long Xiaochun's unbridled laughter, his face black until it was practically turning purple. The others had strange expressions and were even discussing softly. But no one dared to laugh in a flagrant manner. But Long Xiaochun did not have the slightest scruple at all, she laughed very happily. Very happily. While angry was angry, Long Kai was also very surprised in his heart. Why did Long Xiaochun come out too? When did the Dragon Eye Cave become so easy to come out? Ha ha ha, is this old man an idiot or not? To actually scold himself. By the side, Long Zun laughed loudly and said, "Seeing this old man, Big Brother Tian, I immediately have the confidence. Even this kind of idiot can cultivate to be a heavenly emperor. Big Brother Tian, I can definitely cultivate to that level." Long Zhao Tian nodded his head solemnly, saying it very seriously. Big Brother Zun, I am stronger than you. I can naturally cultivate to heavenly emperor realm even more. Long Zun said in disdain. Look at yourself, you're not much better than this old man. Even if you can cultivate to heavenly emperor realm, you'd also just be a notch stronger than him, Long Zhaotian said. Even if Yi Yuan was composed, he was also tickled by these two guys. But when Yi Yuan saw Long Kai's expression, he immediately felt very satisfied in his heart. These two living treasures were finally of some use. These two people chimed in one after another. Long Kai's face already turned red from black, his face growing by virtually a fold, almost exploding. Bang! A powerful to the extreme pressure descended upon the entire Raindragon stronghold. Where did the fools come from? To dare bulls. Hi+T in front of this emperor? This emperor will kill you all with a palm. Long Kai had a look of thunderous rage. Once a heavenly emperor raged, the air seemed to have solidified. Goodness! Yi Yuan, save us! The two people cried out strangely and hid behind Yi Yuan. In the two of their hearts, Yi Yuan had long already become a god-like existence. The mysterious power that Yi Yuan displayed in the Dragon Eye Cave had long brought the two of them into submission. Even though Long Kai was a heavenly emperor, he was still much lousier in their hearts. That was why the two dared to be so unbridled. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Long Kai, what do you want to do?" Long Kai's imposing momentum stopped, a palm raised to midair, and did not dare to land anymore. When Long Zun saw that Long Kai indeed did not make a move, he immediately plucked up his courage. Poking his head out from behind Yi Yuan, he called out, "You scold yourself and actually dare to say that others are fools. Where did your courage come from? You listen to this little lord's name. I'm Little Zun under Lord Yi Yuan's command." Long Zhaotian also stretched his head out and called out in a clear voice, "Little Tian under Lord Yi Yuan's command." Dumb old man, remember it. This little lord will definitely surpass you in the future. Long Kai was furious. Even if he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, he also felt that his two lungs were almost exploding at this time. Long Kai, it's just been 200 times, there are still 8,800 times, when are you planning to say until? Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless. Long Kai is a pig. Long Kai is a pig. Long Kai is a pig." Lord Heavenly Emperor could only continue. Long Xiaochun had a look of surprise as she said, "What's going on here?" Long Xie pulled a long face and said, "You'd am in lane SS, having learned neither knowledge nor skill, to not even know about the son of the heavenly dragon." Long Xiaochun pointed at Yi Yuan in surprise and said, "You're talking about him?" Long Xie's face turned cold and she said in a solemn voice, "Insolence. You, Lane SS, are becoming more and more unbridled, to actually dare be impolite toward the son of the heavenly dragon." Long Xiaochun burst out laughing and said, "Mother, you don't need to be so respectful toward him. In terms of seniority, he still has to call you grandaunt." Long Xie's expression changed drastically, and she said angrily, "DM girl, do you want to anger mother to death?" As she said, she was just about to make a move to take care of Long Xiaochun but was stopped by Yi Yuan. "Dragon Lord, wait. What Xiaochun said is right," Yi Yuan said with a look of embarrassment. Long Xie was taken aback, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Does Dragon Lord have an elder brother called Long Qin?" Long Xie's entire body trembled, and she said in disbelief, Your big brother's descendant." Chapter 2153, Battle of Dragon Sons. Chapter 2153, Battle of Dragon Sons. Yo, Long Kai, what a shocking scene. Got nothing to do. To actually call yourself a pig. Long Kai was just yelling Long Kai is a pig when a middle-aged man suddenly appeared at the top of the stone tower, having a look of amuse-ement on his face. Long Kai's brows furrowed, and he said, "Brother Aoshu, what are you here for?" Aoshu chuckled and said, "You don't have to care about what I'm here for first. You're doing something unique here. This emperor could even hear your howls from 100 miles away. Heh, our dragon race bloodline is incomparably noble. So even if you abandon yourself to despair, don't put yourself in the same category as a pig, this kind of low-grade lifeform." Long Kai had a black face, the hatred toward Yi Yuan in his heart increasing even more. This Aoshu was Heavenly Stronghold Purple Dragon Stronghold's Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Having this scene seen by him, wouldn't this unsavory scandal spread to all the heaven strongholds? Could it be that his face was going to utterly lose in the East Suppression pseudo-world? Fortunately, this Aoshu's relations Hi+P with him was pretty good. Long Kai let out a sigh and said, "Sigh. Don't mention it anymore, brother Aoshu. Right now, I have a stifled breath blocked up in my chest, almost exploding." Aoshi knew that Long Kai covered the sky with one hand in Raindragon Stronghold, virtually rendering Dragon Lord Long Xie to a figurehead. This scene right now should not happen. Oh! Could someone still anger you until like this in this Raindragon Stronghold? Aoshu said curiously. Long Kai had a bitter look as he said, "There wasn't in the past, but now, sigh." He roughly recounted the events. Of course, he selectively forgot about Long Hao's overbearing action. When Aoshu heard, he could not help having a shocked face too. "You're saying that he only used 10 years' time and broke through to Empyrean in the Dragon Eye Cave, obtained the Heavenly Dragon Mark, and even found the way back?" Aoshu counter-asked. Long Kai nodded and said, "Precisely so. Pooh. Precisely so my ass. Long Kai old punk, this emperor takes you to be a friend. Are you playing this emperor like a monkey?" Aoshu directly spat in Long Kai's face. He completely did not believe Long Kai's words. But right at this time, Aoshu gave a slight cry of surprise. A white secret order jumped out of the void and landed in Aoshu's hands. Aoshu reached his hand out and grabbed the secret order in his hand. Sinking his divine sense inside and looking, his expression could not help changing wildly. "Long Kai, what did you say that Pu, the son of the heavenly dragon, was called?" Aoshu asked in a solemn voice. "He's called Yi Yuan." Long Kai gritted his teeth and said. Getting a confirmed answer, shock was written all over Aoshu's face as he said, "Then, what you said earlier was all true?" Long Kai was speechless as he said, "It's naturally true." Aoshu opened his mouth wide, disbelief all over his face. The things that Long Kai said, each one was unthinkable, let alone that it even happened to one person at the same time. This matter was too inconceivable. Long Kai observed his speech and countenance and said, "Brother Aoshu coming to Raindragon Stronghold, could it be?" Aoshu nodded and said, "That's right, the Battle of Dragon Sons is about to begin. I came to invite Long Xiaochun to take part. However, a secret order came from the stronghold just now, saying that an additional name appeared on the Dragon Mark monument, called Yi Yuan, originating from precisely your Raindragon stronghold. I really didn't expect that a measly little Raindragon stronghold actually produced 2 children of the heavenly dragon this time. Hihi, Yi Yuan, seeing this great-grandaunt, shouldn't you kowtow?" Long Xiaochun teased Yi Yuan again. Yi Yuan was speechless. Long Xiaochun could play with this stick for 10 years. However, Long Xie said in a solemn voice, "Xiaochun, you mustn't be rude." Disregarding that Yi Yuan obtained the heavenly dragon mark, just talking about how his of the atavism dragon soul, it's equivalent to Big Brother's successor separated by generations. In terms of seniority, his of the same generation as you. You're younger than him and should call him as your big brother. Long Xie looked toward Yi Yuan with an affectionate look. She and Long Qin had a close relations. Hi+P. The love for the house extends to even the crows perching on the roof, so she naturally viewed Yi Yuan in a different light. Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth and said unhappily, "What? I finally managed to get some leverage over him, but you ruined it with one sentence." Yi Yuan also found it funny listening at one side. It turned out that the Dragon Clan could still have this way of saying things. Long Xie shot Long Xiaochun a fierce glare and said, "You lanesses, you don't cultivate well every day. You only know how to cause disturbances." The Battle of Dragon Sons is about to begin right away. Starting from today, you cultivate well for me, strive to break through to second firmament Empyrean as soon as possible. If you lose in the Battle of Dragon Sons, see if I don't teach you a lesson. The moment Long Xiaochun heard the word cultivate, she could not help getting a headache. Mother, don't force me anymore. You look, I already cultivate very diligently, cultivating to the Empyrean realm so quickly. Long Xiaochun said in a spoiled manner. But Long Xie was not the slightest bit moved and pulled a long face as she said, "Don't give me that. Doesn't mother still not know your character? If you still dare to be negligent, just remember that I will directly confine you." Long Xiaochun had a bitter face. Suddenly, she had a spark of inspiration. Pulling Yi Yuan, she had an appearance of giving people a feeling of unable to help to show tender care when one saw her as she said, "Big brother Yi Yuan." Long Xie was just about to get angry, but saw Yi Yuan smile. He said, "Aunt, you don't need to force Xiaochun like this too. With her talent, isn't breaking through to second firmament Empyrean still easily accomplished?" Long Xiaochun nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice at the side, agreeing strongly to this. Yi Yuan's words were also not uttered against his conscience. Long Xiaochun's talent was indeed what he rarely saw in this lifetime. Even that Lin Changqing who cracked himself up to be a genius was also a piece of trash in front of Long Xiaochun. This was still Long Xiaochun being very playful, that was why her cultivation speed was so slow. If she cultivated diligently, her current strength would already be God knows how horrifying. Long Xie shook her head and said, "You don't know this. But the Battle of Dragon Sons is related to the Rain Dragon stronghold's rise and fall. Now that the Battle of Dragon Sons is hanging above our heads, with her indolent personality, she'll definitely suffer a big loss going to the Battle of Dragon Sons. Those able to obtain the Heavenly Dragon mark and become children of the Heavenly Dragon, every one of their strength is extremely powerful and not much weaker than her." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, Aunt, leave Xiaochun's breakthrough to me." Long Xie was taken aback and said with pleasant surprise, "I nearly forgot. You're the second sage that sacred ancestor high priest personally conferred. Then, I won't be courteous." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "We are one family. There is no need to be too distant." Long Xie beamed and said, "I really didn't expect that big brother would actually have an outstanding descendant like you. Given time, you'll definitely surpass your predecessor." Long Xiaochun giggled and said, "Great. Eating a medicinal pill and I'll be able to break through, it really saves too much trouble." In front of Aoshu, Long Kai said with a doleful look, "Brother Aoshu, you have to uphold justice for this younger brother. Disregarding that boy killed my Hauer, he even used this sort of method to humiliate me. I really can't endure this grievance." Aoshu revealed a difficult look, shook his head, and said with a sigh, "Younger brother Long Kai, elder brother knows the bitterness in your heart. But you're aware of the status of the son of the Heavenly Dragon. Just based on my status, it's hard to touch him at all." Long Kai secretly cursed the old fox, gritted his teeth, and said, "As long as brother Aoshu is willing to help younger brother take revenge, younger brother is willing to offer the heaven-shaking hammer with both hands." Aoshu could not help smiling when he heard this. He then said, "Younger brother Long Kai, rest assured. What's our relations? HI plus P? Your matters are my matters. This matter, I'll definitely help you settle it." Chapter 2154, Branch. Chapter 2154, Branch. After the pill was formed, Long Xiaochun broke through the next day. Following that, Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochun followed Aoshu and left the Rain Dragon stronghold. Yi Yuan did not wish to take part in whatever Battle of Dragon Sons. More than 100 years had already passed since he made this trip to save Lu'er. He was somewhat worried about Heavenly Eagle in his heart and planned on preparing to leave after staying for a few days. But he could not withstand Long Xiaochun's hard and soft tactics as well as Long Xie's earnest hopes, so he set off with a half-reluctant attitude. Dragon Son Yi is truly a peerless talent, to actually cultivate to the realm of Empyrean at this age. You'll surely be able to enter the Heavenly Dragon Mountain in the future, Aoshu said with a laugh. He was very humble and polite along the way and did not have any airs of a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. However, He had long already had killing intent aroused toward Yi Yuan. From Long Kai's mouth, Ao Shu already knew how monstrous Yi Yuan was. If such a monster grew up, he would pose a tremendous threat to Dragon Son Aou. This threat absolutely could not stay. Aou was precisely Purple Dragon Stronghold's son of the Heavenly Dragon, and he was also Ao Shu's nephew. Hence, even if Long Kai did not pay the price, he would kill Yi Yuan too, disposing of this hidden danger while it was in a budding state. Senior is too kind. This Yi was merely a little lucky, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Long Xiaochun rolled her eyes and said, "You're really hypocritical. Clearly very impressive yourself, yet, feigning an unimpressive appearance. Your dragon beard purples. HI plus any pill is really too incredible. The 7-star priests in the stronghold are simply laymen when compared to you." Ao Shu was alarmed in his heart. This kid even knew how to refine pills. Furthermore, he was very formidable. No wonder Long Xiaochun broke through so quickly. It turned out that it was actually due to the medicinal pill. Ao Shu knew that Long Xiaochun was very lazy in cultivation and it was completely impossible to be Aou's match, so he paid no attention to it. He did not expect that when he came this time, Long Xiaochun actually broke through overnight, making his jaw drop. This way, Long Xiaochun also became a formidable enemy of Aou. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he heard it. He was being modest. How did it become hypocritical when it reached Long Xiaochun's mouth? He could not have people praise him and he put on a straight face and say that he was very impressive, right? How to let people follow up with this? Except, he did not know that these words strengthened Ao Shu's killing intent even more. The three people moved extremely fast. Half a month later, they arrived at an area of high mountains and lofty peaks. The two of you, this place is a forked road. This emperor still has to make a trip to South Hope Stronghold and receive the son of the Heavenly Dragon, Long Zheng, to the Purple Dragon Stronghold. You guys travel too slowly, I'll have to trouble you two to wait here for a few days. The latest by half a month, this emperor will definitely catch up, Ao Shu clasped his hands and said. Long Xiaochun's thoughts were pure and did not suspect anything. Waving her hand, she said, go on, we'll wait for you. Ao Shu smiled slightly, figure moving, and disappeared. After Ao Shu left, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly but became alert. Hey, are you mistaken? You even made it through the Dragon Eye Cave, but this wilderness is scaring you. Long Xiaochun snickered. Yi Yuan frowned and said in a solemn voice, better an open enemy than a false friend. An open foe may prove a curse but a pretend friend is even worse. The spatial structure here is very unstable. Once one hides in a spatial rift, it will be like a fish entering the sea. We will be unable to find those spatial rifts at all. Of course, this place is also the ideal place for an ambush. Plus Long Xiaochun laughed and said, my big brother Yi Yuan, are you being overly cautious? This place is East Suppression pseudo-world. Who dares to ambush us in my noble dragon clan's territory? Clearly, Long Xiaochun did not take Yi Yuan's cautiousness to heart at all. But Yi Yuan had journeyed north and south, and had gone to no idea how many places before and experienced how many Ma's sacres before. He naturally would not be as pure as Long Xiaochun. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, this place isn't advisable to stay for too long. We'd better hurry up and leave. Long Xiaochun said, Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu asked us to wait here for him. If we were to go, how would he find us? Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, I'm afraid that he doesn't have good intentions too. Originally, Yi Yuan did not have any suspicions towards Ao Shu either. But Ao Shu's words just now had too many suspicious points. Travel slow? Forked road? Would bringing two Empyreans on the journey really delay a lot of time? Furthermore, this forked road was a little too coincidental, right? Instinct told him that this place was not safe. The more he thought, the more Yi Yuan felt that this was a scheme, a plot specifically to kill the two of them. Long Xiaochun felt that Yi Yuan was rather abnormal and said unhappily, Yi Yuan, you're too sensitive. Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu doesn't put on any airs at all. Along the way, he also took extra care of us. How can he possibly harm us? Yi Yuan could not help being speechless. This Lane SS was too pure and did not know the viciousness of the human heart at all. He did not believe that this East suppression pseudo-world was a pure land without strife. Although Yi Yuan did not know why Ao Shu would make a move against him, this place being very dangerous was certainly without a doubt. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "You're not going?" "I'm not going." "Want to go, you go," Long Xiaochun said stubbornly. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Forget it, I want to see just what tricks Ao Shu can play." He did not believe that Ao Shu dared to act against the two of them in a flagrant manner. After all, Ao Shu was a receiving envoy. If the two of them died in Ao Shu's hands, he would have to be buried in death himself too. Long Xiaochun had a disdainful look as she said, "Yi Yuan, I've misjudged you. You're projecting your own shortcomings onto others. Not everyone is as black-hearted as you." Yi Yuan smiled and paid no heed to it. Landing among the mountains, he found a place to rest. The way each person saw the world was different. Long Xiaochun's thoughts were simple and naturally felt that this world was very simple. Didn't Yi Yuan like this little sister because of this too? Loyal to friends, simple thoughts, having dealings with such a person took no effort at all. Yi Yuan did not haggle over it. Rather, Long Xiaochun was unrelenting and chased after Yi Yuan angrily and said, "Humph, I really couldn't tell that you were such a person. Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu has no grudge nor enmity with us. He is also very kind. So what reason does he have to harm us?" Got to admit, Ao Shu pretended very well along the way. Even Yi Yuan was deceived, let alone talk about Long Xiaochun. Ao Shu's ripe old age was not lived in vain in the end. Even Yi Yuan also did not detect the killing intent in his heart. Along the way, Ao Shu was not overly close to the two, but he also did not put on the airs of a heavenly emperor. Answering every question, helping with every problem. Everything was expressed too normally. He looked just like a kind and gentle grandpa. If not for the reason just now being somewhat shoddy, coupled with that he was extremely sensitive to SPSCE, he probably would not discover the danger yet. Talk. Say something. Being speechless, do you think that what I said makes sense? Humph. Half a month later, when Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu comes, see what face you still have to meet him, Long Xiaochun said angrily. However, what Long Xiaochun did not expect was that Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu did not come. Instead, a bunch of ferocious and sinister bandits came. Chapter 2155, Battling 100 Empyreans. Chapter 2155, Battling 100 Empyreans. Coming. Yi Yuan currently had his eyes shut to rest, ignoring the chirping of the Long Xiaochun by the side. Suddenly, a ripple in SPACE was keenly detected by him. Long Xiaochun was taken aback at first. Following that, she grumbled, "Hey, you're still using this kind of low-level method to bluff me, do you think that I'd believe?" But Yi Yuan ignored her and slowly got up. His gaze seemed to have seen through the dense woods, a solemn look on his face. In the distance, some powerful auras were currently coming over here. There was a series of rustling noises in the dense woods. Several dozen figures revealed their figures. The person in the front had thick bushy brows, a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The scar at the corner of his eye drew all the way to the chin, extremely terrifying. The scarred man said in a cold voice, "Everyone, guard your positions well. This boy is proficient in spatial law. Don't let him run." "Yes, Lord Long Xiao," everyone answered. When this group of people appeared in front of Long Xiaochun, she was utterly stunned. Each and every one of these people's auras was very powerful. They were actually all Empyrean powerhouses. The scarred man in the front even reached middle stage Empyrean. Yi Yuan was long mentally prepared and was very calm as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Did Ao Shu send you guys here?" Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Kid, want to bait me? However, it doesn't matter, because you're dead for sure today." "That's right, it was indeed Lord Shu who sent us here. Looking at your appearance, you actually don't feel surprised." In Long Xiao's eyes, Yi Yuan was already a turtle in one's jaws. He would be dead for sure. Although spatial law was formidable, as long as there were sufficient precautions, the opponent could not run at all. They were merely 1,000 feet away from Yi Yuan right now. At this distance, Yi Yuan did not have the chance to execute spatial law to escape at all. But regarding Yi Yuan's reaction, Long Xiao was very surprised. Since Yi Yuan was waiting here obediently, he shouldn't have known that this was arranged by Lord Shu. But why was he so composed, like he knew long ago? This could not be explained. If he knew that it was Long Xiaochun's assist, he would probably be beside himself with joy long ago. Hearing Long Xiao's words, Long Xiaochun was completely dumbfounded. Long Xiaochun did not believe this as she said, "Impossible. This. How is this possible? Lord Aoshu is so nice. It must be you guys framing him." Yi Yuan could not help being speechless and said, "That old man has probably lived for no less than 10 million years. Wouldn't pretending to be a kind grandpa be easily accomplished?" Long Xiaochun could not quite accept this truth. When she looked at Yi Yuan, her heart felt like it was being pricked. Lowering her eyes, she felt very guilty inside. "Sorry, I was wrong. You run away. Don't worry about me." Long Xiaochun was simple, but she was not dumb. She knew that she really misunderstood Yi Yuan. Aoshu was completely and utterly a big liar. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What a joke. You're my little sister. How can I possibly leave you and escape by myself?" Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Escape? Kid, you seem to not have realized your situation yet. In front of this Empyrean, you still want to run?" Long Xiaochun suddenly recalled something. Looking at the scarred man, she cried out in shock, eagle eyes, "Scar, you're Long Xiao." Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Looks like this Empyrean's name is still somewhat resounding." Long Xiaochun said anxiously, "Yi Yuan, quickly run. This guy is famous for killing people without batting an eyelid. Furthermore, he's extremely strong, being unrivaled in the same rank. He committed numerous crimes in Purple Dragon Stronghold and suffered the pursuit of several dozen Black Strongholds. Later, it alarmed an Earth Stronghold. Legends say that when he was still Third Firmament Empyrean, he had once encountered the pursuit of 5 great Third Firmament Empyreans before. In the end, those 5 great Empyreans were all killed by him. If Long Xiao was just Second or Third Firmament Empyrean, Long Xiaochun would not be so nervous. She knew Yi Yuan's combat power. Even if he could not win, there was still hope of running away. But this Long Xiao was a 4th Firmament Empyrean mighty expert. Furthermore, his combat strength was extremely strong. Her assurance in Yi Yuan was not that big anymore. Long Xiaochun liked to pester Long Ji, making him talk about some of the interesting things of the East Suppression pseudo-world and the outside world. Long Xiao's fame in the boundary of Purple Dragon Stronghold was very great. Long Ji had mentioned it once before, so that was how she knew. Hehe, since you know this Empyrean's battle achievements, then you should know that you're dead for sure today, right? In order to deal with you, this father of yours has brought out all the elite troop. Long Xiao said with a cold laugh. Among the dozen over Empyreans present, just the Third Firmament Empyreans were as many as 3. There were also 7 to 8 Second Firmament Empyreans. First Firmament Empyreans likewise had 7 to 8 people. Coupled with Long Xiao, this 4th Firmament Empyrean super powerhouse, this was practically a certain kill trap. Yi Yuan's expression also had a rare show of seriousness. His current strength facing off against a First Firmament Empyrean was virtually insta-skill. Facing a Second Firmament Empyrean, he could also fight and win. But facing off with a Third Firmament Empyrean would be somewhat taxing. After all, each minor realm of Empyrean realm, the span was tremendous, difficult to go beyond. Yi Yuan broke through to Chaos Realm, fused Essence, Energy, and Spirit 3 paths, coupled with outstanding combat strength. That was how he could jump realms and battle. But dealing with so many Empyreans at the same time, furthermore, it was even all Empyreans whose realms were higher than him, it would naturally not be that easy for him anymore. As for the Chaos Essence One Breath Sword, that was his final trump card. Whether this move could kill the 4th Firmament Empyrean Long Xiao or not was really hard to say. If the one strike failed, the consequences would be dangerous. This kind of move, even he could not randomly execute it. It looks like Ao Shu really put in the blood capital in order to deal with me. However, Do you all think that killing me is that easy? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Long Xiao smiled and said, of course this Empyrean knows that you're not easy to kill, otherwise, could you, a first firmament Empyrean, require this Empyrean's grand presence? Since this Empyrean came, I've naturally readied everything. Brothers, kill for me. Under the word of command, roughly 17 to 18 Empyrean powerhouses attacked together. This commotion was truly earth-shaking. Empyrean powerhouses, those were all major powers that could move mountains and empty seas. With 17 to 18 Empyreans, what kind of lineup was that? Especially the 3/3 firmament Empyreans, 3-blade images directly cut through the void, arriving in front of Yi Yuan instantly. Be careful. Yi Yuan shouted coldly, directly pulling Long Xiaochun and escaping into the void, dodging those blade images. Incredibly dangerous. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart. These 3 great Empyreans' combat strengths far exceeded his imagination. Their laws were not considered too outstanding. But these 3 people, one look, and it was clear that they were veterans of 100 battles. Their application of laws already reached the acme of perfection. Coupled with the pressure from their cultivation realms, as well as the 3 people's tacit cooperation, it was troublesome to the extreme. It seemed like these guys had long already mastered their abilities under the pursuit of the Dragon Clan. Not just them, the other Empyrean powerhouses were all not amateurs too. Yi Yuan reckoned that if those so-called geniuses matched up against these people, they probably would not even know how they died. Yi Yuan was startled, but he did not know that Long Xiao, who was watching the fight from the sidelines, was more shocked than he was. He understood the strength of these brothers too well. Putting a 3rd firmament Empyrean here, in less than 3 exchanges, they would definitely die grievously. But Yi Yuan's application of spatial law was too terrifying. More than 10 rounds had Pares said, they actually did not even touch the corners of his cloth. Let alone that Yi Yuan was even bringing along Long Xiaochun, who was being a burden. Chapter 2156, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. Chapter 2156, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. Yi Yuan, let go of me. If you bring me along, it's impossible for you to escape. Long Xiaochun said anxiously. She also saw through that these Empyreans that Long Xiao brought, each one was incomparably powerful, with their combat strength far surpassing those in the same rank. Furthermore, their cooperation was extremely ingenious. They had clearly gone through countless trials before there was such tacit understanding. Enough crap, I'll get distracted like this. Relax your mind and just follow me, Yi Yuan said calmly. Long Xiaochun was startled in her heart and could only follow along as Yi Yuan ordered. One of the 3rd firmament Empyreans suddenly shouted, Big brother, come up with some ideas. Long Xiao said in a clear voice, don't panic. Let him hide. No matter how ingenious his movement technique is, there will definitely be times when he's careless. Competing in willpower, we have never lost to anyone before. Heh, all right. When the group of Empyreans heard Long Xiao's words, the strength in their hands became steadier. These Empyreans were not in a hurry at all, like cats catching mice. The intention was to slowly wear out Yi Yuan to death. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart. Long Xiao's one sentence made these guys' combat power rise several levels. This was not the increase in strength, but the stabilization of mental state. In a fight, the more stable the mentality, the more one could tend to perform exceptionally well. 3 great Empyreans were the main attackers, the rest supported from the sides. But each person, even if it was a 1st firmament Empyrean, one could not overlook them. A move of theirs that suddenly appeared would seriously injure you. These people's cooperation was simply impeccable. One must find an opportunity to break this balance. Otherwise, it would be dangerous today. Let alone that the strongest Long Xiao had not even made a move until now. No wonder even Lord Ao Shu was very wary of you. Even if your strength was placed in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, it will absolutely be top-notch too. What's even more terrifying is that you're only 1st firmament Empyrean. Heh, but no matter how strong you are, it's also a certain death situation today. Kid, don't struggle anymore, Long Xiao said with a big laugh at the side. Him talking on the sidelines was disrupting Yi Yuan's state of mind. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's situation became even more critical. Suddenly, a first firmament Empyrean saw an opening and stabbed toward Long Xiaochun with a sword. Long Xiaochun turned pale with fright, but it was already too late to want to stop it. At the critical moment, Yi Yuan flashed and blocked in front of Long Xiaochun. Swiss. H. Plus the long sword stabbed right into Yi Yuan's chest. Yi Yuan. Long Xiaochun turned pale with fright and screamed out. The other Empyrean's eyes lit up, akin to sharks that smelled the scent of blood, blade lights, and sword images all hacking towards Yi Yuan. Good. When Long Xiao saw this scene, he could not refrain from cheering. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan suffering this sword did not collapse like everyone imagined. Instead, he opposed the momentum and stabbed a sword out. True sword hollow etch. Yi Yuan's low voice sounded out. An unparalleled sword energy directly blasted the first firmament Empyrean in front of him to dregs. Go. Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest, pulling Long Xiaochun and Flas. Hi plus ing, he directly tunneled out of the group of Empyreans' encirclement. This scene happened too suddenly. Everyone did not react in time and let him succeed in breaking out of the encirclement. Yi Yuan, are you alright? Long Xiaochun looked at that sword stuck in Yi Yuan's body, tears almost falling out. Yi Yuan only got hurt in order to protect her. Falling into a heavy encirclement was also because of her willfulness. Long Xiaochun felt wronged to the extreme in her heart. Yi Yuan just chuckled, reached his hand out, and slowly pulled out the long sword. There was not even a drop of blood left behind on the sword. When Long Xiao and the rest saw this scene, their eyes went wide. How is this possible? Long Xiao said in disbelief. A first firmament Empyrean being stabbed through by another first firmament Empyrean with a sword, he was actually completely fine? Long Xiaochun opened her mouth wide, a disbelieving look on her face. You forgot, my physical body is very strong. How can this degree of attack hurt me? Yi Yuan said with a light laugher. Long Xiao's pupils constricted, seemingly thinking of something. He then cried out in surprise, perfect seventh transformation. He's at the perfect seventh transformation. What? Is there really someone who can achieve perfect seventh transformation in this world? I heard that the people with perfect seventh transformation can become impervious to swords and spears, having a perfect defense. Unless one's cultivation realm exceeds by a lot, otherwise, they would not be able to even breach the defenses. I didn't expect that it's actually true. That nirvanic tribulation is so horrifying. How did he transcend it? Cries of exclamations similarly came from the group of Empyreans. Clearly, they were shocked by the perfect seventh transformation, this term. The dragon race's physical body was extremely powerful. It was also precisely because so that they yearned for the perfect seventh transformation immensely. But innumerable pioneers had once attempted it before, they all ended in failure. But today, they actually saw a living perfect seventh transformation. How could they not be shocked? Long Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, turns out that this is your trump card. But it ends here." Bang! A powerful aura erupted. The pressure of a fourth firmament Empyrean made even SPACE tremble. But Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest and said with a faint smile, "My trump cards are plentiful starting from now, savor my methods well. Have a taste of what's called pain." Woos. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly teleporting away. The interval before was actually done on purpose by Yi Yuan. It was in order to break through these people's encirclement. As long as he broke through, with his spatial law powers, it would be difficult for these people to want to catch him again. Want to go? How can it be that easy? Eat this blade of mine. The short knife in Long Xiao's hand raised up, the surging vital energy carried an astonis. Hi plusing blade, directly cutting through the sky, catching up to Yi Yuan instantly. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure swayed and he actually disappeared. This heaven-shocking blade of Long Xiao's actually struck nothing. Not good. This kid is running to hide into the spatial rift. Chase. Long Xiao said with narrowed eyes. Inside the spatial rift, Long Xiaochun had a look of pleasant surprise. Earlier, Yi Yuan getting injured frightened her badly. But at this very moment, her guilt was tossed beyond the ninth heaven by her long ago. Ha ha ha, too exciting. Yi Yuan, it's really too exciting. Long Xiaochun had long already forgotten about the anxiety and panic earlier, a look of excitement on her face. Toward this plucky little sister, Yi Yuan was directly rendered speechless. Xiaochun, want to play a game or not? Yi Yuan said with a smile. I want. How to play, Yi Yuan? Long Xiaochun clapped her hands and said gleefully. Her thought process was clearly different from others. Others would definitely roll their eyes and scold Yi Yuan viciously at this time. What time was it? Still playing games? Yet, the moment Long Xiaochun heard playing games, she immediately became excited. All right then, starting from now, you have to listen to me for everything. Since this guy dared to come and ambush me, he'll have to be prepared to pay a painful price. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes, seething with killing intent. Long Xiaochun nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice as she said, say it. I'll listen to you. You rest assured. In order to make up for the mistake that I made, I'll go all out. You say, play what game? Yi Yuan smiled and said, hide and seek. Chapter 2157, Hide and Seek. Chapter 2157, Hide and Seek. A third firmament Empyrean said, Big brother, this brat hides inside the spatial rift. He wants to play hide and seek with us. A fool who overestimates his own ability. This stretch of space is our old den. He wants to play hide and seek with us in our lair. This Empyrean wants to see whether it's him who plays with me, or me who toys with him. Long Shi, Long Zhao, Long Ming, the three of you each lead a team and march forward. Play with this kid well, Long Xiao said with a cold smile. Long Shi, Long Zhao, Long Ming were those third firmament Empyrean powerhouses. Getting Long Xiao's orders, the two people clasped their hands and said smilingly, Big brother, rest assured. This area of spatial rifts is our own backyard. Even if that brat wants to run, he also can't escape. This area of space was layered upon layers, complicated to the extreme. Long Xiao's main camp was established inside. So, to them, this place was too familiar. Yi Yuan entering this region of spatial rifts was equivalent to walking right into a trap. Long Shi three people each led their own squad and started digging everywhere, carrying out a carpet bombing style search on this area of space. This brat is really impressive. There are so many of us, we actually failed to kill him. Humph. Mingxin's death must be avenged. If I catch him, I'll definitely hack him into 1,000 pieces. Long Mingxin was the first firmament Empyrean that Yi Yuan killed. This result made them very aggrieved. So many people besieged Yi Yuan, but in the end, he actually escaped. Enough. Everyone, be more alert. Especially when we get to those folded space areas, be careful of his ambush. Plus Long, she said in a solemn voice. Following Long Xiao, he could be said to be a veteran of 100 battles and also developed an extremely vigilant personality. Although this was in their own lair, he still maintained sufficient vigilance. Suddenly, a figure flashed out ahead. Who could it be if not Long Xiaochun? Hey, you bad guys, go and die. Long Xiaochun made a funny face as she said. Long Shi's face fell. Lifting his hand, it was a swift and fierce blade. Oh my! Long Xiaochun cried out strangely, figure flash. Hi plusing, and actually disappeared. Bang! From the diagonal stab, a sudden shocking energy undulation directly blasted a first firmament Empyrean to meet pace. Aoju! Long Shi's two eyes went wide and he roared angrily. This Aoju was Long Shi's old subordinate. The two people's feelings were extremely deep. Long Shi did not expect that Aoju was actually killed by Yi Yuan right under his eyelid. This move earlier was clearly True Sword Hollow Etch. Who was it if not Yi Yuan attacking? True Sword Hollow Etch, this move releasing, it did not have any energy undulations at all. It was impossible to guard against. Coupled with Long Xiaochun being deliberately misleading earlier, attracting everyone's attention, with this, even Long Shi did not manage to react to it as well. Why would this place have an area of folded space? Why? Why have we never discovered it before? Long Shi howled. Long Shi looked carefully. The place where Yi Yuan suddenly sneak attacked just now was actually an area of extremely hidden space. This hidden space, they had never discovered it before. But Yi Yuan actually hid here and made a move against them. This was also to say that Yi Yuan understood this spatial rift better than them. Chase. Even if your father turns the spatial rifts upside down, I'll also find you. The Long Shi under a towering rage tunneled into this folded space with a grunt. Swooze. H. Plus a figure flashed past from afar. Long Shi sent a saber slash over without a word. But that figure flashed, dodging this blade lightly, and disappeared once more. Long Shi's face fell and he said with a cold yell, "Chase." Just like this, Long Shi Par said through one folded space after another. Suddenly, a miserable scream came over. Long Shi's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise. It's Long Bai's voice. That boy actually killed a second firmament Empyrean? A subordinate warned, Lord Long Shi, this boy is full of tricks. Furthermore, he's extremely powerful. We can't keep on chasing after him like this. Otherwise, we'll be routed by him. Long Shi's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he still nodded his head. But, when they attempted to traverse through SPSCE and find the way they came from, they discovered to their dismay that they were lost. Lord Long Shi, how is this possible? This place is our doorstep. We actually got lost. The group of subordinates was in a state of disbelief. They actually got lost at their front door. They thought that they knew this place like the back of their hands, but being brought around by Yi Yuan a few times, they actually could not find the way that they came from anymore. Long Shi's eyes narrowed and he gritted his teeth and said, "This boy's spatial law is even more formidable than we imagined. He brought us into a spatial maze." A spatial maze? Then wouldn't we be unable to go out? This isn't possible. Since it's a spatial maze, how does he get out himself? When everyone heard this news, each and every one of their expressions changed drastically. SPSCE was an extremely convoluted and profound thing to begin with. It was far from as simple as it looked on the surface. Otherwise, spatial law also would not be called one of the supreme laws. Inside SPACE, there were layers upon layers. It was a maze in the first place. Empyrean powerhouses were able to utilize spatial law, but it was just in a more superficial manner. The truly obscure and difficult to understand areas, they were unable to touch it at all. And this area of spatial rifts was far more complicated than the outside world. So, when Long Xiao they all hid inside, even if a heavenly emperor came, it would also be very hard to find. A spatial maze was actually a deep layer of superimposed SPACE, fragile and complicated. Once falling into this layer, wanting to find the way back again would be difficult. Long Shi chased after Yi Yuan in a sullen rage and actually came into a spatial maze unknowingly. This was clearly Yi Yuan's scheme. They never would have thought that Yi Yuan entering this spatial rift was like a fish entering the sea, knowing everything about it. But their doorstep became their graveyard. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure walked out of a corner. "No need to worry. Very soon, you guys will be able to go and meet your companions." Long Shi looked at Yi Yuan, gritted his teeth, and said, "Brat, do you think that you can trap us like this? This Empyrean tells you, even if it's a spatial maze, with our understanding of the spatial rifts, as long as we find a familiar plane, we'll be able to return to the surface layer SPT." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "When did I say before that I want to use the spatial maze to trap you all?" Long Shi's pupils constricted and he said in alarm and anger, What are you trying to do?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Haven't you already guessed what I want to do? Spatial collapse." It was only to see Yi Yuan stomp his feet. Chaos Divine Essence suddenly erupted. Chaos Divine Essence that was interwoven in SPSCE actually started collapsing layer upon layer. A tyrannical energy spewed forth without restraint inside the spatial rifts. Long Shi said in a great rage, "Brat, if you make SPSCE collapse, you'll die in here too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're thinking too much. How can my understanding of spatial law be what you can imagine? Chapter 2158, Immense Grief. Chapter 2158, Immense Grief Not Good. Spatial Collapse. Feeling that intense energy undulation, Long Xiao's face turned white with a whoosh. His figure suddenly moved, virtually arriving at a certain area among the spatial rifts in an instant. However, it was already too late. Once a spatial collapse occurred, it was like a domino effect. The energy undulation that was setting off became stronger and stronger. Even he, this fourth firmament Empyrean, once he got caught inside, it would be certain death too. Yi Yuan. Long Xiao's heart suddenly ached, as if his heart was being rended. Among these subordinates, Long Shi followed him the longest, and the relations. Hi plus P was also the deepest. Long Xiao never dreamed of this situation. When facing the encirclement and suppression of countless heavenly emperor and Empyrean powerhouses, they could even escape alive, but today, they would actually die here. Died at the hands of a brat who just entered Empyrean. Is it very painful? A figure walked out of the void, his face full of coldness. Seeing Yi Yuan, Long Xiao's two eyes turned bloodshot and he gritted his teeth and said, "Punk, this Empyrean will definitely rip you apart today." Long Xiao raised his saber and arrived in an instant. The powerful blade light virtually tore Space apart. It was just that Yi Yuan's figure dodged slightly, and he disappeared right before Long Xiao's eyes. For so many years, you guys and Aoshu have worked in cahoots, butchering how many of your same kind? Have you ever thought about whether their family members would feel pain or not? I have no grudge nor enmity with you guys, but you want to ambush us. Since that's the case, then you'll have to be prepared for my vengeance. Relax, the game has just started. Yi Yuan walked out of another folded layer of Space, his words full of frostiness. Long Xiao, this group of people had their hands stained with fresh blood. Yi Yuan did not have any psychological restraint when killing them. If not for his numerous means, he would definitely die at Long Xiao's hands today. Once Yi Yuan was enraged, the consequences were very terrifying. Now, Long Xiao tasted the bitter fruit. However, Long Xiao had more rage currently. It was the fury of not being content with anything less than his destruction. Long Xiao raised his blade and chased after Yi Yuan. But unfortunately, in this spatial rift that he was incomparably familiar with, he was like a headless fly, being led by the nose by Yi Yuan, running around everywhere. Occasionally, he would intrude into a layer of folded Space, but seeing his subordinate's corpse, his eyes could not help turning bloodshot from anger. Apart from Long Shi, that squad being completely wiped out, the other teams were already thoroughly broken up by Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochun, two people as well. A powerful besieging team became all alone by themselves now. With Yi Yuan's strength, killing a lone second firmament Empyrean was not a hard thing. A carefully planned encirclement evolved into a one-sided Saker in the end. Long Xiao's heart was dripping blood. These Empyreans were all old brothers who have followed him for hundreds of thousands of years, braving through wind and rain together, living days on the edge of danger before there was today. He did not expect that all of them fell here today, right at their own doorstep. Just as Yi Yuan said, he finally felt the taste of pain. Long Xiao had a body full of powerful strength, but in this area of spatial rifts, there was no room for him to unleash his ability at all. His saber had just raised up and Yi Yuan already vanished. But in half a day, the 17 to 18 Empyreans that Long Xiao brought over only had a scanty few people left. Yi Yuan, come out for me. If you have the capabilities, have an open and above-board showdown with me. Long Xiao roared at the depths of the void. B-boss. Suddenly, a voice sounded out behind. Long Xiao turned his head to look. It was the Long Jiao, whose two eyes were thoroughly red. His eyes were not red from killing, but red from crying. One brother after another dying made Long Jiao mourn endlessly. Long Jiao, I finally found you. Follow me. Make sure not to leave. When we see that little brute, you and I work together, we can definitely kill him. Long Xiao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Long Jiao's eyes were red as he said, Boss, are we still fighting? Surrender. Long Xiao's gaze turned cold and he said in a chilly voice, So many brothers have died, but you're asking me to surrender. If I don't carve that punk up into 1,000 pieces today, I, Long Xiao, swear that I'm lesser than human. But we can't find him at all. He understands this region of SPACE like the back of his hand and even comes and goes freely the deep layers of SPACE. His spatial lore has reached rank 6 at the minimum. Long Zhao already did not have any temper. What was terrifying was not a powerful opponent, but an opponent that you could not understand at all. Could not even catch the other party's shadow, how to fight still? Long Xiao's expression was livid too. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, and Long Xiao said in a cold voice, "Chase, swooze." H. Plus SPACE fluctuated, it suddenly became clear before his eyes. At this place, cherry blossoms were in full bloom, a small stream flowed past some cottages, young children horsed around in the village. It was actually a retreat away from the turmoil of the world. Far away, Long Xiaochun was currently playing with a few children in great delight. But Long Xiao's expression changed wildly. He stared fixedly at the Yi Yuan standing in the air far away and said in a cold voice, "Boy, what do you want to do?" Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the village, a hint of gentleness I plussing across his eyes. "Surrender," Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan traversed through the void and unintentionally discovered this place. Only then did he know. It turned out this was Long Xiao's den. Yi Yuan also did not expect that Long Xiao and the rest killed and pillaged outside, committing all kinds of atrocities. It was actually for the sake of this otherworldly paradise. Originally, Yi Yuan was planning on directly entrapping Long Xiao they all to death in the void. With Yi Yuan's spatial lore attainments, even if he could not kill Long Xiao, he still had assurance for the others. Even if it was a third firmament Empyrean, under Yi Yuan's sneak attack, it was very hard to survive too. But now, he changed his mind. The hand that Long Xiao held his saber trembled lightly. Clearly, he was struggling fiercely in his heart. "Boss, give up. We have no chances of victory," Long Zhao said with reddened eyes. Long Xiao looked at Yi Yuan and gritted his teeth and said, "How do I know whether he'll strike to kill or not after surrendering?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I want to deal a killing blow, it wouldn't be such a situation now." Long Xiao's pupils constricted, immediately understanding Yi Yuan's meaning. If Yi Yuan was a mindless butcher of innocent people, or someone who was callous and merciless, he should have threatened with the lives of women and children currently, and not stand here talking to him perfectly well. Clearly, that way of directly threatening was more effective. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus several figures suddenly dashed out. It was Long Ming and the others. When they saw this scene, their expressions immediately changed dramatically. Yi Yuan actually found their lair. Their lair was extremely hidden, it had never been exposed before for so many years. Did not expect that it was actually found by Yi Yuan. "B-boss," Long Ming also said, seemingly rather parched. Suddenly, Long Xiao's hand loosened up. That heavy short blade dropped down at a high speed, sticking into the soil with a clank. Thud. Long Xiao directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan in the air and said with gritted teeth, Long Xiao had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended Lord Dragon's son. "I hope that your excellency punishes. I only hope that your excellency lifts your hand high up in mercy and let the people of Dragon Source Village go." As he said, Long Xiao directly sealed his divine sea and became a cripple. Seeing Long Ming like this, the rest no longer had the will to fight, throwing down their weapons one after another, and kneeling in front of Yi Yuan. "Your Excellency, please lift your hand high up in mercy. We're willing to take the punishment." Chapter 2159, You seem very disappointed. Chapter 2159, You seem very disappointed at Purple Dragon's stronghold. A group of Son of the Heavenly Dragons were already ready and waiting for orders to set off. Two people surrounded a handsome youth, their attitude rather humble. "Who, with Brother Yu's strength, you'll definitely radiate splendor in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time." The one talking was precisely the Long Zheng that Ao Shu brought back. "That's right. Big Brother Yu already has no opponents among our Purple Dragon Stronghold's junior generation. Only those people that came down from the Heavenly Dragon Mountain have the qualifications to be his match. This was another one of Purple Dragon Stronghold's son of the Heavenly Dragon, Ao Zhong. Long Xiaochun did not have a Heavenly Dragon mark, but her ident. One tie was special, and an exception was made this time for her to partake. 1p8 in the Battle of Dragon Sons. Humph. That Rain Dragon Stronghold is so haughty, to actually not arrive yet until now, Long Zheng said with a cold snort. After a few sentences of small talk, Aou gave Ao Shu a signal. The two people found a quiet place and started discussing in whispers. Second uncle, is that punk really as incredible as you said? Aou said with a frown. More than incredible. You think about it, what kind of existence is Sacred Ancestor High Priest? How can a person that could make him personally confer as sage be of the ordinary sort? If let him grow unchecked, he'll definitely be your great enemy in the future, Ao Shu said. Ao Shu had already told Aou about Yi Yuan's monstrousness. It was just that these words ultimately sounded like some Arabian night fantasy tale. So he was still not willing to believe it. Aou was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Normally, he would not place his peers in his sights at all. Now, a freak that was even more impressive than him suddenly popped out, he was naturally unhappy in his heart. But Aou also knew that Ao Shu would not lie to him in this sort of thing. You're sure that he won't make it anymore? Aou's eyes glinted as he asked. Ao Shu smiled and said, You're aware of Long Xiao's strength. Even if he's a son of the Heavenly Dragon, he's also just a genius that hasn't grown up. How can he possibly survive at the hands of a fourth firmament Empyrean? Let alone that each and every one of his subordinates are all extremely fierce. Even if a peak third firmament Empyrean ran into them, he can only nurse a grievance and die. Aou also smiled slightly when he heard it and said, Second uncle does things flawlessly, eliminating a great calamity in my heart for me. Second uncle, rest assured. When I step into Heavenly Dragon Mountain in the future, I definitely won't forget Second uncle's kindness. Ao Shu was delighted in his heart, but he had a smile on his face as he said, You brat, what are you still being courteous with Second uncle for? The group of people was currently showing impatience from waiting when suddenly, someone came to report, saying that traces of Bandit Xiao was discovered in the vicinity of Cloud Heaven mountain range. Clearly, they had experienced a great battle. The aura of a human was even left behind. Most likely, the son of the Heavenly Dragon Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochun were already killed. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan, this son of the Heavenly Dragon, the aura of a human on him was the strongest. Then this aura was definitely left behind by him. Once these words came out, it stunned the entire Purple Dragon stronghold. A son of the Heavenly Dragon being killed was equivalent to a Heaven Stronghold's Dragon Lord being killed. That was a major incident. When Ao Shu heard this news, his expression changed wildly. Thumping his fists and stomping his feet, he said, How can this be? This is all my fault. If not for me leaving them in Cloud Heaven mountain range, they also wouldn't have run into Bandit Xiao, that bunch of vicious and unrestrained gang. Ao Shu had a remorseful and angry look, full of an ashamed and indignant expression. One had to admit, his acting skill was mastered to perfection and could even win the Best Actor award. This matter, it was naturally his responsibility that was the greatest. But looking at his appearance, the others could not very well blame him anymore. Purple Dragon Stronghold's Dragon Lord frowned slightly, no idea what he was thinking. Protector Shu, nobody wished to see this sort of thing either. Don't blame yourself too much. Yeah, Protector Shu. This matter isn't what you hoped for, it was all Bandit Xiao's fault. When the group of people saw Ao Shu crying, being heartbroken, they all came forward and started comforting. Ao Shu wiped away his tears, came before Dragon Lord, knelt straight down, and said in grief and indignation, Dragon Lord, Ao Shu requests to head to Cloud Heaven mountain range to clean up Bandit Xiao. This time, even if I stand guard for 100,000 years, Ao Shu also must kill all of them. Dragon Lord gave him a glance with a deep meaning, let out a sigh, and said, Forget it. This matter wasn't what you hoped for. That Bandit Xiao is extremely cunning. Even if a heavenly emperor went, it's also useless. This matter, this emperor will ask for punishment from Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Although Dragon Lord had some suspicions, This incident had no evidence. He could not very well sentence Ao Shu's crime with just empty words too. But this matter was indeed fishy. Dragon Lord, this. I hope that Dragon Lord gives Ao Shu a chance to make amends for my crime and take revenge for Dragon Sun Yi and Long Xiaochun. Ao Shu was still grieving as he said, "Oh, what happened? Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu is actually going to avenge me?" Dragon Lord was just about to speak when two young figures suddenly walked out of the void. When Ao Shu heard this voice, his eyes went wide, as if he had seen a ghost. He said in shock, You're actually fine?" When Ao Shu saw the other party, how could he still not understand who it was? His gaze stared fixedly at Yi Yuan as if wanting to see through him. Yi Yuan scoffed. "Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu seems to be very disappointed that I'm all right." The shock in Ao Shu's heart was simply unable to use words to describe. A mere first firmament Empyrean could actually survive under Long Xiao's besieging. This was too inconceivable. The strength of Long Xiao, this group of people, he was all too clear. Forget about a first firmament Empyrean, even if it was a fourth firmament Empyrean, they could forget about returning alive too. Otherwise, Purple Dragon's stronghold had so many Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. How could Long Xiao, a mere fourth firmament Empyrean, live until now? There was naturally Ao Shu's assistance involved, but their own strength also occupied a crucial reason. But what was this situation right now? Ao Shu reacted very quickly, saying with some awkwardness, "Haha, how can it be? For Dragon Sun Yi to be able to return safely, this emperor is more than happy. I brought Long Zheng to go find you guys later on, but at that time, you guys were already not around." Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu going to find us? You wanted to confirm whether or not we were killed, right?" Ao Shu's face changed and he said, "What do you mean?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What I mean, don't you understand? These few years, you instigated Long Xiao and the rest to kill and pillage, committing all kinds of atrocities, you mutilating numerous crimes. You're the main culprit behind Long Xiao's atrocities." Talking towards the back, Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold, his voice carrying anger. "What? The boss behind Bandit Xiao is Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu? How can this be possible? This brat wouldn't be crazy, right? To actually frame Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu? Heavenly Emperor Ao Shu is normally kind toward others in the stronghold and is the most amiable and approachable Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. How can he possibly be Bandit Xiao's boss? Even if he's a son of the Heavenly Dragon, he also can't give a false account of the facts and invert black and white." A stone stirred up a 1,000-layered wave. Yi Yuan's words stirred up a fierce discussion in the crowd. Naturally, there were more people who did not believe it. Ao Shu, this person, was indeed very adept at pretending. Normally, his reputation in the stronghold was also extremely good. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan said it, everyone felt that Yi Yuan was finding fault instead. "Ha ha ha. Dragon Sun Yi, this is the most hilarious joke that this emperor has heard. You also heard it, everyone is aware of my, Ao Shu's, conduct. How can I possibly be the culprit behind Bandit Xiao?" Ao Shu laughed loudly and said. Chapter 2160, Miscalculating and Stumbling? Chapter 2160, Miscalculating and Stumbling? Dragon Sun Yi, although your status is noble, Ao Shu is my Purple Dragon Stronghold's Heavenly Emperor. His status is noble and can't be easily insulted. Saying this sort of words, you have to take out hard evidence. The Dragon Lord, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance made him rather surprised. Being able to escape from under the hands of Bandit Xiao with this bit of strength, got to admit, Yi Yuan's strength was pretty good. Of course, it was likely more to do with luck. Long Xiao, this group of people, all of them were cunning like foxes, coming and going without a trace. Furthermore, their methods were extremely vicious and there had never been survivors. Even the sons of the Heavenly Dragon that died under their hands were quite a few too. They did not expect that this time, this son of the Heavenly Dragon actually escaped. Yi Yuan looked at Ao Shu and said smilingly, "You seem to be very proud of yourself. Do you feel that I can't do anything to you?" Ao Shu snorted coldly and said, "Dragon Sun Yi, This emperor calls you Dragon Son out of respect to the heavenly dragon mountain, but you slandered this emperor. This emperor won't willingly take things lying down either. Heavenly emperors can't be slandered. Ao Shu said it righteously as if the villain was Yi Yuan. Everyone present knew Ao Shu's personality, and all felt that Yi Yuan was making trouble out of nothing. But Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Dragon Lord Purple Dragon, I wonder what's the crime of murdering a son of the heavenly dragon?" Dragon Lord's eyes glinted and he slowly said, "Murdering a son of the heavenly dragon, one will be executed. However, the status of a heavenly emperor is transcendent. According to the rules set by Heavenly Dragon Mountain, they will be relegated to the second level of the Dragon Eye Cave." Yi Yuan's eyes glimmered. The second level of the Dragon Eye Cave, that mysterious powerhouse should have come out of there, right? But he guessed wrongly. Bai Chen did not come from the second level, but from a deeper place. Ao Shu's face fell, and he said, "Yi Yuan, a clay bodhisattva still has some anger. You provoked time and again, deliberately misrepresenting things. Just what intentions do you have? Do you think that with the status of a son of the heavenly dragon, you can do whatever you want?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Wow, cornered dog about to jump the wall, is it? No rush, no rush. Come, come, come. Meet an old friend." Finished talking, Yi Yuan pointed at the void. Several figures fell out. The few people had both hands behind their backs, kneeling in front of everyone, but had arrogant and unyielding faces. Seeing these few people, Ao Shu's expression changed wildly. "Long Xiao. It's the devil's incarnate, Long Xiao. He had his divine sea sealed. This isn't possible. What kind of character is the living King Yama Long Xiao? How can he possibly be caught by him?" It turns out that he didn't escape from Long Xiao's hands, but he captured Long Xiao. It's been so many years. Purple Dragon Stronghold has sent out how many heavenly emperors and empyreans, but failed to do anything to him. He was actually captured by a first firmament empyrean brat. The few people that fell out of the void were precisely Long Xiao and the others. The powerhouses in Purple Dragon Stronghold were all shocked until it could not be Serpa. Said. Long Xiao. This group of people killed people like flies. Their evil doings knew no limits and had plagued Purple Dragon Stronghold for many years. In order to capture Long Xiao and the rest, Purple Dragon Stronghold had expended no idea how much manpower and material resources but returned without accompli. Plusing anything. Today, this group of people was actually eradicated by the measly little Yi Yuan. How could they not be shocked? The world knew that it was extremely hard to jump realms and battle at Empyrean realm. A second firmament Empyrean versus a first firmament Empyrean was virtually getting crushed. Even if your talent was unparalleled and combat strength monstrous, and could defeat a second firmament Empyrean as a first firmament Empyrean, facing a third firmament Empyrean, there were no chances of victory at all. But Long Xiao was fourth firmament Empyrean, a middle stage Empyrean super powerhouse. How could such a powerhouse get captured by Yi Yuan? Not greeting when you see an old friend. Yi Yuan looked at Ao Shu and said with a smile that was not a smile. Ao Shu's heart shook wildly. He completely never thought that Yi Yuan would capture Long Xiao and his gang. With Yi Yuan's strength, being able to escape from under Long Xiao's hands was already a stroke of luck. How could he possibly capture Long Xiao? But Yi Yuan did something that he could not imagine. Ao Shu finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence lied. However, how could he resign himself to death? What greeting! Long Xiao has done all sorts of evils and plagued a region. For Dragon Son Yi to be able to capture him, it's the greatest good. Dragon Son Yi, I know that you were attacked by Long Xiao without cause, so you suspect me. But Ao Shu, assures that this is just a coincidence. Ao Shu was well deserving of being a sly old fox, cutting off relations with a casual sentence. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, "Oh? Just a coincidence, huh? Long Xiao, you tell Ao Shu, was this matter a coincidence or not?" Long Xiao slowly lifted his head. He grinned, the scar on his face appearing even more hideous and horrifying. Dragon Son Yi, this matter was naturally a coincidence. What kind of status do I, Long Xiao, have? How can I possibly know an exalted heavenly emperor powerhouse? Kid, I don't know what intentions you have, but if you want to use me to malign others, it's impossible to prevail, Long Xiao said with a proud look. The moment these words came out, everyone revealed amused looks. Ao Shu was even happier in his heart. It was not 1 or 2 days that he had been controlling Long Xiao, this group of people. He naturally had a score in his heart. Long Xiao was a clever person. Unless his brain was damaged, he would not betray him. Otherwise, Dragon Source Village would be completely destroyed. Yi Yuan's face changed and he said in surprise and anger, Long Xiao, this isn't what you told me previously. You tricked me. Long Xiao had an arrogant and unyielding look as he said with a cold smile, what did I say to you previously? I don't know what grudge you have with this lord, but even though I, Long Xiao, have killed countless people, I've never been someone's POW. You want to make use of me? No chance. Yi Yuan had a hesitant look and roared angrily, Long Xiao, I'll kill you. Under his rage, Yi Yuan smacked a palm out and was about to eradicate Long Xiao. Dragon Lord lightly flicked his sleeves. A gust of strong wind blew over, directly sending Yi Yuan flying out. Dragon Sun Yi, this Long Xiao has plagued Purple Dragon's stronghold for many years. He can't die just like this. For you to be able to capture him over, this lord is very grateful. But if you want to kill him, there's no way. Come, men, detain Bandit Xiao and await sentencing, Dragon Lord said coolly. Ao Shu was incomparably delighted with himself inwardly but put on a benign appearance as he said coolly, Dragon Sun Yi, it's all a misunderstanding between you and me. This emperor didn't take good care of you and Long Xiaochun. It was this emperor's blunder. This emperor apologizes to you. You're really hypocritical. It was clearly you who instigated them, but now, you're pretending to be a good person. You're a bad guy. To think that I still trusted you so much, Long Xiaochun said in a frenzy of rage by the side. Ao Shu let out a sigh and said, forget it. Looks like the misunderstanding towards this emperor is too big. I will take my leave. As he spoke, Ao Shu's figure flashed, disappearing. Dragon Lord said coolly, there's a sudden turn of events today in the stronghold. The matter of setting off will be delayed for 3 days. 3 days later, all of the Dragon Sons will head for Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Dragon Sun Yi, you stay in the stronghold first. No one could have thought that things would actually develop to such a step. Yi Yuan came in a threatening manner but became a joke in the end. Returning to the residence, Ao Shu's gaze glinted, and he said with a cold sneer, Brat, you're still 10,000 years too early to fight with this emperor. However, Long Xiao, this group of people can't be kept anymore. Something unforeseen will eventually happen with Dragon Lord keeping them. Chapter 2161. The things that you didn't expect are too many. Chapter 2161. The things that you didn't expect are too many. Deep in the night, inside the dungeon, a faint fragrance tunneled into the noses of the guards. Thud. Thud. Very soon, they fell down one after another. A man in black entered the dungeon seemingly like a ghost. Your Excellency. When Long Xiao saw the arrival, he had a look of wild elation, directly kneeling down. The black-clothed man nodded slowly and said coolly, Amen, today's performance was pretty good. Indeed, you didn't disappoint this emperor. Long Xiao said smugly, of course. That brat wanted to make use of this lowly one to deal with you, but how can this lowly one let him have his way? That brat thought himself to be clever. Wasn't he still toyed with by us? This man in black was naturally none other than precisely Ao Shu. Ao Shu's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked, what the hell was with you guys? With your strength, how could you be captured by that kid? Upon saying this, Long Xiao's eyes immediately turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, Your Excellency, you have to take revenge for us. This kid, he, is too formidable. He killed all of my brothers. Ao Shu's expression changed wildly, and he said in shock and anger, how can this be? Long Xiao practically recounted the events briefly with reddened eyes. As Ao Shu listened, he was wildly shocked in his heart. He thought that he already overestimated Yi Yuan a lot, but did not think that Yi Yuan was even more monstrous than he imagined. This kind of horrifying spatial law attainments played Long Xiao and the rest to death. In fact, even Long Shi, this third firmament Empyrean, died in the spatial collapse. At this moment, not only did Ao Shu not regret it, he felt that his way of doing things was very correct instead. If he let this boy grow up, how would Ao Yu matter anymore? This boy is truly a troublesome fellow. Alright, I've already put down the guards. You guys can leave. After going out, disappear for 10 years. You're not allowed to appear anymore. Ao Shu commanded. Long Xiao nodded his head and said, "Many thanks, Your Excellency." Then that boy, Ao Shu frowned and said, "Is it your turn to come and tell this emperor how to do things?" Long Xiao was alarmed in his heart and repeatedly said that he dare not. But he sensed a thick killing intent from Ao Shu. Clearly, Ao Shu's killing intent toward Yi Yuan grew even more. Ao Shu pointed at the void, the jail door opened with a sound. Long Xiao and the rest were overjoyed and gave 1,000 thanks to Ao Shu. "Alright, stop wasting time. If you get discovered by someone, you guys won't be able to leave even if you wanted to anymore," Ao Shu said impatiently. How could Long Xiao and the rest still dare to stay? They hurriedly exited the dungeon. At the back, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Ao Shu's mouth. Waving his hand, he changed to the elder's outfit that he normally wore. Long Xiao and the rest had just gone out of Purple Dragon's stronghold when suddenly, flares rose from all directions at the back. Someone cried out in surprise. The few people were frightened out of their wits, hurriedly fleeing like they were flying. But right at this time, a horrifying aura came from behind. Bold bandit Xiao, to have the audacity to break out of prison and escape, deserved to be killed. This cry reverberated throughout the night. The entire Purple Dragon stronghold could hear it distinctly. The faces of Long Xiao and the rest changed wildly. This voice was none other than precisely Ao Shu's. At this time, how could they still not understand what happened? Ao Shu was going to do away with the witnesses. Ao Shu did not want to let them go at all, but wanted to give himself an excuse to kill them open and above board. How powerful was the might of a heavenly emperor? When Ao Shu's palm smacked over, Long Xiao and the rest felt like the sky had fallen down. But just as they lost all hope, a gentle force suddenly appeared, and actually blocked this strike miraculously. Ao Shu's expression changed wildly and he said in alarm and anger, "Who is it?" Several figures emerged. The person at the front was precisely Dragon Lord. Beside the Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a look of amuse. Ao Shu's heart thumped. How could he still not know that he had fallen into a trap? Dragon Lord stared at Ao Shu with a scorching gaze and said in a cold voice, "Ao Shu, you disappoint this lord too much." Yi Yuan turned to Long Xiao and said with a smile, "How about it? I didn't lie to you guys, right? You all are merely PAWNs of Ao Shu. Now, you guys are useless already. You naturally don't need to live on this earth anymore." Long Xiao was also a fierce and ambitious person of his generation. But at this time, his eyes were full of rage. They toiled like slaves for Ao Shu, living life on the edge of danger, and served for so many years. What it exchanged for was actually such an outcome. "Ao Shu, it's been so many years, even if us brothers didn't make any contributions, there's also hard work. You actually struck such a vicious blow. Brother Yi told us that you'll kill us. But I, Long Xiao, didn't believe it. I didn't expect that you really dealt the blow." Long Xiao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. At this time, Ao Shu already said the initial panic and hesitation. His face recovered composure, and he said with a faint smile, "You guys were merely a few dogs in my hands. Isn't your lives still up to my whims? Now, you all are already useless. So you naturally have to die. You." Long Xiao also did not think that Ao Shu was actually so shameless, directly admitting it. Ao Shu ignored him and turned to look at Yi Yuan, saying with a smile, "I really didn't expect it. This emperor has roamed East Suppression pseudo-world unhindered for millions of years. I actually suck. You bed at the hands of a brat like you who is still wet behind his ears." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The things that you didn't expect are too many, isn't it so?" Ao Shu's gaze turned cold, seemingly wanting to kill Yi Yuan. He exhausted every power of his mind and thought that having laid down an Astonis HI plusing killing trap, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to escape alive. In the end, he did not expect that not only did Yi Yuan escape, he even captured Long Xiao. The secrets that Long Xiao grasped were too many. Once landed in Dragon Lord's hands, he definitely would not have a good end. Hence, he willingly braved the risks and let Long Xiao go, and then kill them. Who would have thought that all this was within Yi Yuan's calculations? He schemed all his life and even included Dragon Lord in his calculations, but lost at the hands of Yi Yuan, this brat who just made his world debut. This was the thing that he did not expect the most. Aoshu laughed and said with a nod, "That's right. It was this emperor who underestimated you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I originally couldn't figure it out. I had no grudges nor enmity with you. Why would you want to deal a deadly blow towards me? Only all the way until I arrived at Purple Dragon's stronghold did I know that your nephew is a son of the Heavenly Dragon too. It turns out that you took action for his sake." Aoshu's expression changed and he said with a big laugh, "Brat, what conniving cunningness you have, and what vicious means. When this emperor does something, it's this emperor doing it. It has nothing to do with Aou. Aosian, I'm unconvinced. Why can you sit on the seat of a Dragon Lord, but I can't?" Done talking, the imposing aura on Aoshu's body suddenly erupted, and he went for Dragon Lord. The horrifying Heavenly Emperor aura crushed until everyone could not catch their breaths. The strike of a Heavenly Emperor in anger was too horrifying. If the energy erupted, the entire Purple Dragon stronghold would be reduced to shambles. Aosian sighed slightly and suddenly reached his hand out and grabbed at the void. A gentle force instantly compressed the entire SPACE. Aoshu's force was actually unable to transmit out. Under this power, Aoshu could not even resist and was directly eradicated. The might of Dragon Lord was utterly horrifying. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was also secretly shocked in his heart. This was a middle-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Initial stage Heavenly Emperors were simply akin to ants in front of them. They could not even do anything in front of them. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse of his generation, Aoshu, fell here. In the darkness, Aou looked at this scene with a calm expression and said coolly, "Second uncle, you won't die in vain. This grudge, I'll avenge it for you." Chapter 2162. You have an objection? Chapter 2162. You have an objection? Aoshu's demise set off a huge shock in Purple Dragon stronghold. No one would have thought that Aoshu was actually really the main culprit behind Bandit Xiao. Those who were still mocking previously, the dragons who were ridiculing Yi Yuan, they were all silent and said nothing at this time. Only at this time did they suddenly come to realize the truth that Yi Yuan did not turn angry from embarrassment at all. There was no bewilderment at all. He really had a well-thought-out plan and dug a pit waiting for Aoshu to jump. A little fellow actually scammed a Heavenly Emperor to death. This kind of thing was truly inconceivable. Turns out that Aoshu was really the main culprit behind Bandit Xiao. We wronged Yi Yuan. Sigh, if Aoshu really remained beyond the arm of the law, then would all be accessory to a tyrant's crimes. For so many years, the various major black strongholds and earth strongholds all have their entire beings shaking when mentioning Xiao. Today, everyone can finally heave a sigh in relief. Yeah, we all have to thank Dragon Sun Yi. He did something that even the Dragon Lord could not accompli. Plus, there were also quite a number of people who knew their error and had an appearance of lingering fear in their hearts. But toward Yi Yuan, everyone felt quite indebted toward Yi Yuan. These few years, in order to kill Long Xiao, this group of people, Purple Dragon stronghold could be said to have suffered heavy casualties. Yi Yuan's action achieved the greatest good. Dragon Sun Yi, it was all thanks to you this time, otherwise, this lord wouldn't have known how long this traitor has been hoodwinking all of us. Dragon Lord Aosian said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Dragon Lord, you don't need to be like this. Actually, you also had suspicions toward Aoshu, isn't that so? This time, you merely pushed the boat along the current. Aoshu put in painstaking effort, wanting to prop Aou up to a high position. while he could also seize this opportunity and soar to the sky with one bound, or even ascend to the position of a dragon lord. How could Aosian not know these thoughts? It was just that he did think that Aoshu actually concealed so deeply, colluding with wicked bandits in secret and plagued a region, causing Purple Dragon's stronghold to not know peace. And Yi Yuan's incident this time was merely an opportunity to erupt. Aosian looked at Yi Yuan meaningfully and said with a smile, "Dragon Son Yi has a meticulous mind and outstanding talent. You'll surely have great accomplishments in the future. The journey to Heavenly Dragon Mountain this time, this Lord wishes Dragon Son Yi speedy success." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I thank Dragon Lord for your auspicious blessings. Dragon Lord, this Yi has a presumptuous request. I hope that Dragon Lord will agree to it." Aosian's two eyes narrowed and he said, "You want Long Xiao?" Talking with smart people saved energy. Yi Yuan nodded his head. It was considered to have tacitly agreed to it. Aosian shook his head and said, "The crimes that Long Xiao has committed these few years are too numerous to be recorded. Not killing him, it will be insufficient to appease the fury of the Ma. S says." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "State your terms then." Aosian laughed in spite of himself and said, "You little baby, really give people a headache. Want Long Xiao, you have to represent Purple Dragon's stronghold in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time and take the top spot." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Deal." Aosian smiled and said, "You seem very confident." Yi Yuan similarly smiled and said, "Don't you have a lot of faith in me? Otherwise, you should have said these words to Aou. Although Aoshu died, this did not affect Aou's status in Purple Dragon's stronghold. The level of Sons of the Heavenly Dragon was far from Heaven's strongholds but at the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. To the Dragon Lord, their eyes were also set on the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. That place was the Dragon Clan's true holy land. Yi Yuan understood Aosian's request very well. As long as he won the top spot, Heavenly Dragon Mountain would bestow many precious resources. At that time, Aosian would have hopes of assaulting late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm, and he would become a true major power existence. Of course, he would also finally have the qualifications to enter Heavenly Dragon Mountain. As for whatever Long Xiao, in the eyes of powerhouses like Aosian, he was just an inconsequential crawling bug. What has his life or death got to do with him? Although this East Suppression pseudo-world was the Dragon Clan's territory, it was also not a land of great unity. The Dragon Clan was indeed powerful, but if there were no conflicts and no compet one tie-on, they would similarly decline. Hence, among the various major heaven strongholds and earth strongholds, there were endless disputes too. And Long Xiao, this kind of existence was merely some flavor enhancer. If Aosian personally took action, wouldn't capturing a puny little Long Xiao still be easily accomplished? It was just that he was disdainful to do it. At the Heavenly Dragon Mountain, clouds coiled up, immortal chi lingering. It was not like what the mortal world should have. Arriving at the foot of Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yi Yuan only felt like it was like facing the Heavenspan Mountain, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Only when one's strength reached 7th Firmament Heavenly Emperor and became a late-stage Heavenly Emperor Supreme Powerhouse did one have the qualifications to be called a Heavenly Dragon and enter Heavenly Dragon Mountain. This place was where the true nucleus of the Dragon Clan was. It was the Dragon Clan's paramount totem. Seeing such power and influence, Yi Yuan could not help being shocked in his heart. Being able to open up such a powerful pseudo-world, the Dragon Clan's power and foundation were truly unfathomable. Heh, like a Bu Empkin, saw the Heavenly Dragon Mountain and got stunned, right? Aou's mocking voice came from the back. Outsider Bu Empkin, probably haven't even entered a Heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda before. How could he have seen before the Heavenly Dragon Mountain's magnificence? Ao Zhong also said with a scornful look. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the two people's faces and said with a light smile, "Endure the whole way, finally can't hold back anymore, right? Ao, I did away with your second uncle. You could actually endure until now, this he admires." Aou's face turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "Yi Yuan, don't you get COC Kai? The Battle of Dragon Sons this time will be the battle where you fall." Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard it and said, "Why would I not be COC Kai? I want to be COC Kai. I killed a heavenly emperor, such a refres. HI plusing thing is sufficient for me to be arrogant for 10,000 years. In the future, I'll tell everyone I meet that I ended a heavenly emperor, and that person was your AOU's second uncle. Do you have an objection? Fut. The long Xiaochun by the side could not hold back anymore and snickered. Yi Yuan, this fellow really did not use a word of vulgarity when trolling people. Looking at AOU's face, it practically turned green. The resources that AO Shu had secretly gotten for so many years, the vast majority were all used on AOU. Therefore, he regarded AO Shu, his second uncle, highly. Now, Yi Yuan kept babbling on about how he dispatched his second uncle. It was equivalent to tearing at his scar, showing off his cleverness after coming off cheap. How could it not enrage him? AOU gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Good. Very good. Yi Yuan, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. There's lots of time. You won't shed tears without seeing the coffin." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Even your second uncle, this heavenly emperor, was finished off by me. So who the hell are you? You're not qualified enough to threaten me yet." AOU was angered until his face was livid and he said with a cold sneer, "Who? Although I don't know what scheme or trick you used, Long Xiao is absolutely not who you can subdue. The Battle of Dragon Sons, what it relies on is all genuine ability. Want to resort to trickery? No chance. You just wait to suffer my wrath." Indeed, for Yi Yuan to be able to subdue Long Xiao and his gang, he had the advantage of the terrain. If not for that area of spatial rifts being extremely unstable, it would have been impossible for Yi Yuan to want to trap Long Xiao to death. Let alone force Long Xiao to surrender. Is that so? Then your wrath, it has to be a little more fierce. I'm afraid that, it's not enough to whet my appetite. Wandi, Yi Yuan said coolly. Toward AOU's threat, Yi Yuan did not take it seriously. With his current strength, even when facing off against a third firmament Empyrean, he also had the ability to protect himself. AOU was merely a peak second firmament Empyrean. Yi Yuan did not take him seriously. What he truly minded were those third firmament Empyrean sons of the heavenly dragon. Chapter 2163, Kneeling neither to heaven nor earth. Chapter 2163, Kneeling neither to heaven nor earth. All right, dragon sons, stop arguing. Whatever grudges you have, you can naturally settle it in the mist battlefield. At this time, the Protector Elder, Ao Chi, who was leading the team, finally stepped forward to speak. Those present were all sons of the heavenly dragon and were also existences that had the hopes of advancing to be a heavenly dragon. Although he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, he could not afford to provoke a single one. But if he still did not speak at this time, both sides were probably going to start fighting. Humph. AOU snorted coldly and stopped talking. Ao Chi said coolly, "All right, it's almost time. We should enter the heavenly dragon mountain." It was only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. The few people were virtually unable to resist and were brought by him flying toward heavenly dragon mountain. Yi Yuan only saw a blur before his eyes, and he arrived on a platform very soon. Above the platform, it was still blocked by a cloud of fog, unable to see clearly. Yi Yuan could feel that although they had already entered the Heavenly Dragon Mountain here, it was just the foot of Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Upon entering Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yi Yuan felt that the spiritual energy was extremely abundant, not beneath the Heavenspan Mountains. Sure enough, this place was an excellent venue for cultivation. No wonder even Aosian, that kind of powerhouse, wanted to enter this place too. At this time, there were already quite a number of youngsters standing on the platform. These people all had a heavenly dragon mark at their glabella area. Clearly, they were all sons of the heavenly dragon. It's Purple Dragon Stronghold's people. Who, the last time, Purple Dragon Stronghold was at the bottom. The ones that came this time are also nothing much. Weaklings will always be weaklings. Even if they became a son of the heavenly dragon, they are also a bunch of tras. Plus, if I had to say, Purple Dragon Stronghold's qualification should just be directly revoked. They actually sent a first firmament Empyrean over this time. Looks like Purple Dragon Stronghold really has no one. Yi Yuan and the rest still had not stood firmly when a series of mockery immediately came over. Those sons of the Heavenly Dragon were clearly very unfriendly toward Purple Dragon's stronghold. Each and every one of them had looks of emus. EMENT on their faces. Aochi's expression was very ugly, but the status of these sons of the Heavenly Dragon were all higher than him, he really could not talk back. Purple Dragon stronghold's people, including Aou, each and every one of their expressions was very ugly. Aochi, it's you leading the team this time again? During the last time, your Purple Dragon stronghold was virtually completely wiped out. Only one escaped from the mist battlefield and even had his Heavenly Dragon mark stripped. Is that boy dead yet? Not far away, a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse said with a look of ridicule. Aochi's face fell and he said, Long Zifeng, you guys mere took 5th place and you're already arrogant until like this? Long Zifeng laughed loudly and said, in front of Heavenly Dragon stronghold, I naturally don't dare to be arrogant. But in front of your Purple Dragon stronghold, this emperor naturally has the capital to be arrogant. Furthermore, the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, our Cloud Dragon stronghold's Long 7 has the potential to aim for the top 3. Aochi smiled coldly and he said, Top 3, you really dare to say that? Putting aside the Heavenly Dragon stronghold, Black Dragon stronghold and Auspicious Dragon stronghold both have extremely strong bloodlines. Just the likes of you guys also want to enter the top 3? Long Zifeng had a smug look as he said, Long 7 already awoken 2 innate divine abilities. Furthermore, his Heavenly Dragon mark already awoken. Do you think he has the strength to enter the top 3? Heavenly Dragon mark was not just a symbol of status. That was the powerful strength that Heavenly Dragon Mountain bestowed on ordinary dragons. Once awakened the Heavenly Dragon mark, one would obtain powerful strength and could let their martial techniques and divine abilities obtain varying degrees of augmentation, the power being boundless. Of course, wanting to awaken the Heavenly Dragon mark, one also needs tremendous lucky chance and talent in itself. Among the sons of the Heavenly Dragon present, there were scanty few capable of awakening the Heavenly Dragon mark. Furthermore, the dragon race's innate divine abilities were even harder to awaken than the Chilean clan. Furthermore, the power of each kind of innate divine ability was tremendous. Long 7 actually awakened 2 innate divine abilities, his strength could be imagined. Hearing Long Zifeng's smug voice, the faces of many sons of the Heavenly Dragon present changed slightly. If it was really as Long Zifeng said, he would really have hopes of entering the top 3. All came her. At this time, an illusory voice suddenly sounded out in everyone's ears. A sagely-looking old man slowly came down from the clouds and landed on the platform. The group of sons of the Heavenly Dragon, including Heavenly Emperors, knelt down one after another when they saw this old man. We pay respects to Lord Morningstar. When Yi Yuan looked at the old man, his pupils could not help shrinking. This old man gave him an unfathomable feeling. His aura was not beneath GMO's. This was also to say that this old man was surely a late-stage Heavenly Emperor terrifying existence. But this old man was much lousier compared to that one he met in the Dragon Eye Cave. Morningstar swept a glance, but his gaze landed on Yi Yuan. When Aou saw this scene, he could not help smiling coldly. At this time, everyone knelt down, only Yi Yuan alone stood there like a wooden rod, appearing extremely towering. This brat had eyes but could not see. When he saw Lord Morningstar, he actually did not fall to his knees. This was asking for trouble. Even if one was a son of the Heavenly Dragon, their status would also be inferior to a genuine Lord Heavenly Dragon. In front of a Lord Heavenly Dragon, even a Dragon Lord was also merely mediocre. Yi Yuan, this is Lord Morningstar. Lord Morningstar is a Heavenly Dragon, his status being most lofty. Why haven't you paid respects? Aochi said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, I, Yi Yuan, kneel to neither heaven nor earth, only to my parent. I can bow, but kneeling, forget it. Aou sneered and said, fool. Courting death. Heavenly Emperors did not have the authority to kill sons of the Heavenly Dragon, but Heavenly Dragons did. Even if Morningstar would not casually kill people, punis. HI plussing could be done. Ha ha ha, a fine kneeling to neither heaven nor earth. Yi Yuan, Hope that you still have this kind of breadth of spirit when you reach my level of boundary, Morningstar said with a loud laugh. Senior Morningstar, rest assured. Yi Yuan's heart will never change, Yi Yuan said coolly. He said so and also did so. Morningstar sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly and said, "You're the newly promoted son of the heavenly dragon, Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Precisely so." Morningstar said, "Good, hope that you won't let this emperor down in the battle of dragon sons this time." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I definitely won't let Senior down." Morningstar nodded slightly, but beckoned his hand at Long Xiaochun and said, "Xiaochun, come over." Aou was stunned, a baffled look on his face. It was over just like that. On what basis? Disrespect towards a heavenly dragon was a major offense. A powerful like Morningstar did not allow the slightest bit of disobedience at all. But he let Yi Yuan off just like that so easily. Aou knelt on the ground, his face vacant, disbelief on his face. Not just him, everyone was incomparably shocked. A haughty fellow like Yi Yuan, shouldn't Lord Morningstar have smacked him to death with one slap? They did not understand, but Yi Yuan had some guesses. Most likely, the way he obtained the heavenly dragon mark was different from the others. The existence in the Dragon Eye Cave was definitely not an ordinary heavenly emperor powerhouse. It might even be a level of existence like Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Toward that kind of existence, Yi Yuan still did not have a concept at present. But he had a blurry understanding of it. It did not seem as simple as just there being a massive chasm between Heavenly Emperor and Tao Ancestor. Long Xiaochun was like a startled rabbit. Pursing her mouth, she shuffled her feet over to Morningstar's side and called in a low voice, "Grandpa Morningstar." Morningstar rebuked her and said, "You lanesses. This time, you must go up the Heavenly Dragon Mountain with me." Chapter 2164, 1,000 years later. Chapter 2164, 1,000 years later. I'm not going. What's good about the Heavenly Dragon Mountain? It's like a cage, Long Xiaochun said unwillingly. Everyone was rendered speechless. Everyone wanted to go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain even in their dreams. This little girl was actually not willing. She should not make fun of people like this. Morningstar pulled a long face and said, "This is your fate. No matter whether you're willing or not, you have to accept this arrangement. A great era is about to arrive. Only by possessing sufficient strength can one survive, and can our dragon clan last." Long Xiaochun's head shook like a rattle drum, and she said, "I don't want means I don't want. I still want to follow Yi Yuan and roam the heavenspan world." Long Xiaochun threw a tantrum, giving Morningstar a headache. Yi Yuan was rather surprised though. He did not expect that this little girl actually already made up her mind to go out with him. One should not look at how Long Xiaochun was normally happy-go-lucky once this laness decided on something. Even 9 heavenly dragons could not pull her back either. But in this aspect, this girl was rather similar to him. Morningstar glared, the sullen rage of a heavenly dragon quietly erupted. Everyone present felt tremendous pressure and could not help prostrating even lower. That was the pressure originating from the bloodline. Time waits for no man. Lane SS, if you still don't enter the Heavenly Dragon Mountain this time, this emperor will be forcefully bringing you up. Long Xiaochun's stubborn temper flared up too, and she said angrily, "Grandpa Morningstar, if you dare to forcefully bring me up, I'll cry every day for you to see." Morningstar's face turned black. Thinking about this girl's destructive power, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. Of course, although this destructive power was not to the extent of causing any damage to Heavenly Dragon Mountain, sending it into a tizzy could not be avoided. Morningstar immediately felt his head swell. He looked at Long Xiaochun and billowed his beard as he glared and actually did not know what he should do for some time. The sons of the Heavenly Dragon present were all incomparably shocked in their hearts. They were still curious previously. Long Xiaochun did not have a Heavenly Dragon mark. So why would she come to the Battle of Dragon Sons? Looking at it now, Long Xiaochun's ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. They could all tell that even though Morningstar was angered until he was billowing his beard and glaring, he had a kind of unspeakable doting toward Long Xiaochun. It seemed like Long Xiaochun was the Dragon Clan's future. while these sons of the heavenly dragon, were merely dregs. You lane SS, angering this emperor to death. Morningstar nearly jumped up. Seeing Morningstar's appearance, Long Xiaochun felt pleased with herself. Either way, she did not want to go up the heavenly dragon mountain and also did not want to cultivate. Senior Morningstar, let me try. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Morningstar gave him a glance, shook his head, and said, "It's no use. This lane SS, even her mother can't put her in place." While Long Xiaochun looked at Yi Yuan vigilantly and said, "Yi Yuan, just whose side are you standing on? No need to urge me. Either way, I won't go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Girlie, with my talent, how big do you think that gap between you and me will be after 1,000 years? Long Xiaochun was taken aback. She really never considered this problem before. But the sons of the heavenly dragon by the side, each and every one of them revealed disdainful looks. This guy is really COC Kai. 1,000 years' time, how big a gap can there be? You knew more than the others and said with a cold smile, Long Xiaochun's cultivation talent is extremely high. She would also have a middle-stage Empyrean cultivation no matter what after 1,000 years. Could it be that he can cultivate to the late-stage Empyrean realm? Saying that Yi Yuan could cultivate to the late-stage Empyrean realm 1,000 years later, he did not believe it even if beaten to death. The sons of the heavenly dragon present, each one was a genius in cultivation. Who could be lousier than Yi Yuan? Even they did not dare talk about how it would be like 1,000 years later. What basis did this brat have? However, Long Xiaochun held her head in her hand and pondered for a while, and said seriously, 1,000 years later, you can probably kill me by puffing out a breath. What? You somewhat doubted his own ears. The other sons of the heavenly dragon's faces also had stunned looks. These sons of the heavenly dragon, were all very close in strength. 1,000 years, a distinction could not be made at all. But Long Xiaochun said that 1,000 years later, he would be able to kill her by puffing out a breath. This kind of thing was very easy to understand when placed on geniuses and mortals. But between geniuses, it was simply a fantasy tale. Indignance, displeasure, disdain, many emotions interwove together, making the atmosphere on the platform become strange. Even Morningstar's pupils also constricted slightly. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became different. Others did not understand, but Long Xiaochun herself understood it very well. This appraisal was not over the top. It might even be low. How much time had Pares said since she met Yi Yuan in the West Spirit region? Yi Yuan's realm and strength soared by more than 1 or 2 levels. When she first met Yi Yuan, Long Xiaochun could blast Yi Yuan to death with one punch. But now, she was already far from Yi Yuan's match. 1,000 years later, only ghosts knew what kind of realm Yi Yuan would reach. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "At that time, even if I bring you by my side, will you follow me by my side?" Long Xiaochun blinked twice and shook her head and said, "No." Yi Yuan said, "Moreover, a turbulent era is arriving. No body can escape by sheer luck as well. Your mother, your clansmen, all of them getting caught in the fires of war. You will need power to protect them. Only then did you discover that you don't have that strength. Will you be in despair?" Yi Yuan let out a heavy sigh and said, "I have once experienced this kind of powerless moment. Hence, I have to continuously become strong until no one can surpass me. Only when you grasp true power can you truly be free and unfettered in this world." All right, I got it. I'll go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth and said unwillingly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Cultivate well. In the future, you and I, brother and sister, join hands and roam the world unmatched. COC Kai. 2 COC Kai. Who the hell are you? Still roam the world unmatched." The group of sons of the heavenly dragon was already ticked off by the side. If not for Morningstar being by the side, they would likely have joined hands to cripple Yi Yuan. "Aren't you unmatched? I'll make you unmatched." But these sons of the heavenly dragon's anger was already completely stoked. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Yi Yuan, treating him as their enemy. Long Xiaochun looked at Yi Yuan and said, That's what you said. When I have achievements in cultivation, you have to bring me to the heaven-span world to play. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Relax, I, Yi Yuan, am a man of my word. When Morningstar saw this scene, he could not help having a stupefied look on his face. Heavenly Dragon Mountain had thought of no idea how many ways to make Long Xiaochun go up the mountain. Using both soft and hard tactics, adopting every possible means. But this Lane SS was impervious to everything and refused to go up the mountain no matter what. He did not expect that Yi Yuan convinced this girl with a few words. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan, his interest in him growing stronger. His earlier attitude toward Yi Yuan was naturally because he was different from the rest. Heavenly Dragon Mark was automatically formed when the Dragon Mark Monument sensed the bloodline power of the various strongholds' junior generation. But Yi Yuan's Heavenly Dragon Mark was engraved on the Dragon Mark Monument artificially. This showed that there was definitely a major power in the clan who bestowed upon Yi Yuan the Heavenly Dragon Mark. Chapter 2165, Really Weak. Chapter 2165, Really Weak. Among the sons of the Heavenly Dragon, a youth with thick eyebrows said with a light laugh, Brother Long Yuan, you seem to have been looked down upon. A hint of disdain flashed across the eyes of the youth with an impressive presence beside, and he said coolly, The ignorant are fearless, that's all. My Heavenly Dragon stronghold's awe-inspiring reputation isn't from talking about it. Long Jingyuan, you have no chance too. Long Jingyuan laughed and said, Our score, talk about it again later. But this brat is so arrogant. I'm very annoyed. Long Yuan said coolly, just a completely useless person. When I run into him in the mist battlefield, I'll end him with one punch. Long Jingyuan smiled and said, Hope that he doesn't run into you or me, otherwise, hey. By the side, there were quite a few sons of the Heavenly Dragon who heard the two people's discussion, and all responded with cold smiles. Long Yuan and Long Jinyuan, one came from Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, one came from Black Dragon Stronghold. These two great heaven strongholds were universally recognized as the strongest bloodline and also the strongest heaven strongholds. Yi Yuan's unintentional words clearly already provoked their anger. Seeing Yi Yuan convinced Long Xiaochun, Morningstar was greatly comforted, and he could not help laughing as he said, I didn't expect that you, this Lane SS, actually also have times when you yielded to people. Long Xiaochun shot him a fierce glare and hid at one side to restrain her anger. All right, it's almost time. This emperor will send you all into the mist battlefield. I wish you all good luck. Done talking, Morningstar pointed a finger. A large hole was torn open in the void. Yi Yuan felt the Heavenly Dragon Mark on his forehead suddenly heat up, and his body flew toward the large hole involuntarily. After all of the sons of the Heavenly Dragon flew into the mist battlefield, a huge image appeared above the void. On the screen, all the figures of the sons of the Heavenly Dragon could be seen clearly. The group of Heavenly Emperors was on tiptoes in antic 1P Asian, all hoping for their son of the Heavenly Dragon to be able to show a good performance. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes and he arrived in a cloud of fog. In the fog, north, south, east, west, could not be distinguished. Yi Yuan mustered up his ocular art and was barely able to see clearly the situation within 100 feet. This is the mist battlefield. It looks like a maze. However, dragon origin crystals makes me look forward to it very much. Yi Yuan said with a smile. In the mist battlefield, the sons of the Heavenly Dragon would meet randomly. Sons of the Heavenly Dragon were able to rely on the Heavenly Dragon Mark to sense nearby dragon origin crystals. Dragon origin crystals were a special product of the Heavenly Dragon Mountain, and also the Dragon Clan's priceless treasure. Refining dragon origin crystals could evolve bloodline power and let the dragon race bloodline become purer. Cultivation would naturally speed up as well. Furthermore, dragon origin crystals were also the key to activating the Heavenly Dragon Mark. As long as one absorbed a certain amount of dragon origin crystals, they would be able to activate the Heavenly Dragon Mark. But how much one absorbed varied from person to person. Suddenly, a surge of powerful law power descended. Yi Yuan felt that his vital energy was suppressed to initial stage rank 7 by this power of law. When the realm was different, the disparity was too great. Similarly, a son of the Heavenly Dragon, This kind of gap could not be made up for at all. Hence, in this mist battlefield, it would suppress the power of vital energy, making the group of sons of the heavenly dragon be at the same level. However, even if the realm was suppressed, the strength of the sons of the heavenly dragon still had some differences. Sons of the heavenly dragon whose cultivation realms were high clearly had more advantage. But sadly, this kind of suppressing power is completely useless to me. Yi Yuan revolved his own Chaos World power and easily blocked this law power outside. His Chaos World power was not within the 5 elements and did not get affected by outside forces at all. Yi Yuan's current realm was just newly into Chaos Realm, but his Chaos World power was far stronger than those in the same rank. It was roughly equivalent to middle stage First Firmament Empyrean Realm. This difference of half a rank was sufficient for him to crush his peers. Let alone that he was even of the perfect 7th transformation golden body. At this time, Yi Yuan felt his glabella heat up. Very soon, he sensed the location of dragon origin crystals. Winding around for a while, Yi Yuan saw a piece of white crystal growing on the ground very quickly. It was precisely a dragon origin crystal. Yi Yuan slowly walked over and plucked off the dragon origin crystal. Feeling the powerful bloodline power in the dragon origin crystal, Yi Yuan could not help feeling an upsurge of emotion. Put down the dragon origin crystal. You can scram already. Right at this time, a haughty voice came from the opposite. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, but it was an unfamiliar son of the heavenly dragon. If I don't put it down? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. The other party said with a cold smile, refusing face when given, do you know who I am? Yi Yuan put away the dragon origin crystal and shook his head as he said, don't know, and not interested in knowing either. When the other party saw that Yi Yuan did not take him seriously at all, his gaze could not help turning cold, and he said in a cold voice, to dare make light of someone from Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, courting death. He was called Long Zheng, Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's number 3 person, his strength being rather formidable. Furthermore, he already unlocked the Heavenly Dragon Mark II. At the outside world, the group of Heavenly Emperors responded with cold smiles. Who, this kid is so rampant, suffered retribution now, right? The first one and he bu-emped into Long Zheng, Long Zifeng could not help laughing as he said. A Heaven Stronghold's elder said, Long Zheng's strength should be able to rank in the top 10 among this batch of sons of the Heavenly Dragon, right? This kid really struck the jackpot. Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's protector elder, Long Tianyu, said nonchalantly, this kid boasted pretty big. I wonder how much ability he has. Clearly, he was 100% confident in Long Zheng. His Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's bloodline was extremely strong. The sons of the Heavenly Dragon in the clan, their strength far surpassed said other Heaven Strongholds. Long Zheng was ranked 3rd in Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, but when placed in other Heaven Strongholds, he absolutely had the strength to contend for first place. TSK. Just you watch, Yi Yuan will take him down with one hand. Long Xiaochun was indignant and immediately retorted Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu could not help choking. Giving a cold snort, he did not say any more. Long Xiaochun's status was clearly not ordinary, so he did not dare to easily get angry either. But with regards to Long Xiaochun's words, Long Tianyu did not believe it at all. Yi Yuan just broke through to the Empyrean realm not long ago. He definitely did not even awaken his innate divine abilities. So how was he to fight? True dragon trampling the heavens. Under Long Zheng's fury, it was the Universe Dragon Claw's second form with a raise of his hand. It was only to see his glabella mark flashed. The power of true dragon trampling the heavens actually skyrocketed a fold. This power could virtually sweep across those in the same rank. Yi Yuan looked at this move and could not help finding it funny. This is your reliance. Really weak. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Long Zheng did not see him make any incredible move either. Yi Yuan just threw a punch out indifferently. Seeing Yi Yuan treat him without proper respect like this, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Long Zheng's mouth. Courting death. Then there was a bang. The true dragon phantom that Long Zheng fired out directly broke apart, while his chest seemed to have been struck by a sledgehammer, directly spurting out a mouthful of fresh blood, flying out backward. All of the heavenly emperor's bodies virtually quivered at the same time. This is impossible. He didn't use any martial technique and defeated Long Zheng just based on the power of the fleshy body? Too fake. Could it be that this boy used some evil art? The group of heavenly emperors was full of disbelief. Yi Yuan clearly did not use any martial technique but defeated his foe with one punch. This kind of thing would only happen when someone at a higher realm crushed a lower realm. Similarly, a son of the heavenly dragon. Furthermore, everyone's realm was at the same level, so how could Yi Yuan do it to this degree? Chapter 2166, Still Too Weak. Chapter 2166, Still Too Weak. Here, what did I say? Yi Yuan brought him down with one hand. Long Xiaochun hid behind Morningstar, having a smug look on her face. She had personally judged Yi Yuan's strength before. In the same rank, there was basically no chance of wanting to beat Yi Yuan. Let alone that Long Zheng, who was not considered the strongest in this batch of sons of the heavenly dragon. A hint of surprise also flashed across Morningstar's eyes. Clearly, Yi Yuan's strength far exceeded his imagination. In the fog, Long Zheng crawled to his feet, a look of alarm and anger on his face. His thoughts were the same as Long Yuan, that this punk was just a braggart. But it was this braggart who defeated him without even using a martial technique. A proud genius could not endure such a humiliation. Long Zheng gritted his teeth and roared furiously, "Punk, you forced me. I'll let you take a look at my true strength." On his glabella, the heavenly dragon mark started burning like a blazing fire. An enormous true dragon phantom with its gaping maws wide open appeared behind Long Zheng. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he revealed a look of amuse. EMENT as he said with a light smile, "Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. A little interesting. But this move being unleashed in your hands, it is too weak." The same move, when used by different people, the power was totally different. Differences in bloodline power, differences in heavenly dragon mark, different strength of the physical body, it would all affect the move's power. This dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter move was the dragon race's innate divine ability. It could summon the spirit of a true dragon to attack the opponent, the power immense. It was just that Long Zheng's move was not brilliant the way Yi Yuan looked at it. Long Zheng had always been proud. Apart from Long Yuan, and Long Qian who was ranked second in Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, he did not place anyone in his sights. Today, he was actually being looked down upon by his opponent like so. How could he not be furious? Punk, the outcome of looking down on the Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's son of the Heavenly Dragon is death. Long Zheng was greatly enraged as he roared. Yi Yuan chuckled and took a step out. The image of a dragon also surfaced behind him. This move was shockingly precisely the true dragon trampling the heavens that Long Zheng used before earlier. So what if innate divine ability? Today, I'll let you see that the same move in different people's hands, the power is totally different. Yi Yuan laughed lightly and suddenly struck a palm out. The dragon image behind him practically turned corporeal, flying over toward Long Zheng with a roar. Yi Yuan's dragon image had a fundamental difference from Long Zheng's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Innate divine abilities, those were blessings from a true dragon. It was summoning the origin power of the dragon race to battle. While the dragon image that true dragon trampling the heavens summoned was merely condensed with Yi Yuan's own vital energy. The two were on completely different levels in terms of quality. Long Zheng's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter completely beat Yi Yuan in terms of quality. But when the two powerful moves collided together, Long Zheng immediately felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas transmitting over from the other party. Bang! Yi Yuan's dragon image crushed the dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter like cruise. Plussing dead leaves, then it bombarded against Long Zheng's body. Long Zheng spurted fresh blood wildly, directly being blasted beneath the earth. At the outside world, the faces of all the heavenly emperors changed drastically. True dragon trampling the heavens defeated dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter? My eyesight isn't failing, right? This is too illogical. No matter how strong true dragon trampling the heavens this move is, it's also impossible to deal with dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter, right? How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The heavenly emperor powerhouses all felt that it was hard to understand. Innate divine ability being stronger than ordinary martial techniques, this was universally acknowledged. After all, ordinary martial techniques could be cultivated, while innate divine abilities could only be comprehended by relying on oneself. Weak dragons were unable to comprehend a single innate divine ability for life. Only sons of the heavenly dragon could comprehend one or two. In everyone's understanding, only innate divine abilities could deal with innate divine abilities. Unable to comprehend, there was only being crushed all the way. But now, the innate divine ability that everyone viewed as a sharp weapon was actually defeated by Yi Yuan with an ordinary martial technique. True dragon trampling the heavens was strong, but in front of innate divine ability, it was too weak. But Yi Yuan relied on this martial technique and defeated the innate divine ability, dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. This result shocked people too greatly. Morningstar's eyes glimmered and he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Girl, is this boy, of the perfect seventh transformation golden body?" Long Xiaochun giggled and said, "It's still Grandpa Morningstar who has keen eyes. How is it? He's impressive, right?" "What? Perfect seventh transformation?" Long Zifeng had a look of shock, disbelief written all over his face. A perfect sixth transformation was already incredibly rare, while a perfect seventh transformation was practically extinct. The group of heavenly emperors was shocked until they could not close their mouths, looking at that figure on the light screen in disbelief. A hint of surprise flashed across Morningstar's eyes and he said with a slight nod, "No wonder. No matter how trashy the martial technique, when executed with perfect seventh transformation, the power will also skyrocket, let alone talk about the dragon race's supreme martial technique, Universe Dragon Claw. A perfect seventh transformation. How many years has a perfect seventh transformation not appeared in my dragon clan? This brat actually achieved a perfect seventh transformation at a young age," Long Tianyu said with surprise. "Long Tianyu, looks like your heavenly dragon stronghold has met its match this time," Black Dragon Stronghold's elder said with a smile. Long Tianyu's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "You all will witness Long Yuan's true strength very soon, so what if it's the perfect seventh transformation?" The moment these words came out, the group of heavenly emperors had strange expressions. It seemed like Long Yuan's strength was really very strong. Morningstar's gaze was indifferent as he said, "Long Zheng is heavily injured and already doesn't have combat capability." Stripping the heavenly dragon mark and withdrawing from the mist battlefield. Finished talking, he fired out a seal. A light beam flew out of the mist battlefield and landed on the platform. Long Zheng was full of wounds and was already completely unconscious. And the heavenly dragon mark on his head also vanished without a trace already. Battle of Dragon Sons, only the 10 people that remained in the end could continue to possess the heavenly dragon mark. The others were stripped of their heavenly dragon marks without exception, recovering their normal ident. 1 ties. Battle of Dragon Sons was a huge lucky chance, and similarly also a cruel elimination tournament. Weaklings could only fade into the crowd. In the mist battlefield, Yi Yuan continued to search for dragon origin crystals according to the heavenly dragon mark's effects. Ordinary sons of the heavenly dragon were not opponents that could last one exchange with him at all. Very soon, Yi Yuan found many dragon origin crystals. While in another place, the Aou who was currently meditating suddenly snapped open both eyes, his gaze revealing a look of wild elation. Aou gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Ha ha ha, the mist battlefield is indeed a superb place to increase one's strength. My heavenly dragon mark has already awakened a second time and even awakened my second innate divine ability. My strength became more than a magnitude stronger. My current strength is already adequate to squeeze into the top 10, even top 5. Yi Yuan, pray that I don't run into you, otherwise, your hour of doom will have arrived. Blood debts need to be paid in blood." The heavenly dragon mark was a mark that could be steadily promoted. Each awakening, the strength of the dragon would obtain a significant advancement. It was also precisely because so that the potential of sons of the heavenly dragon was tremendous, and also why they would be respected like so. They were people chosen by Heavenly Dragon Mountain, the Dragon Clan's future. Aou refined quite a few dragon origin crystals and already underwent the second awakening. The current him was Brother I am Ming with confidence and wished to encounter Yi Yuan right away. Chapter 2167, When Two Tigers Fight, One is Sure to Die. Chapter 2167, When Two Tigers Fight, One is Sure to Die. With dragon origin crystals entering the body, a heart-rending pain immediately transmitted over. Yi Yuan could not resist sucking in a cold breath. Following that, origin dragon energy fused into his blood vessels very quickly. Yi Yuan's fleshly body and bloodline were being remolded rapidly. He could feel that his fleshly body was becoming stronger bit by bit. However, the energy contained in the dragon origin crystals, there was a portion of it that branched off, converting to chaos divine essence and soul force. Ever since breaking through to Chaos Realm, Yi Yuan discovered that the divine essence he absorbed would split into three. This was also to say that no matter how he cultivated now, it was cultivating essence, energy, and spirit, three paths, simultaneously. This way, Yi Yuan's strength would be even more consolidated. Of course, cultivation also became slower. However, the dragon race's origin dragon energy was another form of existence. Yi Yuan could feel traces of warm flow entering the heavenly dragon mark, then spreading throughout the entire body. His dragon race bloodline became purer. Except, refining 6 pieces of dragon origin crystals in a row, Yi Yuan did not feel signs of the heavenly dragon mark awakening, and he could not help feeling disappointed. Bloodline power increased by at least 20%. The power of my dragon race martial techniques will also increase 20%. This dragon origin crystal is really good stuff, Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Reaching his level of boundary, each increase in bloodline was extremely difficult. But a few pieces of dragon origin crystals let his bloodline power increase 20%. It was indeed a treasure that was hard to come by. But Yi Yuan also discovered that the effect of the dragon origin crystals was gradually diminish. Hi+ing. Furthermore, the agony of amalgamating the dragon origin crystals was also continuously increasing. Yi Yuan reckoned that after the fused quant 1 Tai reached a certain degree, it would probably be saturated. After getting up, Yi Yuan did not dawdle either, continuing to look for dragon origin crystals. This thing, naturally the more the better. Very soon, he relied on the heavenly dragon mark's reaction and found a piece of dragon origin crystal. However, without any surprises, another son of the heavenly dragon also found it. Yi Yuan. The other party let out a surprised cry. Yi Yuan had long seen the arrival already. It was none other than precisely Aou. Aou had a smug look as he said with a cold smile, "Enemies really meet on a narrow path. How is it? Do you have any realization already?" Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Realization? What's that?" Aou shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. Using a pitying gaze to look at Yi Yuan, he said, "Really don't know where your courage comes from, to still dare be arrogant in front of me. You probably don't know, right? Just earlier, Cloud Dragon Stronghold's Long 7 was already defeated at my hand. Long 7 was an existence that had hopes of squeezing into the top 3. Now, he was actually defeated at Aou's hands. It could be seen that Aou's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Who knew that Yi Yuan's face did not have any visible chance in countenance as he said coolly, "Oh? So what?" Yi Yuan's nonchalance triggered Aou badly, setting off all of his wrath. At the outside world, when Aou saw these two people meet, his expression could not help changing. As the saying went, enemies would always meet. The two people finally BUMP'd together. Just earlier, the outside world's heavenly emperors had just experienced a shock. Aou, who was ANO body, actually defeated Long 7, who was a favorite to contend for the top 3. This result made the heavenly emperor's jaws drop. Originally thought that Aou was just a sidekick, who knew that after he entered the mist battlefield, he seemed to have become enlightened, seizing dragon origin crystals consecutively. In the end, his heavenly dragon mark actually underwent a second awakening and even awoken a second innate divine ability. Even Long 7 was not his match anymore. Long Zifeng was currently depressed. When he saw this scene, he could not help sneering as he said, "Looks like these two people don't seem to be on good terms. There's a good show to watch now. I wonder if it's this arrogant Yi Yuan who's stronger, or Aou who awakened a second time who's stronger. When two tigers clash, one is bound to get hurt. Heh heh." But Ao Qi let out a sigh and said, "Not that one is bound to get hurt, but that one is sure to die." The heavenly emperors could not help being surprised when they heard that, looking at Ao Qi in great surprise. Originally this time, it was the moment for Purple Dragon's stronghold to radiate splendor. They did not expect that such a sudden turn of events would actually occur. Life and death were not prohibited in the mist battlefield. But unless one was genuinely enraged, otherwise, rarely would people determine life and death. Under normal cirque stances, crippling the other party and making the other party withdraw from the mist battlefield was considered over. But now, these two great powerhouses were actually going to determine life and death. It involuntarily made people very surprised. Somebody asked, "Ao Qi, why is that?" Ao Yi let out another sigh and talked about the two people's grudge, making everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. Yi Yuan, this fellow was really a troublemaker, to actually scheme a heavenly emperor to death. But regarding this sort of scene, quite a number of people were delighted to hear about it. Cutting each other's throats, this sort of thing, they dwelt upon it with great relish. Heh, Yi Yuan, this brat is so arrogant, he probably never thought that Aou actually awakened a second time, right? Even if his of the perfect seventh transformation, it's also impossible to be Aou's match just based on martial technique. Long Zifeng said with a cold laugh. He still had half a sentence that he did not say. Best that both parties fight until they were both wounded, and both withdraw from the mist battlefield. Regarding Long Zifeng's words, the other heavenly emperors were also very much in agreement. Long Tianyu nodded and said, "After the second awakening, regardless of whether it is bloodline power or innate divine abilities, the power will rise more than a level. Yi Yuan didn't even awaken once, so it's impossible to comprehend an innate divine ability. Therefore, he has virtually no chances of victory." The moment Long Xiaochun heard, she was immediately indignant and Reb. Ted, you guys just watch. Yi Yuan will definitely take him down." When the group of heavenly emperors heard, they could not help laughing out loud. Fighting this sort of thing could not determine the victor based on feelings. A perfect seventh transformation was indeed very strong, but each one of the sons of the heavenly dragon was an elite among the elites. In terms of the fleshly body, they also approached perfection. Although there were disparities in this aspect, it was also not irredeemable. A second awakening innate divine ability could make up for this disparity, let alone that the combat power which Aou exhibited, everyone already witnessed it. Long Seven displayed his second innate divine ability and still lost to Aou. Therefore, they were not optimistic about Yi Yuan. "Humph. Ignorant fool, you completely don't know the significance of defeating Long Seven. I've already awakened a second time and comprehended a second divine ability. Even if you have exceedingly formidable abilities, it's also impossible to escape alive today," Aou said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? Then bring out your special skill. Don't let me down." Aou's gaze turned cold, and his vital energy surged, like a fire. An enormous true dragon phantom slowly condensed behind him. Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. However, Aou's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter was more than a magnitude stronger compared to Long Zheng's. That true dragon was also significantly more condensed. This was the power of a second awakening. Feeling the boundless power coming from the opposite side, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a hint of amuse. EMENT, and he said with a light laugh, "A little interesting. It can force out some of my strength." It was only to see Yi Yuan's two hands form a Tai Chi stance, an enormous dragon emerged. Universe Dragon Claw third stance, Grand Universe Palm, bang! The void trembled. Dragon Tyrannical Evanescent Slaughter directly collapsed. The Grand Universe Palm carried an indomitable momentum and slammed onto Aou's body. Chapter 2168, Cultivate? Doesn't exist. Chapter 2168, Cultivate? Doesn't exist. This. The second awakening dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter actually can't beat the Grand Universe Palm? This guy was actually still holding back when he exchanged blows with Long Zheng. When did the dragon race's innate divine abilities become so weak that it can't withstand even a single blow? The group of heavenly emperors was rendered speechless. Was Yi Yuan planning on using Universe Dragon Claw this move to sweep across the mist battlefield? Furthermore, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was clearly a great deal stronger than that time with Long Zheng. If Yi Yuan unleashed this kind of power when facing off with Long Zheng would have long been smacked to death by him with one palm. He. Elder Tianyu, didn't you say that Yi Yuan doesn't have any chances of victory? What about now? Long Xiaochun laughed loudly and said to Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu's old face turned red, and he argued, you saw it earlier too. Aou still has Boundless Big Dipper Fist, this trump card, that hasn't been used. That's a true major trump card. Long Xiaochun's mouth curled and she said disdainfully, Humph. Do you think that Yi Yuan has no trump cards? Wait and see. Aou crawled out from underneath the ground, covered in blood all over. Yi Yuan's Grand Universe Palm earlier did not hold back. Aou's injuries were naturally much heavier than Long Zheng's. Aou looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of wrath and puzzlement. He did not know that Yi Yuan's fight with Long Zheng had long already shocked the outside world's heavenly emperor powerhouses. He still thought that with his current strength, he could casually crush Yi Yuan underfoot. He did not expect that the moment he made his move, he was trampled on by Yi Yuan. Yo, can still get up, not bad. Yi Yuan looked at Aou and said with a smile that was not a smile. Aou's two eyes were blood red as he roared angrily, "Damn thing, you forced me. Now, I'll turn you to ashes." He withdrew his fist momentum and condensed the spirit of a true dragon behind him once more. But the spirit of the true dragon this time was more than several times more solid compared to before. He had not made his move yet and the surrounding space seemingly solidified. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils also constricted slightly, revealing a solemn expression. It seemed like this guy wasn't a complete braggart either. Just based on this move, it was not a difficult matter for the current Aou to annihilate a second firmament Empyrean II. Boundless Big Dipper Fist. Indeed have some degrees of a likeness. It's just too bad that you're still far too lacking. Yi Yuan said coolly. Aou said with a cold smile, stop pretending. Act COC Kai again after receiving this punch. A hint of an amused smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and his two hands formed a circle in front of his chest without any discontinuity. A ball of light emerged in Yi Yuan's palm. No petrifying aura, everything appeared so serene. Aou's movement and Yi Yuan's motionlessness formed a sharp contrast. Seeing this scene, Aou's pupils could not help constricting as he cried out in surprise, "Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand. This isn't possible. You just broke through to the Empyrean realm, so how can you possibly cultivate the transient Heavenly Dragon Hand so fast?" Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Cultivate. Doesn't exist. Didn't anybody tell you that I'm of the atavism dragon soul?" Aou's expression changed drastically, looking at Yi Yuan with a stunned expression. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually of the atavism dragon soul. In reality, progenitor Long Qin had long mastered the Universe Dragon Claw's fourth form, Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand. After Yi Yuan broke through to rank 7, Yi Yuan grasped his martial technique naturally. Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand was famously hard to cultivate in the Dragon Clan. Many Empyrean powerhouses cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and were only dabblers too. Hence, many people rather went to awaken innate divine abilities than be willing to spend hundreds of thousands of years to go and cultivate this martial technique. However, Long Qin's talent was immensely high and cultivated this martial technique to the realm of grand completion. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was the grand completion realm transient Heavenly Dragon Hand. As for cultivation, this sort of dreary thing, to the atavism dragon soul Yi Yuan, it did not exist at all. At this time, a myriad of profanities galloped across in Aou's heart. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors already burst into an uproar. Just how many trump cards does this guy have? The power of transient heavenly dragon hand already doesn't lose to ordinary innate divine abilities. How did he master the transient heavenly dragon hand when he just broke through to Empyrean realm? This is really a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents. Transient heavenly dragon hand matching up against the boundless Big Dipper fist. It's not easy to say who wins and who loses. Seeing everyone's stunned appearance, Long Xiaochun had a smug look. Hee, cultivate? What the hell is that? Yi Yuan doesn't need to cultivate at all to grasp the transient heavenly dragon hand, Long Xiaochun said with a smug look. Everyone was taken aback when he heard that, but Morningstar's eyes glimmered, and he said, "Could this boy be of the atavism dragon soul?" Long Xiaochun nodded and said with a smile, "Yi Yuan's progenitor is my mother's elder brother, Long Qin. This transient heavenly dragon hand, uncle, he must have mastered it long ago. Hence, Yi Yuan doesn't need to cultivate at all." Ao Qi's face changed and he cried out in surprise, "Long Qin, the son of the heavenly dragon who was known as the one with the greatest talent in your rain dragon stronghold?" Long Xiaochun shook her head and said, "That I'm not clear." But Morningstar nodded slightly and said, "I've also heard of him before. It was said that he had high hopes of entering Heavenly Dragon Mountain back then. But due to a momentary show of bravery, he barged into the Dragon Eye Cave. In the end, he was not heard of since. I didn't expect that such a monster actually emerged among his descendant. Although only the tip of the iceberg was revealed with regards to Yi Yuan's strength, these heavenly emperors were all perfectly aware. Yi Yuan already surpassed, said his predecessor. However, these heavenly emperors only saw the scene from the light screen and did not know the actual situation in the mist battlefield. Yi Yuan's transient heavenly dragon hand did not have an earth-shaking power, as if it was an old well without ripples. In Aou's view, Yi Yuan's move was an empty show. Aou naturally would not be silly enough to think that Yi Yuan was putting on a showy air to deal with him. On the contrary, his hairs were currently standing on end. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his head. It was just that he who had awakened a second time did not believe in fate. So what even if transient heavenly dragon hand? I don't believe that a mere martial technique can break my second awakening innate divine ability, boundless Big Dipper fist. Kill for me. As he roared, Aou executed the boundless Big Dipper fist. This punch was indomitable, displaying the dragon race's domineeringness in its entirety. The spirit of the true dragon behind him suddenly struck a fist out. Heaven and earth trembled because of it. The Aou previously relied on precisely this move to overpower Long Seven. Facing this heaven-shocking blow, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious. He just pushed lightly, the light ball in his palm suddenly vanished. Bang! Virtually instantaneously, an earth-shaking explosion sound erupted. The Ma's Civ true dragon spirit was blown into pieces by an inexplicable force in an instant. Aou's pupils constricted, wanting to flee, but it was already too late. His surroundings were already enveloped by an inexplicable power, then it started exploding crazily. Bang! 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 After the explosions, Aou fell to the ground feebly, akin to a pile of rotten mud. Seeing the Yi Yuan who slowly walked in front of him, Aou's eyes were like dead ashes. Why? He was unresigned. Originally thought that the mist battlefield was the place where he would experience a nirvanic rebirth. Who could have thought that it actually became his land of demise? He defeated the Long Seven who ranked in the top 3, but he completely lost to Yi Yuan. Chapter 2169, Cannot Bear to Look Straight. Chapter 2169, Cannot Bear to Look Straight. Why is it like this? Even if it's the transient heavenly dragon hand, it's also impossible to be this strong, right? Just what profound mystery is there involved? Long Tianyu looked at the Yi Yuan on the light screen, befuddlement written all over his eyes. It was true that transient heavenly dragon hand was strong. But the boundless Big Dipper fist should be stronger. Even if Yi Yuan had the augmentation of perfect seventh transformation, it was also impossible to make Aou be defeated so utterly, right? The other heavenly emperors were the same too, very perplexed by this outcome. They were not concerned about Aou's life or death, but they were very interested in the reason for Yi Yuan's might. Who cares what profound mystery he has? Winning says it all. Didn't you say earlier that Yi Yuan doesn't have chances of winning? Long Xiaochun napped the chance and smacked Long Tianyu's face viciously. Long Tianyu's old face turned red, and he awkwardly did not dare to speak. But Morningstar was absorbed in thought and slowly said, if I didn't see wrongly, Yi Yuan should have grasped the method to withdraw his strength. This kind of method can let the martial technique's power condense without releasing, focusing onto one point. It looks ordinary, but once it erupts, it will be akin to a monstrous wave or floodwaters, being unstoppable. This way, the power that the martial technique erupts with might be 2 times, even several times of the original. What? There's actually still such an approach. This is also too freakish. Plus this kind of method is equivalent to forcefully raising the martial technique up a level. No wonder the boundless Big Dipper fist was also too weak to stand against in front of him. Why have I never heard of such an approach before? These heavenly emperor powerhouses had all lived for countless years. Logically speaking, they were all people who had vast experiences and knowledge. But the power that Yi Yuan displayed, they actually never heard of it before. Just how many fortuitous encounters did this brat have before? Morningstar shook his head and said, this kind of method was very popular in the last epoch, but it has already been lost long ago. This emperor saw before just a few words in Heavenly Dragon Mountain's ancient records. Yi Yuan's method is very similar to what's recorded in the ancient records. The group of heavenly emperors exchanged glances, all shocked until they could not speak. Following Yi Yuan's one trump card after another being exposed, the shock in their hearts grew greater and greater. In the mist battlefield, Yi Yuan looked at the AOU beneath his feet and said coolly, there is no why. It's because you're too weak. So what if second awakening? You're unable to even force out my true strength. Just this bit of strength and you also want to kill me? AOU's eyes were ashen, full of disbelief. Already fought to such an extent, Yi Yuan actually did not exert his full strength yet. Just where did this guy's limits lie? However, everything was not important anymore. Yi Yuan stomped a foot down, directly ending his life. Long Zheng had no grudges nor enmity with him. Yi Yuan would not deal a killing blow. AOU wanted to kill him, he naturally would not hold back either. Seeing this scene, Aochi also shook his head slightly and sighed incessantly. He did not expect that Purple Dragon Stronghold produced 2 peerless rare geniuses. In the end, it actually wrapped up in such a manner. Yi Yuan retrieved the Dragon Origin Crystal and continued walking in the mist battlefield. He walked leisurely and did not have much scruples. In this mist battlefield, someone capable of harming him had not been born yet. If he could not even deal with those in the same rank, that would also be too weak. But got to admit, these sons of the Heavenly Dragon were all very strong. Jumping realms and fighting was no object too. If AOU went out of the mist battlefield, he would likely be able to break through to Third Firmament Empyrean realm very soon. With his combat strength, even if he encountered a 4th Firmament Empyrean, he would also have the strength to protect himself. One had to know, a 4th Firmament Empyrean versus a 3rd Firmament Empyrean, it was virtually a situation of getting crushed. But in the same rank, it was far too difficult for someone to want to beat Yi Yuan. Along with the Par-S Sage of Time, the sons of the Heavenly Dragon in the mist battlefield became fewer and fewer. The remainder were all elites. The battle situations also became increasingly fiercer. After Yi Yuan wasted 2 sons of the Heavenly Dragon, he ran into Long Seven unexpectedly. Long Seven did not withdraw out of the mist battlefield. He was only defeated by AOU and did not lose his combat strength. After retreating, he continued searching for Dragon Origin crystals again. When Long Seven saw Yi Yuan, his gaze turned cold, and he said haughtily, "It's you, this COC Kai fellow? Get lost, otherwise, die." When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help failing to suppress his laughter. These guys were really more COC Kai than the previous ones, all speaking the same tune when talking. Yi Yuan completely ignored him. He walked over toward the Dragon Origin crystal leisurely. Long Seven's 2 eyes narrowed and he said in a cold voice, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Take another step forward and I'll make your blood splatter on the spot. Long 7 did not know, but the face of the Long Zifeng outside turned green. In the mist battlefield, however big the commotion of two peoples fighting, the others were completely unaware too. Long 7 was completely unaware that the Aou who beat him was already trampled to death by Yi Yuan with 1 foot. Now, the Long 7 who did not know the inside story actually still ran in front of Yi Yuan to posture. Wasn't this an old person eating Ars Ernic, being tired of living? When the group of heavenly emperors saw this scene, they could not help finding it funny. Even Ao Qi also could not resist mocking, Long Zifeng, Long 7 is aiming for top 3. As long as he takes Yi Yuan down, entering the top 3 should be certain. Oh, right, you said that you have the capital to be arrogant in front of our purple dragon stronghold. Now, it's time for you to be arrogant. The group of heavenly emperors exclaimed into laughter. How could the current Long Zifeng still be arrogant? He just snorted coldly, but his gaze carried a trace of hope, hoping for Long 7 to not make a move against Yi Yuan. But very sadly, Long 7 still made a move. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not take him seriously at all, continuing to walk towards the dragon origin crystal, Long 7 gave a cold snort and said in a chilly voice, refusing face when it's given. Do you really take yourself to be someone notable? Since you're seeking death yourself, then you can't blame me. Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Long 7 had also awakened 2 innate divine abilities, but his heavenly dragon mark did not have a second awakening, so his strength was still a shade inferior to Aou. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk nonsense. Casually throwing out a grand universe palm, he directly sent Long 7 flying. Long 7 fell to the ground, a look of shock on his face. This is impossible. Grand universe palm actually broke my dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Long 7's eyes were full of disbelief. The words that Yi Yuan said before entering, Long 7 did not take it to heart at all. A fellow whose heavenly dragon mark did not awaken, what strength could he have? But now, he discovered that he was wrong, absurdly wrong. Yi Yuan's strength was really very strong. Yi Yuan took down the dragon origin crystal and said coolly, you should have comprehended the boundless Big Dipper fist too, right? If you're unconvinced, you can use it and see. Contempt. Blatantly looking down, Long 7 was full of pride. How could he endure this goading? Punk, since you want to die, then I'll send you off. Long 7's gaze turned cold, the spirit of true dragon stirring once more. Boundless Big Dipper fist suddenly erupted. He did not know, but the outside world's Long Zifeng shut his eyes painfully, unable to bear to look at this scene anymore. Sure enough, with a bang, Long 7's body was smacked flying out once more like a kite with a broken string. However, Yi Yuan showed mercy this time, letting Long 7 to withdraw out of the mist battlefield safely. Chapter 2170, Divine Lightning Devastation. Chapter 2170, Divine Lightning Devastation. Sigh. You shouldn't have provoked Yi Yuan. Seeing Long 7, Long Zifeng could not help sighing as he said. Long 7 endured the pain and said with gritted teeth, how can this fellow be so strong? Long Zifeng said with a bitter smile, strong? Atavism dragon soul, perfect 7th transformation, a secret art to contract his strength, can he not be strong? Aou provoked Yi Yuan and was trampled to death by him with 1 foot already. For you being able to come out safely was already him showing leniency. Now, there's probably only Long Yuan who can have a showdown with him. Long 7 had a dumbfounded stare, his mouth gaping. How could he have thought that Yi Yuan's trumps cards were actually so numerous? Furthermore, each trump card was sufficient to shock the soul. He actually still looked for trouble, posturing in front of Yi Yuan. Fortunately, there were not many people left in the mist battlefield currently. He was kicked out 7th from the last. This was also to say that in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, he was ranked 7th, rather fitting with his name. Suddenly, a heavenly emperor cried out in surprise, quickly look. Yi Yuan and Long Yuan have met. This time, it's really the strong characters meeting. The victor among them will probably be the champion this time. Yi Yuan sensed the position of the dragon origin crystals and bu-emped into Long Yuan head-on. When he saw Yi Yuan, Long Yuan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually walk until now. Not encountering Yi Yuan for such a long time, he even thought that Yi Yuan was finished off long ago. Being able to get to this point, looks like you still have a bit of strength. However, you shouldn't be so Kai. Long Yuan said coolly with his hands behind his back. These words were clearly not planning on letting Yi Yuan off. The words that Yi Yuan said outside had clearly triggered him, this sons of the heavenly dragon's number one person's pride. That kind of word that showed disdain upon all geniuses, only he was worthy to say it. Yi Yuan said with a light smile, Kai, is it? I don't think so. I was just stating a fact. Is that so? Long Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, his palm struck out. It was actually a transient heavenly dragon hand. This move was quick as lightning and actually did not even need the time to cast the spell. Making a move at a word of disagreement. Die. Long Yuan shouted coldly. Yi Yuan was already a dead person in his eyes. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and with a backhand, it was a grand universe palm. Bang! The two people each fell back several steps and stabilized their figures. Hey! Long Yuan let out a light cry of surprise. Clearly, he was very surprised by Yi Yuan's strength. Outside word, the group of heavenly emperors were extremely shocked. Long Yuan actually mastered the transient heavenly dragon hand too. This kid is truly monstrous. Yi Yuan merely relied on the atavism dragon soul in order to master the transient heavenly dragon hand. But Long Yuan cultivated by relying on his own talent. In comparison, whoever is superior can be determined at once. Up until now, there has yet to be someone who forced out his true strength. Wonder if Yi Yuan can do it or not. The moment the two people attacked, the group of heavenly emperors all leaned toward Long Yuan one-sidedly. It was not that Yi Yuan was not amazing, but it was that Long Yuan that was seriously too mysterious. Up until now, nobody could force him to use his innate divine abilities at all. Even the transient heavenly dragon hand, it was the first time he used it. They had practically seen all of Yi Yuan's trump cards. But Long Yuan's trump cards, they did not see it at all. Was it that Long Yuan's opponents were not strong? Of course not. Long Yuan already wiped out quite a few powerful sons of the heavenly dragon walking until now. Some people's strengths were even stronger than the AOU after evolving. But even so, nobody could force out Long Yuan's true strength either. It could be seen how mysterious he was. In contrast, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was practically his limit already. Hence, everyone naturally felt more optimistic about Long Yuan. The reason why Heavenly Dragon Stronghold was powerful was that their bloodline was extremely strong. One should not look at how AOU awakened his Heavenly Dragon mark a second time. Because when comparing bloodlines, he might even be inferior to Long Yuan who only awakened once. This was the magnitude of disparity, and also the difference in talent. It was impossible to make up for. Long Yuan looked at Yi Yuan and said rather surprisedly, "Indeed have some skill, to actually be able to block my transient heavenly dragon hand with the grand universe palm. You have the qualifications to make me a little serious." Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Another arrogant fellow. You're getting a little serious. It's just that, I don't know whether you can make me a little serious or not." Long Yuan had an appearance of looking down from high above as he said coolly, "You'd best be a little more serious. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't have the chance to be serious anymore." Finished talking, Long Yuan's vital energy surged to the sky. A true dragon spirit appeared behind him. It was Dragon Tyrannical Evanescent Slaughter again. However, Long Yuan's Dragon Tyrannical Evanescent Slaughter was more than a magnitude stronger than AOU's. That true dragon spirit's aura gave Yi Yuan a feeling of Mount Tai bearing down from above. To be able to force me to use an innate divine ability, you can be sufficiently proud. Now, you can go and die. Long Yuan had an appearance of having everything under control, suddenly striking a palm out. Yi Yuan laughed lightly, true transient heavenly dragon hand firing out fiercely. Bang! Two forces dissipated with a loud bang, returning to serenity. Evenly matched once again. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan would actually know the transient heavenly dragon hand too. Furthermore, before this move erupted, there was actually not the slightest trace of undulation. That instant they exchanged blows, Long Yuan felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas erupt, making him almost lose control of himself. Similar to the transient heavenly dragon hand, the power of Yi Yuan's move was no idea how many times stronger than him. He realized that he still underestimated Yi Yuan in the end. This fellow was not simple. However, it was also just not simple. To the arrogant Long Yuan, there was nothing that he had respect for. This is the strength after you get serious. It's also nothing much, Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Since you're in a hurry to seek death, I'll send you off then." It was only to see him open both hands, bending his fingers to form claws, suspending above in midair. Behind him, a true dragon spirit appeared once more. This time, the true dragon spirit was more solid than any time that Yi Yuan had seen before in the past. A fierce wind swept up, Long Yuan's hair fluttered, akin to a god crack. Crack, crack. Countless electric currents were flowing above the void. The entire mist battlefield seemed to have transformed into an endless lightning sea. Long Yuan used his eyes like looking at an ant as he looked toward Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Do you see it? This is my true strength after getting serious." The second innate divine abilities that others comprehended are mostly boundless Big Dipper fist. But my bloodline power is far purer than theirs. The second innate divine ability that I comprehended is this divine lightning devastation. This divine lightning is Dipper lightning that drives the heavens, not within the 5 elements. It's the lightning that the spirit of the true dragon controls, capable of annihilating myriad life on earth. Seeing this divine ability, you can die contently. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors was long already staring dumbfoundedly and their mouths agape. No one thought that Long Yuan's talent was actually so great. For the second innate divine ability, he actually awakened divine lightning devastation. Monster. This is a true monster. Divine lightning devastation. Sons of the heavenly dragon capable of awakening this innate divine ability are 1 in a million. This kid is bound to be another major power of my dragon clan in the future. Chapter 2171, Stomping Heavens Chosen Underfoot. Chapter 2171, Stomping Heavens Chosen Underfoot. The heavenly emperor powerhouses were long already motionless. Their reaction was sufficient to prove how great the shock that Long Yuan's strength brought to them was. Long Tianyu stroked his bear and said with a smile, "You guys are also looking down on Long Yuan too much. This isn't his true strength. However, using it to deal with Yi Yuan is sufficient." What? This still isn't all of his strength. When Long Zifeng heard this, his IEB almost popped out. Divine lightning devastation, without heaven-defying talent, there was simply no way to awaken it. But Long Tianyu said that this was still not Long Yuan's true strength. Then how horrifying was this guy's true strength? The group of heavenly emperors could not help but somewhat start having doubts about life. Long Tianyu had a smug look and said with a faint smile, "Long Yuan is my heavenly dragon stronghold's most talented son of the heavenly dragon in this 1 million years, not one of. His talent can be ranked even when looking at the entire dragon clan. In the future, it's virtually a sure bet for him to become a transcendent heavenly emperor." All of the heavenly emperors were speechless. Originally they thought that Yi Yuan could become a black horse in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, or even pose a threat to Long Yuan. But looking at it now, everyone was thinking too much. Yi Yuan's talent was not even worthy of carrying Long Yuan's shoes. So what if atavism dragon soul? So what if perfect 7th transformation? The dragon race's strongest talent was still bloodline power, still innate divine abilities. Morningstar nodded slightly, revealing a look of approval. Clearly, he was very satisfied with Long Yuan. This time, even Long Xiaochun did not dare to speak out and shoot Long Tianyu anymore. Because she was also somewhat in doubt about whether Yi Yuan could withstand such a terrifying lightning sea anymore. In the midst of the endless lightning sea, Long Yuan stood proudly. "Now, do you know the disparity between you and me? 1,000 years later, you simply won't be able to imagine my realm, didn't even comprehend innate divine abilities, just the likes of a trash like you also dare to talk wildly about talent. Long Yuan said with a disdainful look. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face and said calmly, "Who told you that I didn't comprehend an innate divine ability?" Long Yuan's expression changed, but then he saw the bloodline pressure on Yi Yuan's body suddenly erupt. That imposing momentum was actually not much weaker than him. The spirit of a true dragon transformed into an enormous dragon and revolved around Yi Yuan. It was actually like a living thing. An aura that came from great antiquity made the entire lightning sea start trembling. That boundless dipper lightning that drove the heavens actually seemed to have intelligence, not daring to approach Yi Yuan. Long Yuan's expression changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. That? What kind of innate divine ability is that? Why have I never seen it before? Long Zifeng cried out in surprise. Not just him, all of the heavenly emperors had blank looks on their faces. Clearly, they all had not seen Yi Yuan's innate divine ability before. Only the light in Morningstar's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Heretic dragon dominating SPACE. How long has it been since anyone in my dragon clan has awakened it? Morningstar said with an emotional sigh. Long Xiaochun seemed to understand and not understand and asked doubtfully, "Heretic dragon dominating SPACE? It sounds like it's very Barda. SS. Is it very impressive? Heretic dragon dominating SPACE. It's actually heretic dragon dominating SPACE. This wouldn't be the legendary innate divine ability, right?" Long Zifeng trembled all over and cried out in surprise. "My God! The first innate divine ability that this fellow awakened is actually heretic dragon dominating SPACE?" A heavenly emperor cried out strangely. I take back my words before. These two people are both monsters." There was an uproar among the heavenly emperors, being stunned by the scene before their eyes. Only Long Tianyu's expression looked somewhat unnatural. Morningstar nodded and replied, "Long Xiaochun, a very impressive innate divine ability. Our dragon race is a species that heaven looks after, with our bloodline containing the power of heavenly Tao. Therefore, the innate divine abilities that we awaken are extremely powerful. However, dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter, this level of innate divine ability, compared to heretic dragon dominating SPACE, is far too lacking. Even divine lightning devastation is also a magnitude weaker compared to heretic dragon dominating SPACE. Heretic dragon dominating SPACE is an innate divine ability that contains spatial law, bringing the might of heaven and earth, the power being unimaginable. More importantly, this innate divine ability, it's already been at least 10 million years since anyone has awakened it in my dragon clan." Long Xiaochun sucked in a breath and cried out in surprise, "So incredible. Yi Yuan's spatial law is very formidable. No wonder he can awaken this innate divine ability." Morningstar said in surprise, "So that's how it is, no wonder. The awakening of our dragon clan's innate divine abilities is actually closely related to the inclinations of our bloodline. In Long Yuan's bloodline, lightning attribute laws are the most lively, so he awakened divine lightning devastation. But wanting to awaken heretic dragon dominating SPACE can't be accomplished by merely having slight knowledge about spatial law. It looks like Yi Yuan's spatial law is at least rank 6 and above." Hearing Morningstar's analysis, the group of heavenly emperors was dumbfounded. Witnessing Long Yuan's talent earlier, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked and immediately cast Yi Yuan aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. They did not think that in a blink of an eye, the talent that Yi Yuan displayed immediately overshadowed Long Yuan. They naturally did not know that Yi Yuan broke through rank 7 at the same time with his perfect 7th transformation plus essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths. Under such a stimulation, awakening a formidable innate divine ability was merely ordinary. These two people's talents already completely exceeded the heavenly emperor's expectations. Just as the group of heavenly emperors was in shock, Long Yuan and Yi Yuan, two people were dealing blow for blow and already reached a white-hot stage. Long Yuan saw that the situation was not good. It was naturally impossible to give Yi Yuan another chance to display his innate divine ability. Lightning punishment. Obliterate for me. It was only to see him shake a finger, hundreds and thousands of wrist-thick blots of dipper lightning that drove the heavens suddenly fell down from the void. Long Yuan was akin to a sovereign who controlled divine lightning, his momentum unstoppable. Amidst the endless lightning sea, an enormous circular-shaped aura seemed to be like another world. Yi Yuan was situated inside. Suddenly, he took a step out. Roar. The spirit of the true dragon gave an astonis. Hi+ing roar. Dragon claw virtually synchronizing with Yi Yuan, it stepped onto the void. Bang. This step, the entire heaven and earth trembled. The SPSE of the mist battlefield seemed to have been trampled into pieces. Those hundreds and thousands of bolts of dipper lightning that drove the heavens were actually forcefully scattered away by the power of this stamp. Long Yuan only felt a sweetness in his throat, a mouthful of blood mist spraying out wildly, already sustaining heavy injuries. The lightning sea dissipated, the true dragon vanished. Everything returned to tranquility. Yi Yuan stood in the air, but swapped positions with Long Yuan, looking down from above. Under this stomp, it trampled all of Long Yuan's pride to smithereens. This is your so-called talent. So-called pride. Very ordinary. Wonder if I have the qualifications to talk about 1,000 years later now? Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Yuan's eyes were full of unwillingness. He had always thought that he was the Dragon Clan's junior generation's strongest genius. In Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, he had never encountered a match before. His pride was higher than the heavens. But today, somebody actually trampled all of his pride underfoot. He was unwilling. He was unresigned. All of a sudden, the Heavenly Dragon mark on Long Yuan's forehead seemed to burn like a centiliter UST of fire. Yi Yuan's brows raised up slightly, a little surprised. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors cried out in surprise one after another. Long Yuan awakened a second time. Chapter 2172, Long Yuan's True Trump Card. Chapter 2172, Long Yuan's True Trump Card. Second Awakening. Long Yuan awakened a second time. Ha ha ha, really have to thank Yi Yuan. If not for his stimulation, it would really not be so easy for Long Yuan to want to awaken a second time. Long Tianyu could not resist letting out a burst of loud laughter when he saw the Long Yuan on the light screen. To a son of the Heavenly Dragon, the stronger the bloodline, the harder it was to awaken. Long Yuan's bloodline could be said to be the strongest existence among the group of sons of the Heavenly Dragon. Him being able to awaken once in itself already ill. US traded that his talent was astonis. Hi+ing. But wanting to awaken a second time, even if he refined numerous dragon origin crystals, he might not be able to accomplish it too. However, under Yi Yuan's powerful pressure, Long Yuan's Heavenly Dragon mark actually awakened a second time. First awakening, bloodline rose sharply by 10 times. Under the augmentation of bloodline, the advancement of the son of the Heavenly Dragon was all round. Long Zifeng also said in surprise, I didn't expect that Yi Yuan is pitilessly talented, but then at the end he actually became a wedding gown for Long Yuan. Looks like the Battle of Dragon Sons this time. It's still Long Yuan who wins by a notch in the end. A Heavenly Emperor said, a shame. With Yi Yuan's potential, if given time, his achievements might not be beneath Long Yuan's. It's just that. Long Yuan awakened a second time, he probably wouldn't let him off. In the mist battlefield, Long Yuan's vital energy surged to the sky. The bloodline pressure that suffused the air was significantly stronger than before. Yi Yuan looked at this scene rather interestedly and did not interrupt the other party in fluid UST and exasperation. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, really got to thank you. If not for you, I still wouldn't know when my second awakening would have to wait until. Long Yuan said with a wild laugh. At this very moment, Long Yuan felt unprecedentedly well, feeling that he was unprecedentedly powerful. His bloodline power was extremely strong in the first place. Now that it awakened a second time, it soared wildly by 10 times. This kind of increment was sufficient to insta-kill everything to a genius like him. You're welcome. Honestly speaking, your bit of strength previously wasn't enough for me to warm up yet. Hope that you don't disappoint me this time, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Provoking. Blatant provocation. Even if your strength skyrocketed, I'll still look down on you. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Very well. I'll let you understand how serious the consequences of provoking me is." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said coolly, "I'm waiting." Long Yuan was triggered by Yi Yuan's nonchalant attitude until he was going crazy. He stared at Yi Yuan coldly and said, "You must think that divine lightning devastation is my limit, right? Let me tell you. Unfortunately for you, I already comprehended the third innate divine ability before my second awakening. After the second awakening, the power of innate divine abilities skyrockets by 10 times. I want to see what you'll use to block. Watch closely. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. Lightning see again. But this time, it was vastly different from that time before. The taste of 5 elements law pervaded the air. 5-colored lightning interweaved and fluctuated above the void. It was as if it was a dreamland, beautiful and luscious. A grand sight. But behind this magnificent scenery, it contained tremendous danger. Seeing this 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, Yi Yuan could not help thinking of the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation that he had once transcended in the immortal Grove world. It was just that Long Yuan's innate divine ability was no idea how many levels higher compared to that greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation. 5 elements heavenly lightning concealed above the 9th heaven, shocking the world. At the outside world was boiling over with excitement long ago. This kid actually comprehended a third innate divine ability, 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. This innate divine ability can be said to be the strongest lightning attribute. It's said that when cultivated to the extreme, it can virtually stand on par with lightning ancestor. Truly broadened my horizons today. These 2 great geniuses are truly each more astonished. Hi+ing than the other, although they were all heavenly emperor powerhouses, in front of sons of the heavenly dragon, especially in front of sons of the heavenly dragon like Long Yuan and Yi Yuan, they were nothing at all. As long as they stepped into the realm of heavenly emperor in the future, they could one-shot them with one hand. This kind of genius, they were the true major power candidates. As long as them had sufficient time, they would be able to make the entire heavenspan world trembled. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was one of the dragon clan's strongest innate divine abilities. It virtually represented the limits of lightning attribute laws. Following the increase in Long Yuan's strength, the power of this innate divine ability would grow with each passing day. After Long Yuan reached the realm of transcendent heavenly emperor, its power would be extremely terrifying. If the lightning ancestor did not emerge, who could contend? Even Morningstar also stood up agitatedly, looking at that high and mighty figure on the light screen with a look of pleasant surprise. Ha ha ha, really didn't expect that such a great talent actually appeared in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time. My dragon clan shall descend upon heavenspan world and make the world tremble. Tianyu, you hid from this emperor so bitterly. Morningstar said agitatedly. Long Tianyu was clearly in the know long ago. The smugness on his face currently could not be concealed no matter what. Heh, Lord Morningstar, it wasn't that Tianyu had the intention of hiding it. Originally, I thought that Long Yuan wouldn't use this final move. I didn't expect that it was actually forced out by Yi Yuan. It's Long Yuan who decided to tell you after the Battle of Dragon Sons, Long Tianyu said with a smile. The other heavenly emperors had envious looks on their faces. Toward such a genius that was hard to come by in a million years, who did not want? As the saying went, when one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. When Long Yuan entered Heavenly Dragon Mountain in the future, Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's strength would definitely scale new heights. The disparity would grow bigger and bigger. Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth at one side, clearly very unhappy with Morningstar's performance. He was still very optimistic about Yi Yuan just now. In a blink of an eye, he leaned toward Long Yuan again. Electric current revolved around Long Yuan, his body emitting an extremely horrifying aura. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was an extremely formidable innate divine ability in the first place. Its power was even a notch stronger than heretic dragon dominating SPACE. Now, he awakened a second time. It could be seen how powerful this innate divine ability was. He looked at Yi Yuan as if looking at a dead person. Tremble. To be able to die under the divine punishment, you can be sufficiently proud. 5 elements: heavenly lightning, divine punishment. A hint of cruelty flashed across the corners of Long Yuan's mouth, akin to the heavenly Tao which ruled the world, deciding Yi Yuan's life and death. Only to see him reach his hand out and beckon, lightning snakes that filled the sky ran wild like a host of demons dancing in riotous revelry, galloping towards Yi Yuan. At this very moment, even if Yi Yuan used heretic dragon dominating SPACE this move, it would be totally impossible to salvage the deteriorating situation too. Yi Yuan. Long Xiaochun's face turned white as she cried out in surprise. Although she could not feel the power of 5 elements: divine punishment, heavenly lightning. Just based on the frenzied scene on the light screen, Long Xiaochun could determine just how perilous Yi Yuan was at this moment. Morningstar sighed slightly. In his view, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a doubt under the 5 elements: divine punishment, heavenly lightning. At this moment, everyone sentenced Yi Yuan to the death penalty. One awakened a second time, one did not awaken. This enormous gap made people unable to find any excuse at all to feel that Yi Yuan had a chance to escape with his life. However, from start until now, Yi Yuan never moved all along. He did not even release an innate divine ability to face the enemy. However, just as the endless lightning was about to engulf him, Yi Yuan's lips moved. Yes. What moved was only his lips. Chapter 2173, Your Realm is Unimaginable. Chapter 2173, Your Realm is Unimaginable. Immobilize. Yi Yuan's mouth lightly spat out a word. The next second, the entire world was frozen. The resplendent lightning snakes, 5-colored lightning, dancing fog, including Long Yuan, everything and everything, was frozen. The entire world was like a painting, being completely still. Those crazily dancing 5-colored lightning snakes, all of them stopped on top of Yi Yuan's head. Just like a kind of liquid that suddenly met with extreme cold, instantly being frozen. This scene was incomparably bizarre. Time, SPACE, was seemingly completely frozen. Suddenly, a hint of disharmony flashed past in the painting. Somebody moved. It was Yi Yuan, only to see him take a step out, his figure instantly crossing a distance of thousands of feet, arriving in front of Long Yuan. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan's punch slammed onto Long Yuan's face, directly blasting him flying. At this time, a breath had just said. Time seemed to flow once more. The fog moved along with the wind once again. However, that endless lightning sea dissipated with a loud bang, as if it had never appeared before. 5 elements: divine punishment, heavenly lightning was broken. At the outside world, all of the Heavenly Emperor's thoughts were seemingly frozen by Yi Yuan's one immobilize word. Of course, it was not that they were really immobilized, but that they were completely shocked by what happened on the light screen, resulting in forgetting to think. All the way until a breath later did their thoughts similarly recover and move. What happened just now? Why do I feel like the entire mist world turned static? 5 elements: divine punishment, heavenly lightning was broken just like this. Could it be? At this time, Morningstar slowly nodded his head, his eyes full of astonishment as he said, time freeze, which is also immobilization art. The moment these words came out, the platform immediately burst into an uproar. All of the Heavenly Emperor's faces were full of a crazed look. That's impossible. Time freeze, this is one of the dragon race's strongest innate divine abilities, capable of making it completely still within a certain reign. He just broke through to Empyrean realm and didn't even awaken the heavenly dragon mark. But then he comprehended this mighty divine ability. Long Tianyu shouted shrilly. Just a breath ago, he was still sentencing Yi Yuan to death, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead without a doubt. After a breath later, Yi Yuan used the art of time freeze and slapped his face. Of course, it also slapped everyone's faces. Everyone did not expect, and it was also impossible to expect that Yi Yuan actually grasped this asterness. Plussing divine ability. One breath. Very short. Very, very short. Fleeting. But this one breath was enough for Yi Yuan to do too many things. Such as breaking the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning with one punch. Powerful until the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning which shocked all of the heavenly emperors was broken by Yi Yuan just like that. Time freeze. Legends say that that's a mighty divine ability that only the progenitor knows. It can be said to be a paramount divine ability among innate divine abilities. It was actually grasped by him. Long Zifeng already did not know what he should say. Apart from shock, it was extreme astonishment. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed already rendered them thoroughly speechless. Was Long Yuan's talent very strong? Yes. But Long Yuan's talent was completely not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan. That was the distance between a firefly and the bright moon. If everyone was still immersing in the elation of obtaining a genius at the beginning, now, they even had a trace of fear. When a person's talent surpassed everyone's understanding, he would be viewed as monstrous. That was an aberrant life form. The current Yi Yuan was an aberrant life form in the eyes of the group of heavenly emperors. Morningstar sighed lightly and slowly said, "We all underestimated Yi Yuan. Being able to be bestowed a heavenly dragon mark by a major power in the clan, how could Yi Yuan be ordinary? It's just that this emperor also didn't expect that he could even comprehend time freeze, this kind of mighty divine ability. In the mist battlefield, Long Yuan looked at Yi Yuan with a look of horror. Just now, he thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Suddenly in an instant, a strange power suddenly appeared, thoroughly binding him. In the eyes, the world was completely still. He struggled desperately, wanting to break free of this strange power. But everything was futile. Whatever heavenly dragon mark, whatever 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, in front of this strange power, it was not worth mentioning at all. That feeling was seemingly like he was facing heavenly Tao. Insignificant. He just felt that he was too insignificant. Then, he was wrecked. Time freeze. This is time freeze. How can you possibly comprehend this innate divine ability? This isn't possible. This is impossible. Long Yuan said with a look of shock. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said coolly, "You can't do it, but doesn't mean that others can't do it. There's nothing impossible in this world. It's just that with your realm, you're unable to imagine it. That's all." Long Yuan's entire body trembled, his eyes full of decadence. He praised himself to be the Dragon Clan's #1 genius in 1,000,000 years and could show disdain for the world. Comprehending the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, he was once pleased with himself, thinking that no one could do it anymore. But the height that Yi Yuan was standing at was far beyond his reach. Impossible. I'm a genuine dragon. How can I possibly be inferior to you, this half-human, half-dragon, lowly life form? 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, annihilate for me. Long Yuan suddenly launched an attack. Horrifying 5-colored lightning fell from the sky, falling straight down. The pride in his chest made him unable to accept this result at all. Only a short while ago, he thought that he could casually eradicate Yi Yuan. But now, he discovered that he was so laughable. He was unable to accept this result. Hence, he wanted to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said in a chilly voice, reckless and blind, "Immobilize." Yi Yuan's lips moved lightly, the word immobilize was spat out of his mouth again. One word leaving the mouth, even with his strength, he felt drained too. This kind of great divine ability, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to release it limitlessly. Furthermore, the time of the time freeze this time did not even reach half a breath. However, it was sufficient to kill Long Yuan. From the start until now, Long Yuan always had a high and mighty appearance. Attacking time and again, it all wanted to kill him. If it were others, they would probably have been killed by Long Yuan no idea how many times already. Until now, this guy still refused to come to his senses. Did he really take him to be a good two shoes? On the platform, when Morningstar saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically as he cried out in alarm, "Not good. Yi Yuan wants to kill Long Yuan." Virtually without thinking, Morningstar fired out several spells in a row. A light beam suddenly charged into the mist battlefield and actually directly smashed Time Freeze. The light beam directly covered Long Yuan, bringing him out of the mist battlefield. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, very unhappy in his heart. He knew that someone made a move and rescued Long Yuan. Apart from Morningstar, there naturally would not be others. Although his time freeze was impressive, in front of a supreme powerhouse like Morningstar, it was completely useless. Long Yuan was also restricted to First Firmament Empyrean. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for Yi Yuan to want to freeze for a breath of time. In the end, time freeze only mobilized the power of Heavenly Tao. The higher the realm, the stronger the comprehensions in Heavenly Tao too. Wanting to bind the other party with the power of Heavenly Tao would naturally be increasingly difficult. However, under his certain death scenario just now, Morningstar did not make a move to save him either. But now, seeing that Long Yuan was about to die, he made a move to save him. Yi Yuan was naturally outraged in his heart. Chapter 2174, 100 Pieces of Dragon Origin Crystals. Chapter 2174, 100 Pieces of Dragon Origin Crystals. The light screen slowly dissipated. A youth in white walked over leisurely. On the platform, everyone looked at the youth in white, with their eyes full of terror. Yes, terror. These heavenly emperors were all frightened by Yi Yuan's talent. The sons of the heavenly dragon who had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before actually took a step back without prior agreement. This guy was not human at all. He was a monster. But Long Xiaochun had a look of delight, coming up to greet. Yi Yuan, this young lady knew that you're the most formidable. Indeed, you didn't disappoint me. Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Bringing Long Xiaochun and landing on the platform, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. He stared at Morningstar intently and said in a solemn voice, "Senior, doing so, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Swallowing insults and humiliation silently was not Yi Yuan's personality. Since he did so, he would have to pay the price. The heavenly emperors were shocked when they heard that. This guy was really arrogant, to actually dare question Lord Morningstar. Did he think that taking the first place of the Battle of Dragon Sons, he could challenge a heavenly dragon? Insolence! Who do you take yourself to be, me? To dare speak to Lord Morningstar like this? Long Tianyu just had a stomach full of anger that had nowhere to be released. So he immediately jumped out. Yi Yuan completely ignored him and stared right at Morningstar's two eyes. Morningstar sighed slightly and said, "You're both my dragon clan's pillars of society. Any one of you that dies is my dragon clan's tremendous loss." Yi Yuan suddenly burst out laughing when he heard that. His gaze turned to Long Yuan, and he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Pillars of society? Who? What a fine pillar of society." Those words were full of mockery. Long Yuan had a look of shame and anger, with hi plussing to find a hold in his ground to tunnel into. The other sons of the heavenly dragon also lowered their heads one after another. If even Long Yuan did not count as a pillar of society, what did they count as? But these words coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth, no one could refute it at all. He used strength, used talent, and proved that Long Yuan was merely Traz. Plus Yi Yuan, you're insolent. If Long Yuan isn't a pillar of society, then are you? You're merely. Long Tianyu could not endure this awkward atmosphere and spoke out, berating. "Shut up." Morningstar suddenly yelled angrily, interrupting Long Tianyu's words. But Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Continue saying that I have half-human race bloodline. In your eyes, I'm a different species. Isn't that so? Hence, when Long Yuan used 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, you didn't make a move to save me. But when I wanted to kill him, you made a move and saved him. In your eyes, no matter how strong I am, I'm also not the Dragon Clan's own people, isn't that so?" Morningstar's old face turned slightly red. Being exposed by Yi Yuan so blatantly, it was so embarrassing. Although Yi Yuan obtained the Dragon Clan Major Powers Heavenly Dragon Mark, he still had some reservations in the end. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually saw things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, guessing his thoughts penetratingly. This kid was not simple. Morningstar heaved a sigh and said coolly, "This matter was indeed this emperor breaking the rules. However, Long Yuan is indeed a genius hard to come by in 1,000,000 years. Killing him is a pity. Speak, this emperor can promise you a condition. The heavenly emperors had stunned faces. Lord Morningstar actually yielded toward a junior. No matter how great your talent was, before growing up, you were also merely a junior. On what basis? How could they know that Morningstar was wary of that major power behind Yi Yuan? These people did not know, but Morningstar was very clear. This major power was not a major power on Heavenly Dragon Mountain, but a major power sealed in the abyss. That place's existences, each one of them was a major character that shocked heaven and earth. He could not afford to provoke. Even Heavenly Dragon Mountain could not afford to provoke either. I want 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals, Yi Yuan said coolly. His objective was not to find trouble. Facing the Leviathan, Heavenly Dragon Mountain, his rage was not worth mentioning at all. This world always revered strength as supreme. If he possessed the strength to destroy Heavenly Dragon Mountain right now, would he still be here expressing his fury? No. He would trample the entire Heavenly Dragon Mountain underfoot like trampling on Long Yuan. Morningstar's eyes narrowed, and he said, "What do you want so many dragon origin crystals for? With your current strength, the dragon origin crystal that you refine in the mist battlefield is already the limit." Yi Yuan said coolly, "That doesn't need you to care anymore. I naturally have my own use." Morningstar shook his head and said, "No way. Dragon origin crystals are the Dragon Clan's supreme treasure. Only heavenly dragons and sons of the heavenly dragon can use. Even the various strongholds' dragon lords don't have the qualifications to use them either." Yi Yuan suddenly saw the light. Morningstar was afraid of him bringing dragon origin crystals out, or giving them to others to use. One had to know, this dragon origin crystal was much more formidable than whatever true dragon blood. Even humans could also skyrocket in strength after refining. But he was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that dragon origin crystals were actually so valuable. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Since that's the case, I'll refine it here. There's no problem like this, right?" Morningstar was taken aback and said, "You? Here?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Aren't you worried that I'd leak dragon origin crystals out? Since that's the case, then I'll refine it in front of you. There's no problem like this, right?" Morningstar was speechless and said, "There's naturally no issue," but Yi Yuan directly cut off his words and said coolly, "No buts, if I can't refine 100 pieces, this matter will be considered dropped like this." Already said things to this kind of extent, what could Morningstar still say? At once, Morningstar nodded his head and said, "Okay, but act within your capability." But Long Tianyu had a cold sneer on his face and said, "100 pieces? Stuff yourself to death." The others also involuntarily shook their heads. Clearly, they felt that Yi Yuan was looking down on everyone and everything too much. Each awakening, one can at most only refine 20 pieces of dragon origin crystals. Any more and they won't be able to withstand it at all. Even if his of the perfect 7th transformation, he also can't withstand 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals. There was once a dragon who forcefully integrated dragon origin crystals. In the end, at the 25th piece, he was forcefully blown up. This kid is courting death. Heh, so arrogant. I want to see how many dragon origin crystals he can integrate. To Morningstar, dragon origin crystals were naturally not an issue. Only to see him flick his sleeves grandly, 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals suspended in midair quietly. Yi Yuan did not say a word, reached a hand out to pluck off a dragon origin crystal, and directly started refining. An indescribable pain started pulsing within his body. However, after the origin dragon energy entered the body, Yi Yuan's heavenly dragon mark actually did not have the slightest reaction. The reason why he wanted dragon origin crystals was that Yi Yuan also saw the power of heavenly dragon marks. After one awakening, the bloodline rose 10 times. This kind of strength amplification, how could Yi Yuan not be moved? Dragon origin crystals were a specialty product of Heavenly Dragon Mountain. It was now or never. Opportunity seldom knocked twice. Hence, he wanted to try whether or not he could stimulate his bloodline power and reach the first awakening. The reason why he said 100 pieces was because he was unsure how many he needed. Previously in the Mist battlefield, he already integrated 15 pieces of dragon origin crystals. But the effects did not seem to be very apparent. The moment origin dragon energy entered the body, it seemed like a stone sinking into the ocean. Chapter 2175, Divine Steely Injecting Spirit. Chapter 2175, Divine Steely Injecting Spirit. 16 pieces. 17 pieces. 20 pieces. 21 pieces. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan refined 6 pieces of dragon origin crystals. The speed of refining caused everyone to be tongue-tied. More importantly, Yi Yuan's face did not have much of a painful expression, as if he was just doing something ordinary. Sure enough, a perfect 7th transformation is indestructible. This brat's confidence lies on the perfect 7th transformation, right? But how many can the perfect 7th transformation refine? Our dragon race's physical bodies, which one isn't extremely tough? Even if it can't compare to the perfect 7th transformation, the difference also won't be too much. He can at most refine 30 pieces, and he'll reach his limit. All around, heavenly emperors and sons of the heavenly dragon were discussing animatedly. They felt that the reason why Yi Yuan was a little more formidable than normal people was merely by relying on the perfect 7th transformation. That was all. However, along with the quant 1 Tai refined becoming more and more, Yi Yuan's pain was indeed rising exponentially. He had refined so many dragon origin crystals and absorbed large quant 1 Tais of origin dragon energy, but the heavenly dragon mark still did not have any activities. Rather, it was his cultivation realm that started to slowly climb after absorbing large quant 1 Tais of dragon origin crystals. When Yi Yuan absorbed his 30th piece of dragon origin crystal, people's expression started to slowly change. Is this guy a lunatic? Doesn't he know pain? Long Seven looked at Yi Yuan's facial muscles that were twitching slightly as he said through gritted teeth. Talking about it, someone had once refined 25 pieces of dragon origin crystals before. But people that were truly able to refine until the 20th piece were extremely, extremely few. Because towards the back, barely anyone could withstand that agony at all. But Yi Yuan refined 30 pieces of dragon origin crystals in one go. He actually forcefully endured it and did not even make a sound. How strong was this fellow's will? Around 30 pieces of dragon origin crystals, that was virtually the limit of all dragons. If not for the muscle twitching slightly on Yi Yuan's face, they would even suspect that refining dragon origin crystals was not painful at all. 31 pieces. 32 pieces. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest intention of stopping, continuing to refine dragon origin crystals. The expression on everyone's faces became more and more fascinating. Fine beads of sweat started seeping out on Yi Yuan's forehead. Following the refined dragon origin crystals becoming more and more, the sweat beads became denser and denser, and increasingly larger. Meanwhile, the twitching of the muscles on his face also became increasingly stronger. 54 pieces. 55 pieces. The surrounding crowd's mouths opened wider and wider until it was practically ear to ear in the end. This guy was absolutely a lunatic. The unbroken law that sons of the heavenly dragon were unable to refine above 25 pieces was already broken by Yi Yuan long ago. Everyone had underestimated Yi Yuan. They underestimated the might of a perfect 7th transformation and underestimated Yi Yuan's powerful and persevering will even more. A perfect 7th transformation, what it promoted was not just the strength of the physical body, there was also the tensile strength of the fleshly body. Being overly tough was easy to break, but a tough and pliable fleshly body was even more terrifying. Other people's fleshly bodies being unable to withstand it did not mean that Yi Yuan was unable to withstand it. As for this anguish, Yi Yuan had long already experienced it, no idea how many times. This time was merely going through another time. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan and said with a slight sigh, for this child to be able to have such accomplishments, what he relies on isn't merely talent. Most likely, the hearts. HI+PS that he has experienced, ordinary people can't imagine it at all. Morningstar they all, these old monsters that have lived to an advanced age, were deeply aware of the importance of tribulations to a powerhouse. These heavenly emperors in front of them, their talents might not be strong, but the hearts HI+PS that they experienced were not few. Perhaps back then, there were more brilliantly talented geniuses among their peers. But those geniuses all faded into the crowd in the end. While they walked to this supreme position of heavenly emperor, sons of the heavenly dragon being unable to refine more dragon origin crystals, actually, a very large degree was because their will was not strong enough. This issue totally could not be seen on Yi Yuan. No matter how strong the will of the son of the heavenly dragon, they also turned pale in comparison when put in front of Yi Yuan. Over 50 pieces of dragon origin crystal already exceeded their imaginations. Long Zifeng also smiled bitterly and said, "Not afraid that others are more talented than you, just afraid that people more talented than you are more hardworking than you. Long 7, your road after today is still long, understand?" Long 7's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he nodded slowly and said, "Long 7 understands." The various sons of the heavenly dragon all revealed pondering looks. Yi Yuan's body had the quality that they lacked, which was also the necessary quality to become a powerhouse. Only Long Yuan's expression flickered. No idea what he was thinking about. 82 pieces. 83 pieces. 89 pieces. Just as everyone was already numbed, Yi Yuan's glabella suddenly seemed to have caught on fire. The surging dragon race pressure made everyone present feel heart palpitations. Morningstar's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, finally awakened. "No, wait, this is..." He suddenly raised his head to look towards Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Sure enough, a white light beam fell from the sky and landed directly on Yi Yuan's body. The Heavenly Dragon mark at Yi Yuan's glabella actually turned into one line after another, burrowing into his chest like tiny snakes. Divine steely injecting spirit. This boy. Morningstar opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief as he said. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. If he was a little more decisive, extending a helping hand when Yi Yuan was fighting with Long Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan did not need his help, his current attitude would also be vastly different. Long Xiaochun had a doubtful look and asked in puzzlement, "Divine steely injecting spirit? What is that?" Morningstar sighed emotionally and said, "The Heavenly Dragon Mark is born from the Dragon Mark Monument sensing dragon race bloodline. When your bloodline reaches the requirement of the Dragon Mark Monument, the Dragon Mark Monument will produce a resonance with your bloodline power, awakening from there. Of course, the requirement that the Dragon Mark Monument has for each awakening is different." Morningstar paused for a bit, took a deep breath before saying, "But there is an exception. When your bloodline power is strong to a certain degree, the Dragon Mark Monument will take the initiative to inject a trace of dragon spirit into you, representing acknowledgement toward you. This is divine steely injecting spirit. And dragons that had obtained divine steely injecting spirit have a possibility of becoming the next dragon ancestor." Long Xiaochun opened her mouth wide, shock written all over her face. While the other dragons were all staring dumbfoundedly with their tongues tied, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Dragon ancestor, that was the progenitor of all dragons, the strongest dragon race bloodline powerhouse. All these countless dragons were his descendants. After each generation of dragon ancestor, no idea how many hundreds of millions of years needed to pass before the next dragon ancestor would be born. Because of this, it carried on from generation to generation. Of course, it was only a possibility. It was not a certainty. In a period, there would always have several divine steely injecting spirit appear. But there was only one that would become dragon ancestor in the end. No one could have thought that after Yi Yuan refined the dragon origin crystals, it would actually produce such an unforeseen turn of events. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes and gave a cold snort. A streak of lightning flashed past. The imprint in the heavenly dragon mark was directly wiped away. I knew that there was nothing good. Turns out that it was hiding here. Yi Yuan slowly stood up and said with a cold smile. Chapter 2176, Leaving. Chapter 2176, Leaving. In the deepest parts of the abyss, a light cry of surprise suddenly transmitted over. Following that, several powerful auras started surging. What's wrong, boss? Bai Chen's voice came in the midst of darkness. After being silent for a moment, the mysterious powerhouse slowly said, "That kid erased the imprint that you left behind." Bai Chen was slightly surprised and said, "This isn't possible, right? Just based on his strength, he can discover the concealed means that I left behind. Unless, that's right. Under the dragon spirit, nothing can hide. He is already acknowledged by the dragon mark monument." The mysterious powerhouse's words carried some marveling. What? Old Bai just bestowed the heavenly dragon mark and he obtained divine steely injecting spirit? This kid has your father's style back then. Another divine steely injecting spirit. Looks like the next dragon ancestor is about to be born. The moment mysterious powerhouse's words came out, a series of exclamation came over from the darkness. Clearly, divine steely injecting spirit was also an extremely major thing to them as well. Bai Chen suddenly said, "This boy, when I saw him back then, I kept feeling that he was extremely unusual. His realm was clearly not worth mentioning, but I had a feeling of being unable to see through. Looking at it now, this boy is indeed extraordinary." The mysterious powerhouse said, "Heaven shall confer great responsibility onto this person. A great era is arriving, capable people are emerging. Now that the seal is getting more and more unstable, it likely can't last much longer. Once the abyss opens, the heaven-span world will be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering again. But what I'm most worried about isn't this. Perhaps, this boy is where the hope of this era lies." When everyone heard that, they all fell silent. The white light faded. Yi Yuan slowly stood up. His upper garment was long already incinerated by blazing flames, revealing a strong muscular body. A golden dragon was imprinted onto his chest as if it was a living thing. Even if it was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, in front of this golden dragon, they actually also had an impulse to prostrate in worse. Hi+P. If not for their realm being too high, they would probably have long already knelt down. However, the other sons of the heavenly dragon did not have this kind of strength. This horrifying bloodline pressure directly pressured them until they knelt on the ground. Only Long Xiaochun alone was not affected. Long Yuan wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He cracked himself up to be the dragon clan's #1 genius. But now, he did not even have the qualifications to carry Yi Yuan's shoes anymore. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. A white long robe was already put on his body. He cupped his fists lightly toward Morningstar and said coolly, "Senior, now that things are over, this he takes my leave." Morningstar's face changed and he hurriedly said, "Hold on, you can't go." Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Why? Does Senior still have something?" Morningstar's expression flickered incessantly and he said, "Yi Yuan, the matter previously was all this emperor's fault. Now, this emperor sincerely welcomes you to join Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that and said, "No need. There is little common ground for understanding between persons of differing principles. Moreover, this he still has more important things to do. I won't be going up Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Previously, you looked down on me. Now that you saw that my bloodline was powerful, you want to keep me behind." The pride in Yi Yuan's heart was far greater than Long Yuan's. It was just that he had experienced the many vicissitudes of life and would not show it at all, that was all. But this kind of pride was carved into his bones. Some things, he was disdainful to do. Morningstar's face fell and he said, "Yi Yuan, since you obtained the divine steely injecting spirit, I'm afraid that leaving or staying isn't up to you anymore." Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said with a light smile, "You want to forcefully keep me back?" Morningstar said, "If you refuse to realize your mistake, then this emperor can only take action." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "Heh, in the end, your bones still think that I'm a different species. I obtained divine steely injecting spirit. Your Heavenly Dragon Mountain will probably find it hard to eat and sleep after today, right?" Morningstar's expression was somewhat ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, I hope that you don't force me to take action." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "I, Yi Yuan, will rather break than bend. Want to make me go up the mountain? Make your move then." At this time, Long Xiaochun suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Staring fixedly at Morningstar, she said, "Grandpa Morningstar, if you dare to make a move against Yi Yuan, I'll never go up the mountain." Morningstar's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Xiaochun, this is a serious matter. Don't mess around. Move aside." "I'm not moving." Morningstar's two eyes narrowed, his finger pointed lightly. Long Xiaochun then fainted. With his strength, it was too easy to deal with Long Xiaochun. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "I'll be offending you then." Facing an opponent like Morningstar, even if Yi Yuan obtained divine steely injecting spirit, it was also completely impossible to be a match. A late-stage heavenly emperor, that was a supreme-level powerhouse who was capable of truly looking down upon the world. Morningstar had not made a move yet, and Yi Yuan felt a giant mountain-like pressure descend on his body. Just as Morningstar was about to make a move, his expression suddenly changed drastically. The imposing aura on his body withdrew, and he let out a sigh and said, "Forget it, leave." Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being very surprised. Lord Morningstar actually shrunk back. The Long Yuan who was originally waiting to watch a good show could not help dropping his glare. Says. Just as he thought that Yi Yuan was finally going to be forced to submit, Morningstar actually brushed it over easily. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Who was that person?" His heart was akin to a clear mirror, immediately aware that it was that major power who bestowed him the heavenly dragon mark that gave the order. It was just that he was very curious about that person's ident. "One Tai." Morningstar shook his head and said, "When the time is right, you'll naturally know. Yi Yuan, remember, no matter where you go, you'll always be my dragon clan's pride." Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he turned around and left. He had a lot of fetters with the Dragon Clan and also did not have any irreconcilable conflicts. There was naturally no way to cut away. It was just that he did not like Morningstar's way of doing things. That was all. After Yi Yuan left, Long Tianyu's face revealed an indignant expression and he said, "Lord Morningstar, letting him go just like that? On his body, there's the Dragon Clan's destiny." Although he did not want to admit it, Long Tianyu still had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan's talent already exceeded their understanding. The significance of Yi Yuan's existence was also far more important than they imagined. How could such a person move around freely outside? Morningstar's face fell and he yelled coldly, "Does this emperor still need you to direct me how to do things? Get lost." Long Tianyu's expression changed, and he could only retreat to one side obediently. Morningstar currently needed a target to vent at this time and Long Tianyu ran out. Scold who if not him? At this time, Morningstar's heart was surging turbulently like a tsunami. It turned out that that legendary lord was actually still alive. It turned out that Yi Yuan's heavenly dragon mark was actually bestowed by him. Yi Yuan was actually the person that he picked. How many years had he already not appeared? Including those supreme powerhouses of Heavenly Dragon Mountain, they all also thought that that lord had already died long ago. Morningstar did not think that he was actually still living in this world. This news made his mind, a late-stage Heavenly Emperor's mental state, shook. Earlier, in front of Yi Yuan, he barely managed to maintain composure and nearly broke decorum. He was thinking, if anything really happened to Yi Yuan earlier, would that lord directly smack him to death with one slap or not? Chapter 2177. Is there still a need to compete after another 1,000 years? Chapter 2177. Is there still a need to compete after another 1,000 years? At the falling Maple Mountain Range in the Middle Realms. This place was endowed with a beautiful scenic environment, immortal chi lingering in the air. The entire mountain range was hidden in the fog, unable to see the actual situation. Powerful spiritual energy was akin to the spring rain, Nori's. Plusing everything in the mountain range. On a narrow winding trail, a man and a woman were walking shoulder to shoulder, moving along. "Young master, is elder sister Leah really here?" "That's right. I'd once inquired from Jen Sutao before. Lin Changqing came from Fallen Maple Bodhidharma. Is this Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple very strong?" Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple is 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor, an extremely famous powerhouse of the Middle Realms. Then, if he harms you, he won't dare. This one man and one woman were none other than precisely the Yi Yuan and Lu Er who came from afar. After leaving Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yi Yuan went back to release Long Xiao and the rest, and signed a soul contract with them, taking them in as servants. Following that, he ordered Ning Tianping to bring along Long Xiao, Lone Swan, Long Zun, and the rest to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. While he brought along Lu Er and directly came to the Middle Realm's fallen Maple Mountain range. Now that his strength was already sufficient, Yi Yuan could not wait a moment longer, directly Russ. HI plussing up to fallen Maple Bodhidharma to find Li Er. After the divine steely injecting spirit, Yi Yuan's realm skyrocketed once more. Presently, his realm was already comparable to a second firmament Empyrean. After Chaos Realm, Yi Yuan's realm was completely different from before. Chaos Realm was divided into initial stage, middle stage, and late stage. Before reaching the middle stage, he would not encounter bottlenecks. But according to the division of Empyrean realm, his strength was currently roughly equivalent to a second firmament Empyrean. While his chaos world also expanded to a distance of 5,000 feet already. Halt! The two people were currently walking when two people suddenly jumped out of the fog, blocking the two people's path. One of them said in a solemn voice, "This place isn't a place that you guys should come to. Hurry up and leave." Yi Yuan said coolly, Demon Clan's Priest Temple's second sage and Dragon Clan's Heaven's chosen son, Yi Yuan, came to keep the agreement with Lin Changqing. When the two people heard that, their faces could not help changing. These two Ti-Tles, either one could scare people to death. The Demon Race's Priest Temple was one of the Demon Race's top factions. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was an existence second only to the Medicine Ancestor in the Heavenspan world. The Priest Temple's second sage, what kind of existence was that? As for the Dragon Clan, that was even more terrifying. Although the Dragon Clan was reclusive, the Heavenspan world never lacked legends of the Dragon Race. Major powers emerged from this clan, it was a genuine apex race. The Dragon Clan's Heaven's chosen son. Using one's BUTT to think, they would also know that he was extraordinary. This guy looks very ordinary, saying that he has such a big background. He wouldn't be bluffing people, right? Are you stupid? We can't see through this guy's depths at all. He's likely at least an Empyrean Claw. SS Powerhouse too. The two of us can't make the call for this matter. Better invite Lord Yufeng to make a decision. Right. What you said is right. The two people discussed softly for a while and said to Yi Yuan, "This lord, you wait for a moment. We'll go in and report." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and did not mind. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing an exquisite long robe slowly walked out of the fog. He sized Yi Yuan up and said with a frown, "This little brother, you said that you have an agreement with junior apprentice brother Changqing?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a nod, "That's right. A life and death agreement." The moment these words came out, the faces of Zheng Yufeng and the guards changed wildly. They all did not think that Yi Yuan was actually here to cause trouble. Zheng Yufeng said in a solemn voice, "Your esteemed self have such gall, to actually dare come to our fallen Maple Bodhidharma to cause trouble." Yi Yuan flipped his palm over, a token appeared in his hand. A profound and archaic aura hit him in the face. Zheng Yufeng's expression changed drastically. He could sense that the aura on this token was much stronger than even his master's aura. It was absolutely not an ordinary item. On the face of the token, two large, simple, and archaic characters were written on it, Second Sage. This Second Sage token was brought by Jimo back then. It was personally forged by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. It was used to symbolize Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. It was one of a kind. This token was given by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. I think that in this world, there shouldn't be more than a few people who can imitate it, right? If you still have doubts, then take a look at this. As he said, Yi Yuan pulled aside his lapel, revealing the golden dragon imprint on his chest. Seeing this golden dragon, Zheng Yufeng's expression became even uglier. That golden dragon was incomparably ferocious, as if it was a living thing, as if in the next instant, it was going to pounce over and bite him to death. He was not aware of the Dragon Clan's matters. But a second sage newly emerging in the Demon Clan, cracking the eternal chess game, ask not, he had heard of it. He previously still thought that some major power emerged in the demon clan. He did not expect that the so-called second sage was actually so young. Even more so, he never expected that the demon clan's second sage was actually a human. Zheng Yufeng's heart shook wildly. When did junior apprentice brother Changqing provoke such a powerful existence? At this time, Zheng Yufeng no longer doubted and said with cupped fists, Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple's disciple, Zheng Yufeng, pays respect to second sage. I wonder how junior apprentice brother Changqing offended Lord Second Sage? Yufeng will apologize on his behalf. Behind the second sage stood sacred ancestor high priest. Even if it was Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple, he also had to give this face. Let alone that behind this fellow also stood the Dragon Clan. The reason why Yi Yuan flashed his ident. The moment he came up was in order to make Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple cautious in taking action and be wary of the forces behind him. Presumably, with sacred ancestor high priests and the Dragon Clan's forces, it was sufficient to intimidate all sides. So what if he was a fifth firmament Heavenly Emperor? Yi Yuan said coolly, there's no need to apologize. More than 1,000 years ago, Lin Changqing suddenly appeared in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and made a 2,000-year life and death agreement with me. We signed a divine soul contract and will not rest until we're dead. Zheng Yufeng's expression changed again, secretly cursing to no end in his heart. Could this Lin Changqing's head be spoiled? To actually go and sign a divine soul agreement with Second Sage, never resting until they were dead. He suddenly thought that something was not right and said in puzzlement, since it's a 2,000-year agreement, then the time shouldn't be up yet as of today. Why did Lord Second Sage come here now? Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, another 1,000 years and I'll be able to kill him by huffing out a breath. Will there still be a need to compete? 1,000 years ago, when Lin Changqing descended upon Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Yi Yuan was still only at the celestial deity realm and did not even reach the true God realm. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan was already an exalted Empyrean, looking down upon the world. 1,000 years' time was very short in other people's eyes. But to Yi Yuan, he took that short period to complete the transformation from celestial deity to being an Empyrean. Presumably, when Lin Changqing saw him, he would definitely jump right out of his skin, right? Zheng Yufeng naturally did not know this, his brows knitted tightly and he said unhappily, Lord Second Sage status is ennoble, but you're also looking down on our fallen Maple Bodhidharma too much, right? With junior apprentice brother Changqing's talent, he might not be inferior to you, Second Sage. 1,000 years later, he felt that this Second Sage was too condescending, so his tone also became blunt. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, whether I'm looking down or not, you let Lin Changqing come out to meet me and you'll know. I think that even if I lend him some guts, he also won't dare to drag on any longer. Chapter 2178, You're making me look at this? Chapter 2178, You're making me look at this? MN. You're saying that Yi Yuan came? When Lin Changqing heard this name, he immediately jumped up. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Back then, he was also triggered by Yi Yuan. So he worked very hard and cultivated bitterly. In over a short 1,000 years, he already broke through to become a second firmament Empyrean. This speed was already quick to the extreme among those in the Empyrean realm. Zheng Yufeng nodded and said, that's right. He's currently at Sunset Peak. Lin Changqing laughed loudly and said, this kid should be here to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, right? However, he dared to covet junior apprentice sister Meng Li. I must have him die. Zheng Yufeng's expression became peculiar, and he said in a solemn voice, looking at his appearance, he doesn't look like he's here to beg for mercy. Lin Changqing waved his hand and said very surely, he must be here to beg for mercy. The 2,000 years agreement isn't up yet. So why would he come to fallen Maple Bodhidharma? Back then, when I saw him, he hadn't even reached the true God realm. It can't be that he cultivated to Empyrean in 1,000 years' time, right? With this, Zheng Yufeng also became somewhat uncertain. Yi Yuan was just like a mortal in front of him. He could not see through his depths at all. While talking, Yi Yuan gave him an unfathomable feeling. In the beginning, he still thought that Yi Yuan was an Empyrean powerhouse. But hearing Lin Changqing, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to be an Empyrean. In this world, which monster could cultivate from the celestial deity realm to the Empyrean realm in a short 1,000 years' time? Perhaps Yi Yuan was relying on his ident. One tie and oppressing people by force. Zhang Yufeng still wanted to say something when Lin Changqing already left with a loud laugh. Senior apprentice brother, still in a daze here for what? Follow me to go teach this punk a good lesson. He already could not wait and wanted to devastate Yi Yuan. This kid said him badly back then. Now that he delivered himself to the doorstep, if he did not humiliate him well, how could he dispel the hatred in his heart? Sunset Peak was the first peak of fallen maple Bodhidharma, and it was also where the entrance to the mountain was. Yi Yuan stood on the plaza, carefully feeling the thick to the extreme spiritual energy all around, and he could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. This fallen maple Bodhidharma should be on an offset of the Heavenspan mountain. Cultivating in this kind of place would simply yield twice the results with half the effort. Just as he was ruminating, Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly flickered, looking at the arrival with a smile that was not a smile. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you want to beg for mercy from this Empyrean? This Empyrean tells you, it's impossible. Lin Changqing took a step out of the void and used a sympathetic gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was also sizing up Lin Changqing. Recalling back then, when Lin Changqing descended upon Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, how haughty and all-powerful was that? If not for Treasure Pig flying off the handle and sending him flying with a sneeze, perhaps Yi Yuan would have long been killed by Lin Changqing. Even if the Yi Yuan back then had millions of methods, he could only look and do nothing. But 1,000 years said. Lin Changqing broke through his cultivation realm and became a second firmament Empyrean. Even so, now he could no longer muster up Yi Yuan's interest. With Yi Yuan's current strength, he could smack a second firmament Empyrean to death with one slap. No matter how strong this second firmament Empyrean was. Looking at Lin Changqing again, Yi Yuan's eyes already carried a trace of pity. Lin Changqing, not seeing you for 1,000 years, you disappoint me too much. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Lin Changqing laughed coldly and said, what? Want to preserve the last of your dignity? It's no use. During these 1,000 years, this Empyrean's strength has already grown to an extent that you can't imagine. Experience it well. Finished talking, the aura on Lin Changqing's body erupted out without the slightest reservation. On Sunset Peak, the berserk aura swept out, making people give sidelong glances. Martial Uncle Changqing has actually already broken through, becoming a second firmament Empyrean. His cultivation speed is also too fast, right? These are 3 types of laws. Martial Uncle Changqing actually fused 3 kinds of law powers. Who is that kid? To actually dare provoke Martial Uncle Changqing, is he tired of living? Lin Changqing's seniority in Fallen Maple Bodhidharma was extremely high. His talent was also extremely great. He had not shown himself for a long time. Now that he displayed his strength, it directly renewed the understanding of his fellow apprentices, and it naturally aroused a wave of exclamations. At this time, Zhang Yufeng also just happened to rush over. Seeing Lin Changqing reveal his strength, his pupils could not help constricting. Junior apprentice brother Changqing He is also too monstrous. In terms of talent, Lin Changqing was first-rate among them fellow apprentice brothers. His cultivation time was the shortest, but it was already almost catching up to them, these senior apprentice brothers. In this 1,000 years, Lin Changqing dwelt in the deep seclusion of his own home and virtually rarely showed face. Before closed seclusion, he still only fused 2 kinds of law powers. Zheng Yufeng did not expect that now. He actually fused 3 kinds of law powers. Fusing 2 kinds of law powers and fusing 3 kinds, those were totally different concepts. If these people, were geniuses, then Lin Changqing was the genius among geniuses. He already won these senior apprentice brothers. Feeling the strength that Lin Changqing exhibited, Yi Yuan was also slightly surprised. Just looking at this scene before his eyes, Lin Changqing's talent was even stronger than the northernmost steppes Feng Tianyang, well deserving of being a heavenly emperor Bodhimanda. The disciples were indeed outstandingly talented. It was just that Yi Yuan's realm was significantly lower than Feng Tianyang's back then, and he already annihilated him. Now that his realm was on par with Lin Changqing's, how could Yi Yuan take him seriously? Moreover, Yi Yuan's current trump cards were far more compared to that time. Ha ha ha, saw that? Only a genius like this Empyrean can match up to junior apprentice sister Meng Li. An ant like you also have delusions of grandeur, wanting to contend with a proud eagle too? Now, beg me. Maybe. I'll be so benevolent that I'll let you off. Lin Changqing said with a loud laugh. What he and Yi Yuan signed was a divine soul contract and not a heavenly Tao oath. If both parties were willing, they could get rid of the agreement. Of course, it must be both parties agreeing. If one party was not willing, this agreement would continue taking effect. Zheng Yufeng looked at Yi Yuan and could not help smiling coldly. So what if second sage? So what if the Dragon Clan's heaven's chosen son? Junior apprentice brother Changqing was also a peerless genius that was hard to come across in a million years. Even if Yi Yuan could surpass junior apprentice brother Changqing in the future, he did not have that time either. Over 2,000 years' time, it was simply insufficient to let Yi Yuan catch up to junior apprentice brother Changqing. Yi Yuan was improving, but junior apprentice brother Changqing was similarly improving. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help but laugh in spite of himself and said, Lin Changqing, really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. You once bragged and boasted to be a genius in front of me, but now, 1,000 years have passed, you're just letting me look at this? What's even more laughable is that you're actually still patting yourself on the back. Lin Changqing's face fell slightly and he said in a cold voice, Brat, you really don't want face when it's given. Posturing isn't done like this. You know that by getting a treasure that blocks your strength and using tricks to mislead people, you can be impudent in front of this Empyrean? If not for that the 2,000 years agreement hasn't arrived yet, this Empyrean would slap you to death with one palm right now. Treasure that blocks strength. Using tricks to mislead people. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a hint of amuse. EMENT, and he said with a light smile, then open your eyes and take a look at whether or not I'm using tricks to mislead people then. Chapter 2179, What kind of ant you are? Chapter 2179, What kind of ant you are? With Yi Yuan as the center, a circular aura slowly pushed outward. Under Yi Yuan's aura, Lin Changqing's world domain seemed like paper paste, directly being crumbled apart. That feeling was like an egg meeting a rock. Lin Changqing's expression changed wildly, frenziedly urging his world power, attempting to block Yi Yuan's advancement. However, it was no use at all. The two people's engagement was like a strongman and a child plussing each other. The strongman pushed the child completely one-sidedly. The aura extended out very quickly, reaching a distance of 5,000 feet. This radius of 5,000 feet was watertight and impregnable. Yi Yuan was the sovereign. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They were unable to imagine why Yi Yuan's domain would be so solid. The Lin Changqing, who was likewise a second firmament Empyrean, actually did not even have the strength to fight back. Lin Changqing's himself, his IEB. Even popped out. He looked at Yi Yuan with a stunned face, just feeling that his mind was somewhat numb and unable to wrap itself around this. You. Second firmament Empyrean, this. How is this possible? Lin Changqing somewhat doubted whether or not his eyes had problems. He thought before, Yi Yuan was extraordinarily gifted and could break through to the true God realm in a short 1,000 years. He could even break through to the late-stage true God realm. But he never dreamed that Yi Yuan only used a short 1,000 years' time to go from being a celestial deity to becoming a second firmament Empyrean. Now, Yi Yuan was already standing on the same starting line as him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's domain power was extremely condensed. It was clearly more than a level higher than him. This indicated that Yi Yuan did not pursue speed blindly and disregard his foundation. How was this possible? Zheng Yufeng also opened his mouth wide, with disbelief written all over his face. Junior apprentice brother Changqing had always been called a monster in fallen maple bodhidharma. His talent was extremely great and his cultivation speed extremely fast. But his talent was simply trash in front of Yi Yuan. Remember that a certain somebody said before, I and Leah and you will never be people of the same world. You said it correctly. You and I will never be people of the same world. Yi Yuan's words struck the heart directly, making Lin Changqing's mind trembled. The same sentence, but the meaning that it had was entirely different. That was a kind of contempt that looked down from a height. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan and his positions had quietly switched over. He had never thought much of Yi Yuan before from the bottom of his heart. An ant that came from an imperial city, how could he compete with him, this peerless heaven's chosen that came from a bodhidharma? But Yi Yuan used second firmament Empyrean cultivation and shattered all of his pride to smithereens. This was just 1,000 years. Another 1,000 years, what realm would Yi Yuan reach? The 2,000 years agreement was truly laughable. 1,000 years later, just based on his cultivation realm, Yi Yuan would be able to trample him to death like stepping on an ant. Zhang Yufeng had a vacant look. He finally understood what Yi Yuan's words when he entered the mountain meant. 1,000 years later, I can even kill him by puffing out a breath. Is there still a need to compete? Yes, there was naturally no need to compete anymore. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan would at least be at the middle stage Empyrean realm, or even a late stage Empyrean realm major power. While Lin Changqing would at most be a third firmament Empyrean. But even if Yi Yuan was only at the late stage Empyrean realm, smacking Lin Changqing to death with one slap would be sufficient. So what even if fused together three kinds of law powers? Suddenly, Lin Changqing seemed to have thought of something, his gaze turning intent. Right, I still fused three kinds of law powers. Even if he is second firmament Empyrean, so what? In the same rank, I'm invincible. He sucked in a deep breath, the proud demeanor on his body recovered once more, and he looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, good. Since your present realm already caught up to mine, then our life and death agreement can be brought forward in advance. These words were somewhat shameless, even Zhang Yufeng felt his face turn red. He clearly knew that he would not be able to win 1,000 years later, he wanted to bring the fight forward now. What was this if not shameless? Yi Yuan looked at Lin Changqing, his eyes full of pity as he said with a light smile, are you sure? Lin Changqing smiled coldly and said, what? Are you scared? Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, Lin Changqing, back then, when you came to Heavenly Eagle, you viewed me as an ant and said that I couldn't match up to Leah. Today, I'll let you see that you're just an ant in my eyes, and also just how powerful Leah's man is. Hearing Yi Yuan said it like this, Lin Changqing felt his jealousy peak. He thought that by relying on his talent, he would be able to move junior apprentice sister Meng Li one day. He also knew that for so many years, Leah's heart had never wavered before. And now, Yi Yuan even grew to the extent of making him fearful. Looking at it now, these two people were so fitting. He became a clown instead. But at this point now, it was clearly not the time to want face anymore. Fine, since that's the case, then let's amend the divine soul contract and start the life and death wager now, Lin Changqing said with a cold sneer. But Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, the ignorant are truly fearless. You're still obsessing over the wager. That is no longer important. Isn't your reliance having fused together three kinds of law powers? Now, I'll stand right here, unleash your strongest strike. I'll let you see what kind of an ant you are. Lin Changqing could not help being taken aback when he heard that. Could this guy be a fool? On Sunset Peak, a wave of snickering also came over. Where did this guy pop out from? Ran all the way here from afar to seek death. Heh, strength is decent, but his head isn't useful. In this world, I've yet to hear that in the same rank, someone dares to withstand an attack that fused three kinds of laws. After 1,000 years of growth, Lin Changqing was no longer his goal. Lin Changqing's talent compared to Long Yuan was worlds apart. Long Yuan was trampled underfoot by Yi Yuan, let alone Lin Changqing. Killing Lin Changqing was merely a matter of snapping a finger. Even if he really killed, Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple also would not dare to say much. But this place was the Bodhidharma that Leah was at any rate. Furthermore, it looked like Leah should have received considerable benefits in this place. Even though Lin Changqing was Leah's pursuer, he could tell that he had more of admiration toward Leah and was not shameless like Long Hao. If he really killed Lin Changqing, it would not be good for everyone, and it would also make things difficult for Leah. Therefore, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to kill him either. However, Yi Yuan still wanted to let Lin Changqing know that not only was he, Yi Yuan, worthy of Leah. Furthermore, in this world, only he was worthy of Leah. Cancelling the divine soul agreement, Lin Changqing was still somewhat in the clouds, feeling puzzled. Could this guy really be a fool? Yi Yuan, have you thought carefully? If this sword of mine goes down, you'll die, Lin Changqing said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, I'm just letting you take a look at how great the disparity between you and me is. Lin Changqing's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, since you're bent on seeking death, I presume that Leah won't blame me either. Blue Cloud True Feather Sword. One sword unleash. HI plus ing, 3 kinds of power of laws interweaved together, virtually slicing SPACE apart. The incomparably swift and fierce sword light slashed through the void and headed straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. Facing this astonished HI plusing sword, his expression did not change and his heart did not race, without the slightest intention of avoiding. Bang! The void trembled, the earth shook. But Yi Yuan was as stable as Mount Tai, not budging an inch. Chapter 2180, Repeated Blows. Chapter 2180, Repeated Blows. On Sunset Peak, everyone's expression became extremely fascinating. This move that was an attack sufficient to cleave apart mountains actually did not leave any traces on Yi Yuan's body. Similarly, a second firmament Empyrean, why would such a thing happen? Only after a while did everyone came to realize the truth, cries of exclamations linking up. Really blinded my dog eyes. Martial Uncle Changqing wouldn't be intentionally going easy, right? Facing a same rank opponent, no matter how weak the opponent, it's also impossible to be completely unscathed by standing there and letting the other party hit, right? Martial Uncle Changqing fused 3 kinds of law powers. Even a third firmament Empyrean also wouldn't dare to forcefully resist his attacks, right? Lin Changqing was a celestial figure in the eyes of these fellow sect members, an existence that they were unable to reach at all. But today, Lin Changqing went all out and actually failed to leave behind any traces on his opponent's body. This kind of impact was seriously too intense. Lin Changqing had a blank face. Looking at the Yi Yuan who was proud and unmoving, he muttered, that's impossible. How is this possible? Blue Cloud True Feather Sword actually can't even leave a mark on his body. His words were full of a bitter flavor. At this instant, he truly experienced the disparity between him and Yi Yuan. Even just now, when Yi Yuan reached second firmament Empyrean, he still had not despaired like so before. He still felt that he could compete with him, and that he still had the right to speak as equals. But at this very moment, the last of his pride was also crushed into pieces. Yi Yuan was already powerful until it made him despair. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and said coolly, "This brother, you watched the show for so long. Shouldn't you show yourself now?" Everyone's expression changed and could not help looking around. Sure enough, a middle-aged person slowly walked out of the void and lightly clasped his hands at Yi Yuan as he said, "Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple's eldest disciple, Jun Mingxin, pays respect to the priest temple's second say. Junior apprentice brother Changqing offended second sage. This emperor apologizes on his behalf. Many thanks to second sage for showing mercy." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said coolly, "He's at any rate Leah's senior apprentice brother too. On the account of Leah's face, I spared his life, that's all." Jun Mingxin smiled slightly and said, "Second sage coming to Fallen Maple, our humble place is honored by your presence. Master is already waiting on the main peak. Second sage, let us move now." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, lead the way. Please." Jun Mingxin and Yi Yuan, one in front, one at the back, disappeared from Sunset Peak. Murmur. With this, Sunset Peak completely burst into an uproar. What did I see? Great Martial Uncle, an exalted heavenly emperor powerhouse, actually apologized to that young man? What did Great Martial Uncle say? Second Sage? What's that? Who the hell knows, but his definitely an incredible existence. Otherwise, him being someone only at the Empyrean realm, why would Great Martial Uncle treat him with such respect? Everyone clamored to get a word in, all speculating Yi Yuan's ident. One tie. But their levels were too low and could not come into contact with Second Sage this concept at all. Lin Changqing stood transfixed on the spot. Until now, he still had not reacted to what was going on. Zhang Yufeng went up and patted his shoulder, saying with a sigh, actually, until just now, I still wasn't willing to believe that he was the priest temple's second sage, an existence whose status is second only to the sacred ancestor high priest. Even the 11 great disciples are all beneath him. Lin Changqing's entire body trembled, using a look of disbelief to look toward Zhang Yufeng. He cultivated bitterly in close seclusion these few years and completely did not know about the outside world's affairs. But the priest temple, sacred ancestor high priest, as well as what kind of figures the sacred ancestor high priest's 11 great disciples were, he was aware. Yi Yuan actually lorded above the 11 great disciples. How was this possible? Was this Yi Yuan really the same person as the ant that he had once seen before at the imperial city? Zhang Yufeng looked at Lin Changqing somewhat sympathetically. He knew how great the blow this time was to Lin Changqing. When an existence whom you once viewed as an ant suddenly stood in front of you and used a gaze that looked down from a height to look at you, and you did not have the slightest strength left over to resist. That kind of despair was truly unable to use words to describe. Only using 1,000 years' time, not only did Yi Yuan complete an all-round transcending in terms of strength, but in terms of status, he also completed a super magnificent transformation. Even his master would likely have to show Yi Yuan some respect too, right? After all, Second Sage was not merely a simple person. The status signified that Yi Yuan was the priest temple's number 2 figure, being an existence that no one could blaspheme. Also, that sword earlier, he was able to remain perfectly unharmed. He likely cultivated the legendary perfect 7th transformation golden body. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be just so simple. He said himself that he's also the Dragon Clan's heaven-chosen son. Zhang Yufeng could not quite bear to shoot down this junior apprentice brother, but some things, he had to let Lin Changqing know. Because Lin Changqing's matters probably would not be left at this. Yi Yuan not killing Lin Changqing, that was him being magnanimous. But, fallen maple Bodhidharma provoked such a major god, could it be that it was left at that just like this? Lin Changqing's gaze turned slack, he was virtually breaking down. 1,000 years later, the blow that Yi Yuan's transformation gave people was virtually catastrophic. Heaven's chosen? Truly laughable. In front of such a monster, who dared to claim to be heaven's chosen? Indeed, he and Yi Yuan were not people of the same world at all. These 1,000 years, what in the world happened? Oh right, where's junior apprentice sister Meng Li? Why didn't she appear? Lin Changqing suddenly thought of something and asked. Zhang Yufeng opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but then he swallowed the words back. Inside a great hall at the main peak, an old man sat up straight. Yi Yuan followed Jun Mingxin and slowly walked in. Master, Second Sage has arrived. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, I pay respects to Senior Fallen Maple. Fallen Maple's gaze flickered slightly, and he said with a faint smile, this emperor has long heard that Second Sage resolved the eternal chess game, ask not, and is the current generation's number 1 alchemy outstanding figure. I didn't expect that you were actually so young. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is too kind. Fallen Maple was slightly surprised in his heart. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face. It was as if he was a deep chasm. As a heavenly emperor, he actually could not quite see through this young man. On Yi Yuan's body, there was not the slightest trace of a peerless heaven's chosen's wild arrogance, and also not the flippantness that a youngster should have. Every movement and action was neither servile nor haughty. Fallen Maple could not help sighing emotionally. Lin Changqing compared to Yi Yuan was like mud to cloud. Changqing, this child was dotted rotten by this emperor, resulting in affronting second sage without regard to propriety. This emperor apologizes for him, Fallen Maple said with all smiles. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He kept feeling that something was not quite right. Ever since entering Fallen Maple Bodhidharma, the commotion that he caused was not considered small. Even Fallen Maple was alarmed, so there was no reason for Leah to not know. Fallen Maple would not be unaware of his intentions for coming, but he used Lin Changqing's behavior to talk about things. Something fishy. Senior Fallen Maple, I came for Leah. I presume that you're also awake. I wonder where Leah is at right now. This Yi wishes to meet her, Yi Yuan said. This, Fallen Maple's face revealed a look of difficulty. Yi Yuan's heart tightened, and he said in a solemn voice, "What's wrong with Leah?" Fallen Maple knew that he could not hide it and said with a slight sigh, "Leah, she went missing."